consent is not required to be someone else's administrator. So you'll get a knock on your door one day, and it'll be someone being like, "Oh man, I just flew in from Milwaukee. Are you, Jim Savage?" And they're like, "Yeah,
You're my
that's me.
administrator.
What do you want? You're my administrator." And you're like, "Oh, for your Windows?" Like, yeah. Like, "Oh man, it's so great to finally meet you."
It's like
Great.
jury duty where you just get given
Yeah,
you
like-
are now the administrator, and you're like, oh fuck.
I gotta go find my administrator.
You gotta go to that person's house and click OK on a bunch of things. Like,
It
yeah,
become-
there you go.
Yeah, you just click here. Okay. Oh, thanks, man. All right.
Can you give me
Sorry.
an administrator back? And then you're like, I don't know if I should do that, man.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
I feel
know.
like that's a lot.
I'll
of
tell you
power to
what.
give up.
If you need administrator privileges, you just come and get me.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
6-hour plane flight, man. Like, well,
It
Yeah,
will
well,
be
it
better.
how often do you really need to be an
Yeah.
administrator?
Well, after seeing Surviving Edge Weapons, I wouldn't trust anybody from Milwaukee coming up to my front door. I'd have to shoot
Exactly.
them because they might have like a knife or a razor on
You
their
got a knife?
cap or something.
Hey, you in there? You administrator?
I like the idea that
I don't
the
know.
computer's like, don't worry, your administrator is within your house. And you're like, I live
Yeah.
alone. And they're like,
Yeah.
the computer just smiles at you.
I ain't your administrator. Go away.
It's
Oh
like
my
that
god,
old
the front door's
creepypasta.
open. Someone's in the house.
Is the
Better go to sleep.
administrator in the
Guy
room?
bursts in to
Just
rob
now?
you. And the computer's like, that's your administrator. Yes.
Father.
Speaking of weird bad horror, did you hear that Mike Flanagan is
Hi, Mark.
the executive producer of Suckmanized new film?
Yeah.
That's freaking weird, isn't it?
Shelby Oaks.
It's gotta be like not like really.
No,
I mean,
Right.
Steven's
No, it's
he
real.
said he
It's
believes
like,
in the old stuck man. He wants him to. He's seen his journey and he wants him to get.
He was paid
there.
to say that. Not really though.
Rags. He paid
Yeah.
to say that.
I mean, let's put it this way: executive producers, like the major studio heads at Bethesda, were executive producers on the Fallout show. Steven Spielberg was executive producer for the Halo show, so I don't really think that they put that much.
Well,
He's
the,
lost
thought
his
into it.
touch.
the most
It can
important
vary quite a
detail
bit.
would be that you would have signed on to this long after Shelby Oaks was finished in production. As far as
Yeah.
it was, so you're not going to see any of Mike Flanagan's work in there. But he wants to
Oh, no,
try and
the
support
opposite.
the stuck man, and I think that's nice.
I think it's
Stuckman
really
said
just like
he-
a.
Like joined him in the editing room to like give notes and stuff like that. So
Maybe.
he's somewhat involved at least.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that it's kind of basically gives a project. It's basically throwing your hat into the the ring and giving the project some legitimacy for distribution. I think that's pretty much what a lot of these ones
Like
are.
Quentin Tarantino with Hostel.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Muller, where'd we go?
I'm
We
trying to
disappeared.
get us all on
We're in the
screen,
void
darn it.
now. Oh no.
Thing is, I have to
Where am
change it all
I?
every time.
Everything. Oh, it's okay. We're fine.
No.
Get
You
this.
can see the buttons beneath, though. No, the
I
aesthetic is
know. I gotta
ruined.
make it. It's everything's horrible when it's like that. See, this is ready for 10 people, but we're at 8, which is good enough, I suppose. Looks a little
Start, yeah.
spacious,
Solid
but that's
start.
all right. I can't. It would be sinful of me to allow Rags' avatar to shift off half through the thing. Rags, show the people what
That's
you
right.
can do.
Hey, did you know that if you have a GIF as your Discord
my goodness.
icon, whenever
moves as you
whenever
speak?
whenever you chat, whenever you make noise, the GIF plays. So
Look
you
at
can
that.
do some
Look at it
fun
go.
stuff. Wow, look at him go. Look
Great.
at me, everyone.
I have to remember.
I'm a chatty Cathy.
You know what's annoying?
as
I don't
they
know if
say.
this is probably for the best or not, but like I have to be clicked into Discord for that to work. If I'm clicked off it, it won't work. It's annoying.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Oh, that's
I
a
wish there
shame.
was a setting you could change
Yeah.
to where it would just always play it, because it looks really neat. Really neat and cool.
You showed that years ago. No, this is a brand new one, you fool.
This is definitely very new.
Hey, yeah, it's new to me. It was really cool though.
Don't remember what the old animated Rags looked like? Gosh.
Might have meant just the concept, but it's
Very, very neat.
yeah.
Yeah,
Looks great.
I'm getting there. We're fixing all this. Gonna have to get this ready for when we are watching Vidya, which we're gonna be doing today. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's
I can't
not
wait.
right. See here, 10 people. Yep, that's right.
Not gonna lie, I don't like it. Don't like it.
Don't like videos.
I mean, nowadays.
No, I don't like videos. I swore them off for Lent.
Oh.
Damn.
Well,
So what are we gonna do now?
I guess
Well,
we
it's
could
after
like
Easter, so you should be good.
God will be displeased with me.
we could talk about something if you want.
He already
yeah.
is. Let's be frank.
It's like, what were you
Nothing's
up to?
changed.
That would be funny. The conversation with him, and he's just like there was just a couple of things I didn't like. Like when you swore off watching YouTube videos. What was that about? God would be very invested.
Oh, I thought you
in
meant like when God
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
swore off
God,
YouTube videos.
you, God's like, I need to speak with you, and you're like, oh God, he's gonna say a bunch of shit about all these, and he's just like, nah, it's like, why did you stop watching YouTube videos? And then you explain to him
I don't
that
know what
it's
God
full
would
of
say to that
cringe.
kind of thing. He'd probably be like, "Well, don't you want to know like the meaning of life? Don't you want to know if you if you if you pooped and all of your poop was turned into bricks, and how long would the bricks span if they were stacked in a wall 6 feet high? You
Are they
know,
like,
stuff
wait,
like
are they
that.
poop bricks or are they converted like
Yeah,
material?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like if all of the poop that you'd ever pooped was turned into bricks,
Bricks of
how
poop
long
or-
would the wall be made of those bricks? If
I don't think
if
you
it
need
was,
God to help you with that. I think you can probably
You got
estimate
regular
that with
people who can figure
science.
that out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very important though. Are the
anyone who
bricks
can figure that
made-
out is not a regular person. Just so we're clear.
Are the bricks
They're
made
totally
of poop, or
regular.
does God transmog them
That's
into
funny.
normal bricks? Or is it like actual poop bricks? Because I think my answer would be
bricks.
different.
Does it matter?
Well, I think
I
Yes.
think
if
so.
if
I
the
feel
poop
like-
was turned into bricks, then that's pointless that they were poo in the first place. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah,
we're just talking about bricks at that
I
point.
know, but it is God we're dealing with here. I
But
mean,
they're
we
of
can do some-
equivalent size. There is brick-sized poops, so I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
If you
Brick- yeah,
poop in
brick-sized poops.
brick-sized poops, like
If you're pooping
Well-
brick size, it's not just the size; it's the corners.
yeah, like sharp.
The
You know.
corners really get you.
Well, are bricks a universe size or no?
I'm sure they're not.
There's probably a standard size for bricks. There's probably several standard sizes.
Maybe
out
American. We'll go with
Exactly.
standard American brick size, whatever that
Maybe
is.
there's very tiny bricks.
there.
We've all had poops like that.
Yeah.
tiny brick poops.
Tiny brick
Mhm.
poops.
Anyway,
Speaking of endless shit, smaller.
it's funny you say that, Rags, because when I was getting the thumbnail ready, do you know what I spotted that I didn't actually know? The poster / tagline for Fallout show. Do you know what it is?
This show is very good.
You know, you're in the realm. Like it's funny. It's the quote.
An
well,
adventure
Oh.
unlike any other.
It's the tagline is "The world deserves a better ending."
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
They knew. they knew,
Oh.
damn it. Because I agree, it did deserve a better ending. Speaking of which, I hope everyone here, we got a bunch of wonderful people that actually helped make the Fallout video that was released on my channel a week ago. Those in chat, if you haven't seen it, wasn't fond of the Fallout show. Not fond. We did talk about it on the EFAP before that as well, a little bit. I think Indigo Gaming is having a series of
Could've been better.
struggles. Hopefully
It's having
he'll
issues.
pop back at some point. But yes, we are here today to talk a bit more about it. I don't know if anyone here has come to love it since I last spoke to them. If you have, raise your hand. That's okay. We welcome everyone here. No, all right. Just making sure. Just,
No, I really
checking.
love it now after a week. Yeah,
Now
totally changed my mind.
with all the different opinion, the Discord overlay is TISM. No, it's not. It's back to normal. Fine.
What's wrong with the Discord overlay?
Beautiful.
It's fine,
Look at it go.
It looks
The
totally acceptable.
the as with everything that is controversial as an opinion, you get some really weird responses, and I've been like kind of shocked, but simultaneously I'm trying to figure out whether or not it was any worse than the Snyder Cut. That still has the throne for the most embarrassing response to my video. I don't think the Fallout people were ever going to be able to compete with someone telling me that I was killing people by making the video. That's peak.
The high
as they
bar.
say. But
High bar, peak fire.
there were comments floating around that were getting pushed up here and there on different forums, including the old subreddit. And one that I found curious was saying it seems like now Muller has crossed into the era of liking or disliking a particular thing, therefore means all individual parts have to be either good or bad, depending on how he feels about it. Because as bad writing in this series is minimal and wouldn't even warrant a 5-minute video, Many of his complaints are contradictory and are used to paint the series in a bad light. Now, before we get to some of the responses, because I thought it would be an interesting way to start up, let people pour in before we do any videos. I thought that I did pay compliments to this show. I didn't say all of it was bad. I said that I thought the sets were pretty neat. The costumes were, for the most part, pretty good. The acting, I felt that Walton Goggins carried hard. And I feel like everyone puts that in their videos to differing degrees of how much you think he carried. Like I would give him like 95% of the show, like in terms of people enjoying it. But also,
the reaction to this show is totally different without him.
Yeah, and I would give that somewhat to Ella Purnell as well. I feel like her bubbly nature has helped people really feel enjoyment with it, instead of like there's many ways she could have done that character, and I think people like the way that she did it. But I was already thrown because I was like, I didn't say everything in it was bad. It was mainly the writing. But there was even, I admitted that some of the things they were trying to do were difficult, and that there were some things that kind of worked. I even, I think the last person I watched it with was Rags. No, Fringy.
Yeah.
It was one of you guys. But
One of us.
but there were some scenes that when we finished them, I was like, yeah, that one's one of the good ones. You know, it's like
You pointed that out in the video as well, like some individual scenes when, like the scene with Lucy and Hank in the first episode.
yeah,
Like you pointed that out, that was a good scene.
there's moments that work, there's scenes that work, and it's like a shame because it'd be nice if we had a whole show of it, but we did not. So I find it an ironic comment, right? That it's like Mole is in the era of he hates a thing, so he hates all the pieces, and it's like you just did that to my video. You just said all the pieces were bad because you didn't like the video overall. It's just like, come on, we gotta have some self-awareness when we do this sort of thing.
No.
But I wanted to
Or
share
not.
some of the interesting defenses, and I was gonna make a bit of a broad point about the nature of figuring out Fallout. Now, Goga knows this very well. I think everyone here has a bit of knowledge on this through either editing or speaking to me, but I think Capital Opinions definitely, because we back and forth about this fucking ages. Criticizing the Fallout show was incredibly hard because the people who like Fallout and the people who don't like it and the people who nothing it all disagree on what the fuck even happened in it.
Always the mark of a good show.
Who did what and why isn't in stone. It's not clear. It's like there's a couple of things that people are disagreeing on. I've even read the Fallout subreddit on loads of discussions. They all have different ideas on exactly what we were supposed to take from what happened. And the season 2 is going to clear it all up, by the way. Good luck with that.
It always works out.
Totally will not make things worse. Yeah, of course.
A lot of people who write shows thinks that when you get to the end of a season, it's like a checkpoint in a video game, and you can't go back, and it's fine, it's good. All those enemies that are technically on the other side of that door, they don't exist anymore.
Nope.
So you can just carry on.
We
Don't
loaded
worry
a new
about it.
save. We're fine.
Forward. Yeah.
I'm sure they'll
Plow
solve
forward.
every problem by season 7.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So to give an example, who were the people that Moldova brought with her? Who were those people? There are two schools of thought. One is they are raiders she hired along the way, and the other is they are NCR members that she brought with her. And
Pretend like they're raiders for some
well,
reason.
so this is a moment of pick your poison because it's broken no matter what. But the problem is, whatever you spend time on criticizing, the response will be, "You idiot! They weren't even X, they were Y," or "You idiot! They weren't even Y, they were X."
I did hear a really funny excuse for that. It was, oh no, it was probably something like a story we didn't see. Like Moldaver got captured by them and then eventually said that, hey, I can tell you where this vault is.
Oh, Lord.
And that's
That
how
makes
she
it
was
even
able to-
worse.
I know. I was like, I was at work. I was like, dude, that doesn't make it better. Not even a little.
Yeah, so
What the fuck?
that's like the tip of the iceberg for interpretation being wedged in. As what'll happen, the most common strategy I saw was like he didn't even get right that they were raiders, not NCR members, or vice versa, because I criticized them for both angles. And they'll say, if he got that wrong, then why would I continue the video? He's going to get everything wrong. It's like, you just decided that was wrong. Like, there's nothing I can do about that.
The show is not really clear on it, and like it might be a mix of both, or
Also-
it's just like NCR people in raider outfits for whatever reason. Like it's.
It seems like they would be NCR members, and there's arguments in favor of it. But the fact is, like, I saw an assessment on the Fallout subreddit saying, like, no, they're definitely raiders because look at the outfits they're wearing. There's like referencing raiders, and look at their behavior. And I'm just like, well, yeah. And then the fact that Lucy
Yeah,
calls
isn't
them
that-
raiders, I don't know.
Yes. They
The
straight
one
up
who
call
raids
raiders,
is a
yeah.
raider. So it could have been anyone in the process of raiding, thereby
Yeah.
making them a raider.
Yeah,
One
you know,
hit
and the NCR weren't like all uncivilized brutes who take jet and like, you know, slaughter people for no fucking reason. So it doesn't really make sense for them all to be
Yeah,
NCR.
why would she bring members of her organized and armed faction with her to this mission when she could go out to the wasteland and like just like convince and or hire some random raiders with no loyalties or just barbaric savages to do this job for her alongside her, but also they take orders from her?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I've
don't know.
already
makes no sense
seen
whatsoever.
2 alternatives in chat, which I saw a lot of as well. I only chose the 2 main ones, but that they're all fiends and that they're all a mix of NCR and raiders. So it's
What
like
is a fiend?
What?
it's a cannibal.
A drug addict. Yeah,
Oh,
cannibal.
cannibal drug addict. Sure,
Probably
yeah.
would have. They probably would have eaten people if they were cannibals.
Well, they had some
Well,
cake to
according
eat.
to the show, they're cannibals.
Like,
One of
hey,
them
you know,
said they were gonna eat the guy's
I'll have
heart
you know,
when they were given
Hannibal
food.
Hannibal ate people, but if he had a chance to have a donut, he'd do it. You know, like he's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, why
fuck
eat
it.
No.
why eat people when you can have cake?
They're
Yeah,
not
let them have cake.
necessarily cannibals. They can't eat other stuff.
It's
No,
like
if
Marie
you go
Antoinette
cannibal, you
said,
don't
let
come
them eat
back.
people.
I didn't assume that they are only capable of eating people, but
I
feel
think
like
that's what a cannibal is. They can only eat
Only
people.
capable, yeah. So
Only people.
We also see later how they act in jail, and I don't really see that as NCR people, really. Like, you know.
Well, yeah,
just-
if they were in CR, then they would obviously say, we're in CR. The reason why we're here doing this is because of this specific personal close reason
Exactly.
why we're doing
Mhm.
it. And we want you to know that this is why this is happening. We're not just going to randomly visit justice upon you in this way and then just like not ever explain to them why or anything like that.
yeah.
Like they would say, this
Well,
is
do you
why,
remember-
because your overseer somehow set off a nuclear device in our capital city, and everyone in the
somehow
vault
we
would
know.
go, "What the fuck? What is happening?"
do you remember what I think is one of the most notorious examples of someone getting revenge and not informing the person of why they are doing what they are doing to the person in recent memory?
Um,
Anyone thinking about what I might be
is
thinking
this
about?
when? Oh, John Wilkes
Yep.
Booth.
Yes, that bastard. Well, I mean, I was gonna give a clue, and I was like, nah, that makes it too easy. But fuck it, I was just gonna say it. Golf club.
Oh,
Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods. Yeah, Phil Mickelson.
The slayer of the man who'd killed everyone in the world. You know, that scene. One of the things that baffled a lot of us the most was that she didn't want him to know why she was doing it. She didn't want to
Which
say,
is
like, you
fucking
killed my fucking
bizarre.
dad, you killed doctors, you fucking idiot, you destroyed... It would make so much sense for her to say, but no, she does not tell him any of that. And it was baffling then, and it's baffling now that Moldova didn't want to make clear, because that's another thing people talk about, is, like, obviously every action that takes place inside Vault 33 from the NCR side of things, quote-unquote, is motivated by the fact that the nuke was dropped on Shady Sands. And it's just like, why didn't they want to tell anybody about that? Especially when these people are innocent, ignorant, and arguably no less victims than the people of the NCR. It's
Good
But she should
question.
know. Like, she should understand
Absolutely.
that to a much greater degree than the average person in the wasteland.
You know
So-
what? That's actually what that guy was thinking when he was wiping his dick on the curtains. He's like, "This is for Shady
This
Sands."
is for Shady Sands.
I don't wipe my dick on my curtains.
No, you
Yeah, you only do
but
that
if
at
you were-
hotels.
If you're hometown,
Rags,
you
virtue
would do
signaling
it.
again.
bitches.
I'm just trying to get in, good with some of my peeps out there.
So,
The material and the fabric, it's like a plasticky kind of like that wouldn't work.
Goddamn curtain rubbers.
part of why I was describing it as a nightmare was this video went through a whole bunch of changes and redrafts as it was being created. Like, there would be sections that were complete, and then, it gets sent over to everybody, and, for example, Cap would be like, but this part doesn't work anymore, because if we believe this about this, and this part was here, and this woman was here and knew this, then the problem isn't X, it's Y. You'd be like, oh, for fuck's sake. And I gotta go back and re-record and basically be like, however, if this, then the problem is actually this. Just to make sure that's fucking clear. And that's what made the video go from, I think the initial idea was 40 minutes, then an hour 20, then 2 hours, then 2:20. The amount of clarifications that had to be made. To give you an example, right, so this person had a bunch of arguments for why the video had just fell apart. They were like, number one, Moldova Quote from Mauler: Moldava should have entered Vault 33 through its main door instead of infiltrating it by posing as Vault 32 dwellers. And their criticism of me is, I thought we complained about frontal assaults in Disney Star Wars because the Imperials don't think anyone would actually try it.
Wow, that's
Somehow.
that's brilliant commentary.
So how did they? What was their plan for getting into Vault 32? What?
So this is the thing,
what
right?
would
Just to
that
be clear for
entail?
anybody who isn't following, they're referencing the what's it called, that base in Obi-Wan Kenobi, wasn't it, or was it somewhere else?
Oh yeah, that's
The heavily
the
fortified
Inquisitor.
fortress. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
Inquisitor triangle. Yeah, in the ocean.
Where they said like we don't need to put up our shields, or they wouldn't put up their shields because nobody would be stupid enough to attack them.
Mhm.
It's like, wow, that's
Yeah.
logic. You know, it resembles something we call logic, I guess. But it was really interesting to see that sort of assessment of what I had said, because I would never advise, if I was on Moldava's team, I never would have advised a full frontal assault of a vault. That's stupid. It's like, what options do we have? And even if we are going to go in through the front door, there's approaches we can take that don't involve just going brah and shooting everybody or whatever. That's what she did with 32. That's what we're told she did. She went up to the door, opened it, and came in looking for a fight.
But the thing is that somebody would say like, yeah, but there was no fight. So like, I don't even realize that was what she.
Yeah, they were
intended and
strangling each
expected.
other.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people haven't registered that was her plan because it didn't work out that way.
Yeah, which is kind of like a weird thing that happens sometimes when talking about stories. They're like, yeah, but that's not what happened. So therefore, all of the motivations that character would have had based on the information that they had, like whatever their plan was, well, that's just like it's almost like it evaporates, like it disappears into the ether as a point, which is what, like, if she just went straight to 33, that's exactly what she was intending to do in 32. So I was like, what? You want to have two fights? Like, okay. And
She
lose
learned her
people each
lesson from the
time?
first
Yeah.
frontal assault, and then she
It's-
was like, subterfuge this time.
Well, and that's the
We'll
thing, it's
arrange a
not-
marriage.
It's
It's
not even
almost as she read
impossibility. It can work. It's not necessarily something I would recommend, but it's just funny to see this commenter saying like, "What a dumbass decision that a dumbass criticism you didn't even follow the show." And it's like, that's what she did. That is explicitly what she did with Vault 32.
Mhm.
I don't know what you're
And-
angry at me for. Like, I just say what happened.
So much he just knew that everyone would be dead in there, like pre-going in, for whatever reason. And yeah.
Yeah, and just the criticism is easy. If you're going to do that with 32, just do it with 33. So why would you assault two vaults with huge risk?
Yeah.
So then a follow-up, they were like, in relation to the Wilzig stuff, Moldava could have taken the raiders to pick up Wilzig on the way back from 33, but it's then faulted for leaving some of her forces behind. And in brackets, I'll note that Mueller is still insisting that Vault 32 is near Philly, despite being corrected multiple times, or simply assuming she should have done so and then faults the show for not doing this. I never actually say. I was curious to check, so I was like, why would I have said that when I don't know that for sure, that Vault 33 is near Philly? All I do is describe what the show shows us, which it takes very little time to get from Vault 33 to Philly. That's it.
Yeah, it takes like a day.
Yep, and
2
relatively
days.
speaking, that's not so bad, considering you're going to the observatory anyway, which is much further away. So if you're gonna walk there, you may as well go on a detour to pick up the other hugely important component to Cold Fusion.
The other thing to add is that there's no way any of this plan makes any sense if she isn't in contact with Wilzig directly, or at least through someone else. So if she can make contact with him to make these plans, she can just meet him herself.
Yeah, Wilzig knew to go to Ma Jun's shop. How did he know that? Must have been a message of some kind. And then if you can get that enough of that done, just meet him at the shop. The ghoul would have been fucked if Moldava and her team were waiting for Wilzig in that little shop. Unless the show just allows him to kill everybody, which is not actually outside of the purview, to be honest.
They
Nothing's
could
outside
even
of the
possibly have
purview
met
of
up at like a closer location, depending on where he came from. Because he meets up with Lucy like right outside the vault, basically, before he goes into the city or the town.
Considering he is more valuable than a number of people who could also have the codes, like, you should go get him specifically. And if you need to use intermediaries to get someone else, like, Hank isn't presumably the only one who has the codes. Wilzig is the only one with the cold fusion. So maybe don't risk your entire plan on one guy happening to halfway across the wasteland. You know?
Yeah, a little bit. Then they go on to me being pointing out Moldava. They've got it in quotes. Loved Rose, as if the show is giving us a different interpretation that in fact she did not even like Rose. That was all just smokescreen. And I know I don't even know where that's from. And then they say Muller is shocked that Moldava did nothing to save Hank's children. And it's like Hank's children with Rose. I don't even know why. What are we doing here? And,
Hey, it's Rose's children. What?
well, so the point is that she wouldn't like those kids because they've got half their DNA belongs to a monster.
Damn. Okay.
I know, right?
Oh,
it's like okay.
Moldaver
then.
I hope
specifically
it's not
says,
genetic.
Holy fuck.
Moldaver specifically notes that Lucy has many of Rose's positive qualities. He
Yep.
still
She
doesn't
does.
give a shit.
Yep.
So
Part of his seed.
And then they bring up like he faults her for keeping her Rose in ghoul status instead of mercy killing her. These are all criticisms of the character's psychology, which is a very bad sign. Like, no, it's about inconsistencies in characterization. You can't tell me she cares for the well-being of all of these people and then allows them to be potentially raped and murdered and kept in suffering ghoul status forever. None of that makes any sense. Sorry.
She loves her.
She loves her. She loves all of them.
I can't even
Sure.
tell it's her
Moldaver's
at
a
this
good guy.
point. It's just like a zombie.
So you got he faults Hank for being a mere middle manager who has command codes for Vault-Tec systems, despite acknowledging that this is the point of Vault 31, to create a race of super middle managers who will manage the human race. I guess the satire went over Muller's head here. My question was very straightforward. Hank is low level, even in that department of people, and he had the power to launch nukes. That seems unlikely.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
all that was
not many
pointed out.
people would have their have access to that the broom closet where they keep all the
Yeah,
launch keys.
I would have thought it
should
would
a
be
honest-
literally like a selection of maybe 3 or 4 people at most, and you'd have to have all of them say go, you know, to launch a nuke.
Mhm.
But no, you can just
Several
casually
nukes,
do it on his
presumably.
way back from Shady Side. He's like, could you just nuke that, by the way? He's like, yeah, no problem. Which we don't like. I don't
Oh,
think
yeah, man.
I don't think
Yeah,
this is in the
fucking
video,
you
but it's
got
just like, what's the process for that? Do they have like a little facility that can just launch nukes whenever Hank wants? Is that what's
Maybe they each get one, like they each get one nuke.
They
as a
spawn with
Christmas
one.
bonus or
Well,
something
that's
like.
that. I think Gogor got it because I was thinking that it would tell people who don't know anything about Fallout that every vault has nukes that it can just fire.
For whatever reason, like.
all right?
Yeah, like because it's like, oh yeah, and then he nuked the place because we were getting too powerful. It's like, oh, how? Can
Yeah.
they just do that? Can they all do that?
It,
Can any
it feels,
overseer just
it
be
just
like,
feels
"Nuke"?
spiteful because like they took his children away, so he nuked the place. Like, that's how Moldava describes it anyway. Like he burned that city to the ground because they took his children.
they're gonna explain it in season 2.
Yeah,
of
give-
course they are.
give 'em
yes.
a-
You
Yeah.
losers.
There'll be like a million seasons, and they're all going to explain each other. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
They move on to say his criticism of the Brotherhood of Steel for searching for Wilzig, but by coincidence, Maximus and Titus end up right on top of him. Isn't that the point of searching for a person?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh, well, he's got you there,
He's
Molly.
got me.
He's got
Oh.
you there.
I
It's not a
thought
coincidence they randomly found him. They were
Oh.
looking for him.
what was weird is like
Oh,
I
they
thought I
got
made
a
it.
completely
Destroyed.
random place in the middle of a forest, and they just stumble upon his location. Like, what the fuck?
I
They're
always
not
like
even in the place they're supposed to be.
I often don't realize what I need to make explicit sometimes. Like, they show 5 power armor suits and 5 squires. That's what's searching the wasteland. And our guy gets sent to Philly, and they drop off early because they're bored, and they land right on top of Wilzig.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
They walk there in like minutes, basically.
And it's just, yeah, it's part of the section of just like, everything feels tiny. There's like 3 places in this fucking world.
There's some really funny
Oh, there-
defenses popping up in the chat. Like one, for example, there's nuclear power all over the shop. He could have blown up their generator, as if that would be enough to blow up a whole city.
That's not how that works. Yeah.
Also, there's fast travel in
Uh,
Fallout.
Yeah, fast travel, idiot. I guess you don't understand games.
Well, they have to discover.
Yeah, they had
they
a-
have to discover
they
that
had-
location first.
They
just
had
to
they
be
had a
clear.
quest mark,
True.
you know, in marking his location. You know.
Yeah, there's so many sort of responses that it's funny. The video just couldn't have accounted for a lot of this because I never knew I would have to make like so many detailed explanations of like exactly how any kind of defense that involves making up shit could possibly happen. And what I notice is, I was talking to Fringy about this. Do you ever see, what we see all the time is, wow, you didn't pay attention to the show at all. That's never levied at someone who was praising the show, no matter how inaccurate they are.
Which I think is just an extension of the general rule of, if you say something positive, that's great. If you say something negative, you're opinionated, you're an asshole. It's like that same thing when two sides of the same coin of expressing a perspective strongly will evoke very different reactions. And I think it applies the same way to, yeah, it'll only ever be that you weren't paying attention because you were getting stuff wrong in the process of criticism. Far less so getting stuff wrong for the purpose of praise.
And I hear, you hear so many times, right, you got one thing wrong, why would I believe you were paying attention to anything to get anything else right?
Yeah, that's a weird argument.
No one will ever say that about, like, you got that point of praise wrong, I can't believe you were watching any of it with accuracy. It's like, why would I watch the rest?
Again, it's still the positive, negative thing. If it's positive, then it's just treated better.
No,
it's treated
perfection
with
or nothing.
Well, people in general get more defensive about things they like than the things they dislike. Like it's not that weird really, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just fascinating in a sense that it's like to say well, you got one thing right, so how can I trust a single thing that you could ever say?
Yeah,
it's like, would you apply that to their whole life, or
they live on an island? They don't speak to anyone ever. Because if you speak to someone, they might lie to you.
If you apply that view to their entire video, does that extend to every piece of media they've analyzed? Does that extend to anything that they could ever say ever? It's like, well, you got one thing wrong, so how would I trust you on anything?
How can I ever trust you ever again?
Depends on whether or not they thought the
How can I trust you that I'm meant to stop at a red light?
How can we allow you to live? You got this one thing wrong.
You're a danger to society. You have to be put down like a rabid animal.
I mean, did you even get it wrong in the first place? Like,
another section of forums, undescribed person who said it, undescribed area, but they said feels like a review he would never normally do. It feels like he really didn't watch the show at all. If Moldava was to enter Vault 33 from the main entrance, then Henry would have been notified, giving him time to slip into Vault 31, and she would never be able to get him. You think he wouldn't be notified about Vault 32 getting attacked?
He absolutely would be. Or
why would he not?
They're not connected. They don't converse.
Well, no, but you don't understand, Mola. They're all dead.
This is what I mean. I'm not even joking. Why does Blood have no oversight, and why is there no communication between the vaults? Like,
boy, they sure are quiet over there.
Yeah.
Well, that's another problem. But yes, Free is absolutely correct by the implication. Someone would be like, "Wow, did Mola not watch the show? They're dead." It's like, you're not understanding anything. Like, she does not know they're dead. That was a surprise. And it doesn't even make sense. They should have known if they were dead for 2 years that there would be no check-ins from the Overseer. That's fucking strange.
They care a lot about management. It's weird that they didn't notice that they were dead for 2 years.
Yeah, why didn't Vault 32 contact 33 as well? Like, they could easily have done it there, like, over the computers they have.
Yeah, especially when they learned the truth and were trying to get into Vault 31. Exactly. Why didn't they tell Vault 32?
Why didn't they message, we know the truth, and then...
Why did they just hang themselves like a bunch of idiots?
Why did they just hang themselves?
Oh...
That's a legitimate question. Why did they just hang themselves?
Oh, when you say it that way.
I don't know.
So, to give you another, just the brilliant kind of conversation that was started by all of this, Mola calls Hank the mustache-twirling bad guy, playing off the "that's how Vault Tech deals with competition" line in the show, saying that he's that because he doesn't want anyone alive outside of the Vault people, etc. Ignoring, of course, that's the point.
Oh, they did it on purpose, you fool.
So he's saying, why is it always this? He's saying you're correct, but it was on purpose, so it's fine.
Yeah. It's correct, but your negative implication upsets me.
Pretty much. This is like, well, okay then, I guess. I'm glad I got that right. We just disagree on it being a problem. Yeah, like, why didn't Moldava go into 33 straight away? I don't know. Probably because the Dwellers would have fucking noticed the door being opened.
Yeah, I guess the guys in 32 wouldn't have noticed.
I
no,
just
but you
don't
understand. They're dead.
Everyone is judging the show as though they're already dead and everyone knows.
Yeah. she just knows somehow that they're all dead in there, so she can enter without being, hindered.
And yeah, I had a lot of
the
just
whole,
because
that was the point. That was the point argument reminds me of being in like art school and you have crits and you look at someone's short film and it's like, okay, that shot was really horribly out of focus. You probably shouldn't use that. And they're like, oh, it's on purpose. It's like, that's
Yeah,
great.
it's-
It still looks
Alright.
awful.
yeah. You got the classics that pop up a lot, which is the just because you don't agree with an action a character takes doesn't mean they wouldn't take that action. And all I could ever say to that is just because you agree with their action doesn't mean they should take that action. I don't know. It's just like, gotta give me a fucking argument. Can't just say the random thing. It doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny too because this section ended with you have to understand why a character makes the decision and then it's fine. It's called internal consistency, which he claims to love.
Actually, a ruse.
Which
I
he
was faking
claims
it the
to
whole
love.
time.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Grifter.
Then someone said, how could a Pip Boy from another vault open another vault? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps like they do in Fallout 4. And I was like, that doesn't mean anything to me. I'm trying to highlight like the fucking secure nature of all of this. Why would it work that way? You see, because it works that way, any Pip Boy can open any vault. That means no vault is secure in any way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
We got Pip Boys being sold in the
steal a vault
shops.
dweller and steal their Pip Boy and go into any vault, and like they're not secure whatsoever. Yeah.
If that's how it worked, Hank should have killed Rose for sure.
If
Like, you know what I mean?
that's-
If anyone gets out, then they're a threat to everybody. So you
That's
should.
kind of-
They should have sent people. They should have sent people after Lucy to make sure she died. Like,
Well, the thing is, like,
grabbed her Pip
there
Boy.
were Pip Boys outside of those in the vaults, and then, of course, there are vaults that get cracked open and everyone dies and stuff. And so, to me, it's just like, that's a major design flaw. We need to make it so that, at most, and I don't even agree with this, but at most, the specific Pip Boys to the vault open the vault doors. But even then, I
That's a
thought...
terrible idea, but it's better.
Yeah, I thought the Overseer would have the ultimate power related to opening the vault, and I thought with the vaults 33, 32, 31 that it would be the Overseer plus Bud, unbeknownst to the members.
Exactly.
That would make some sense to me, but no, it's like it says any Pip Boy can do it, and it's like, wow, okay. I feel like you might encounter problems like that, like some random fucking idiot with a group of raiders opening the door from the outside and killing everybody.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Maybe not have hundreds of vaults with a bunch of random people that can open your vault when they get out.
How much do we want to bring the games into this?
Well, that's another thing, right? That the games aren't even across every one of them consistent, and so you can pick and choose whatever continuity you even want from them. But I'm coming to sort of the end. Some of these comments are just fascinating to me. It's like, why did Lucy get picked to escort the doctor? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because there was a murderous ghoul outside, so asking for volunteers was not going to happen. So they didn't understand what I was saying in that section, which was, what was the plan? She must have access to be able to pay people to act as escort. Where are they? They're not in the room. What was the plan? Was she going to walk him there
They're running
herself?
late.
Yeah.
Like,
I did
that's-
point this out to you that people are gonna get this wrong because he probably didn't have any options at the time, but the plan as a start is fucked.
Yeah.
Like
What I was trying to establish was she has the capacity to put 1,000 cap bounty on someone, so surely she has the capacity to afford an escort.
Mm-hmm.
And she's paid caps to do this
Escorts
job
are
anyway.
Too expensive.
So I don't...
Should have planned ahead for this. Like they should have had people ready to escort the guy before he
Especially
even arrived.
when he is the essential, like, he is the one person that you need. He's the guy with cold fusion. He's more important than Hank. Like, you could
He's
find
more
someone
important than
else
anyone.
potentially somewhere out there who could do what Hank can do, but you need that guy. So it's crazy how their plan seemingly relied on, well, yeah, he'll just get to that town, and then this old lady will send him on his way. That's insane, especially when we see at the end of the show just how many people she had at her disposal. You couldn't send two of them to go out and grab him. But then the thing is that with the nature of the writing in this show, if you got the two, they might have like slipped on a banana peel and snapped their necks, and then that would be the reason why Lucy's got to take him and go on the adventure. But that's satire.
That's sad. I was going to say, you missed that satire, yeah.
On the banana,
And there is an obscure side story in Fallout 76 where a guy slips on a banana peel and dies, and it was referencing that. So
I find it so funny, like the nature of, well, it's satire when it's just like whatever the writers want it to be at any point, but a character makes a joke. You know, it's like they make a joke. It's like, okay, right. So now there needs to be that, like, there's no plot anymore. Or at least like whatever happens in the plot is not of much importance. Even though, again, I find this so strange when Fallout is obviously trying to be dramatic. Yeah, it's got a lot of jokes in it, a lot of attempts at comedy, but it's obviously trying to have real dramatic payoff, real like dramatic tension.
The tone overall is really serious, especially in some scenes.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it's weird that people treat it like as if it's a show like Smiling Friends that is strictly chasing comedy. You know, as if this show is not doing the big, heavy, dramatic tension.
Yeah,
it's just so strange. It's like it's this weird thing that it feels like you can get away with if you're doing something that's like it's like there's a realm of like drama that has elements of comedy, but it's definitely like more skewed towards drama, you know, like 70-75% if you wanted to do it in the most basic rough
easily
terms of how much
skewed
it
to
is.
drama. Easily
So what I was going to
serious.
say is I think that something, it feels like it's happened with a lot of shows like lately. I'm thinking of something like BoJack Horseman, where it's like you can have a show where it's like it is spending like so much time trying to do comedy while still having dramatic moments that because it's trying so hard to do comedy, it doesn't get like treated as seriously as something like Breaking Bad, which is mainly trying to be dramatic. Where it's like, well, there's a sufficient amount of jokes you can tell where people aren't going to take your story as seriously, but they'll still give it praise corresponding with something that's like actually trying to achieve, you know, internal consistency and strong character development and thematic weight. It's just fascinating. I don't know, like it's strange.
Yeah, the show feels like the producers and everything were trying to make a dramatic show. Like they hired people, at least not the showrunners, but they hired like Ramin Djawadi, who composed, you know, Game of Thrones, for example, Westworld. So they try to produce a serious show, but they hired a comedy guy as one of the lead showrunners. So it's like a really weird disconnect. It almost seems like they're making a show without telling the guys who actually hired the people what kind of show they were making. Because like you listen to the score and it's like, wow, I'm supposed to be feeling emotions right now, but we just had a guy showing his butthole to the vault overseer like 5 scenes ago. Just a really, really weird disconnect, I think.
That is a very funny image you just posted, Goga. Chat summary. People are discussing the possibility of making bricks out of poop. They are debating whether the poop would have to be shaped into bricks before it is pooped out, or if the poop would turn into bricks after it is pooped out. That's
all right. I made the AI think about shit.
Quality may vary.
It depends on your diet, yeah.
Right. So we're almost to the end of these, the sort of funnier ones. But they said to follow up the escorting the doctor. Why did Thaddeus give up the head after finding out he was a ghoul? Perhaps he didn't want the Brotherhood chasing him forevermore. They'll kill him for being one. Something he literally says. Come on, Mauler, fucking think. I said this in the video.
Yeah, that's not the problem with that scene.
That's not the problem with the scene. No, it's of all the things that could have happened to Thaddeus, becoming a ghoul is pretty much the only thing that would allow the events to happen in that scene as they do. And the other problem I have is Thaddeus saying, thank you for taking the head to Maximus, who Thaddeus knows full well is benefited enormously by having that head. It everything he wants.
This situation is in the first place. He was the one who crushed your foot.
Yeah.
He's the reason why you were in a position where you got turned into a ghoul. You should not be thanking him. From your perspective, all this guy's done is screw you over.
It's also really convenient that he finds out that he's a ghoul when he does. Like, exactly at the correct time.
Yeah, exactly. He sets off the trap, and then and it's like, oh, wow. It's just so convenient.
This whole notion of you're not paying attention, right? They'd accuse that of all of us, especially me with the video. Especially all of you that helped me make it as well, you fools, proofing it and approving of it. Idiots.
Why did you get all these people to help you who hadn't watched the show?
Yeah, losers.
This reeks of amateurism.
And who have never played a single Fallout game, know nothing about any of it. Nope. Gosh, didn't pay any attention. They're so mad at me for not paying attention that they're like fucking creating things that I didn't even say. And I'm just like, this goes beyond not paying attention. You're just angry at ghosts. Like, I wasn't even saying this shit. I made completely different points. But then we get to, there's just 2 more really, or 3, where it begins like this. So this is what it feels like to be on the opposite side of a Mauler video. Every critique sounds like, can you believe this part of the story happened? When it's like, yeah, that's the story happening. It's like, okay, so let's see an example. Quote, They just hung out every day with dead bodies all around them. And of course, Mauler is unaware
That's
that,
weird.
yeah, that happens in Fallout. If you ever played a fucking Fallout game, that's like standard. Go to Trudy's Diner in Fallout 4 and check out the pre-war skeletons sitting right next to the fucking entrance.
Oh my god.
Why is it always Fallout 4 they're referencing? I'm curious.
That's the bad.
Well,
Because they. Yeah.
what's funny about it is I'm fine, I think. I'd probably put him away, maybe in the closet, lol. But it's with a skeleton versus a freshly dead body.
You know what people usually do with dead bodies? They bury them. They
Yeah,
don't
well,
keep
why
them
do they do
around.
that? What's the reason for that? Is it a crazy custom? It has no benefit
Disease.
whatsoever, right? What?
No.
Just save
Disease?
space.
What
you
is
know?
that? That doesn't exist.
What's
No.
that? Yeah.
Not a good
No,
idea
no,
to
no.
be around dead stuff.
When you like it's baffling to a lot of people who think about it, right? Like if it depends on what the information is, which is another thing that's left ambiguous. How long did Moldaver and a team live in Vault 32? And if it's for anything longer than hours, maybe a day, which I think it was, gets real weird. It's like, why are you just living with the corpses? That shit would smell. There'd be flies and all kinds of shit that would likely
It
grow.
sounds like a.
There's
Sounds like a
lots of,
sitcom. Living with the corpses.
there's lots of stories about this from World War One actually, when they live in the trenches surrounding by the corpses, and they're just like the entire floor is just covered with flies,
Yeah.
and they used to land in the coffee every morning and shit.
And it reeks of dead, rotting meat.
Yeah. And they can't
Carcasses.
sleep because of the fucking smell, and like it's fucking
Well, no,
horrible. Like you don't want to be around corpses.
Just
It's
light
so
a
good.
candle. Don't be such a baby.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like if their plan is to impersonate Vault 32ers, they should probably hide the bodies in case anyone turns up.
If anyone
Yeah, like
walks
ones
through
in
the
the
door
video.
and wonders why it's been quiet, no one would
Yeah.
do that. Nah.
Also, just like the timeline is really weird. We don't know exactly how long Moldaver's been there, but why did she wait like 15 years to do that?
215.
Well, I mean that I don't no idea how she's supposed to be living that long, but like after, especially
Don't think
this is
about
all we're supposed to be thinking that this is inspired by the attack on Shady Sands, right? Why did she wait until Lucy is like 25 before raiding the vaults that she supposedly knew about? Is
So
it
The,
been
you'd
that
have
many
a
years?
chance at surviving the attack on the vault.
The assumed explanation is that this was the moment that Wilzig was ready, and so that means the plan, like, we need the code now. I guess.
Even though the tech has existed
Why would this-
pre-war, so the tech is 250 years old.
Well,
Why would this be the moment Wilzig is ready? Why is Wilzig?
No idea.
Why does he not? But what's got to be in the show? This is really important. Why does he betray
well, it'll be
the
in season
Enclave?
2. It'll be the Wilzig story.
Oh, okay. We're
I
gonna.
mean, he's probably-
we'll
he's probably
flashback,
not
Two
part
Towers
of the-
style.
He's probably not part of the Enclave, I would imagine. He's probably like infiltrated them or
It's
something
so
like that.
vague. It's
He
so vague
literally
about
made
what
that up.
Who knows?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
explained at
Yeah.
all. Like that's just what I'm assuming. Like
Maybe
there's
if
no
he
explanation
was-
point in the show whatsoever.
Well, honest question, do you think Wilzig will be referenced ever again in other than passing?
Probably
Maybe
no.
in passing, if that.
If that.
I would be
I think it's a
surprised
stretch
even
on
if it
passing.
wasn't
It'll
passing.
be like,
I
Will
think,
Zig sacrificed his life for this. That's the most
I
legit.
think
I-
that's
I-
already
it's
more
it's
than
also
what
not
they'll give
explained
us.
how the fuck he like in
Wilzig
that
ate
case, it's also not
cyanide
explained
for
how
this.
he infiltrated
It's
the Enclave either way. So
It's like a thing that you just you get a sense when you're watching a story when something is done from the perspective
Mhm.
of the writers, not from the actual not if you were thinking about what would make sense to be relevant in a story. You can just kind of like tell when it's like the writers believe that they have resolved this conflict. They believe
Yeah.
that this plot point is done, and I definitely get the sense that basically most of what happened in the show is considered resolved. That's the impression I get. That really what you would see in season 2 is mainly new things, which means new problems.
Oh, yeah.
Probably getting created.
would be funny if the like ghoul juice thing that they have to take every day never comes up again. Like that's something I could see.
I could see them doing that, like the fobs. I could see them
Yeah.
just not addressing
Exactly.
it anymore. And then maybe in season fucking 7, they're like, I don't see you take that in a while. He's like, oh, I do, between scenes.
Exactly, yeah. He
Yeah,
has his
okay.
supply now. He got this big supply from the
Well, technically,
uh,
I was gonna say he
somebody's
did
shop.
because they captured him, but then I guess he could have gotten it back after they got killed because they were retarded. They just-
Mhm.
yeah, you know.
They
Yeah,
totally
whenever
would
you-
bring that
it's
with
like
them,
a video
the
game,
big
yeah.
bag of drugs things.
Well, it's like in a video game when you get captured and then the game's like, oh no, you might go 3 minutes without all your stuff, and then it's like right there in a chest
Yeah.
and it's all there, and you can
Yeah.
just collect it right back up 2 seconds after you escape.
My
That'll be
favorite example
fun.
of that is in Starfield when you get captured to work undercover for the pirates, and they have you in an interrogation room, they let you keep all your weapons.
Well, that's because Starfield is just like the games.
But they capture
So,
Mando.
It's a reference to the Starfield game where it's really bad. So
When they capture Mando, they let him keep his full armor set on, including his helmet.
and they don't take off his helmet or anything.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, you guys are
religious rights.
y'all are just too stupid to win or live. You're too stupid to live.
They would just take it to sell it. Like, it's worth so much. They wouldn't let him just keep it for whatever reason.
Too hard to write that. Fuck you. That's the answer.
Yeah.
There.
It's very, very hard to write that, indeed.
But then people will see that Pedro Pascal isn't actually in there. So
Oh,
we
that would
can't
be funny,
show
wouldn't
him
it? They
that.
opened up the
That
helmet.
would-
It's
they
clearly
take it
not
off,
him.
like-
And they're like, wait a minute, imposter! Like, what's happening?
Just
what
let
if
him
it
lie with a
was-
mask on, like.
It could just be like just a random different actor, and they just play it straight. Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
nothing's changed.
No, he
It's
has a
like-
very shitty like paper mask on when he takes the helmet off.
It would be really
gotta be
funny
really
if they took
far
the
off.
helmet off and it was Danny DeVito, and then in the next scene when it cuts, it's really short. Like he's really, really short.
Short
Like,
and
his,
fat
whole,
all of a
his
sudden.
whole body has changed all of a sudden now that he's been unmasked.
Oh,
I'm just reminded of Spaceballs. You idiots! You captured their stunt doubles.
yeah.
When Spaceballs has a much more coherent story than the Fallout show.
Yeah.
How did we get here?
Actually true, fucking hell.
I have provided you fellas a watch together link, so that you can jump in and we can
nice.
begin this adventure. Though I just need to sort something out real quick. I'll be right back. So you keep yourselves company. Talk about something, I don't know, not Fallout related if you really want to. If you're feeling frisky.
Let's watch Caminandes 3, Yamigos, Splendor Animation Studio.
No. Let's
No?
not do that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that is,
No.
but is it good?
It's the thing on the screen.
Oh. Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. You come up with something to talk about then, if you're so
I was
smart.
just-
No.
I was just
refuse.
playing Hades. Anyone played Hades? It's a pretty good
Not
game.
yet.
But
I
like
might be able
Hades
to at
2,
some
did
point.
that just come out?
Well, the thing is, I was gonna start playing Hades 2, but someone in my chat was saying that I really need to finish the game 10 times so that I don't ruin the story,
Oh,
What?
Lord.
Oh.
like of the first one.
Huh.
So,
The thing
so
is,
are you
though,
doing that then? No.
I got my number down to 7 left to complete. I beat it
What?
twice last night and once today.
Why?
Why 10
It's not a
times? Is
very
it a
long
secret
game.
ending? Is it a secret ending or something?
So the premise of it is that you die and then respawn in the underworld and fight your way back out every time. And once you get out, you can only stay alive up there for a certain amount of time. So the character that you interact with, you're having a conversation with them, and you get a little bit more of that talk every time.
Yeah, I mean, I've
it's
played
annoying
all
as
of
fuck.
I've played all of Supermassive's games, so and including Hades, and I love it. I never beat it, but I just know if you get unique dialogue the 10th time, I'm assuming, yeah.
Oh, every time, at least so far, and I've gotten 3 completions now. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's quite a fun game.
That's actually like a tangent, but I actually love that about their games. They made a rule at some point. I don't know. I think it was in their first game. They make it so that every line of dialogue can only be played once. So
Oh, in
outside of like
Bastion?
combat grunts and stuff, yeah, I think as early as Bastion they did that. So you'll never hear repeat dialogue. So everything
nice.
you hear is like is pretty much the first and only time you'll hear it, which makes the dialogue way more
Mhm.
refreshing because you don't get the same grunts, the same role. I mean, you get combat grunts and stuff, but any like line of dialogue is
The
unique.
narrator in
Yeah.
Bastion makes that game like it's so good. You got this like old west like the hero then walked down the road and it's kind of just going over everything you're doing in the game. It's good.
Yeah,
Super
yeah,
good.
he's
Good studio.
awesome. I think he's been in almost every one of their games, but they didn't do dialogue for what was that one game that had like was kind of a fantasy sport game? Pyre, yeah, that was such a weird one from them. They didn't have
I have
any
not played it.
voice acting. It's interesting, but it was very unusual for them for sure.
Anyone else playing any video games that or
I've
seen a
been
movie?
playing Stardew Valley recently. Gotten into that.
Oh God, me too. I started playing
Nice.
Stardew Valley again. Yeah, I
Yeah.
hadn't played it in
Hey.
like 3 years, and then I started playing again.
Such a
And
great
I've
game.
been like,
How's
yeah,
that
I
patch?
like it.
How's that
I-
patch going? Is it cool?
I don't. Yeah, I guess I haven't got. Apparently, there's a lot of stuff that I haven't got to yet. I'm just sort of playing the game, sort of normally
Mhm.
going through. But yeah,
Yeah.
Stardew Valley's good stuff.
I
Didn't they
didn't
add
play it when it
co-op?
came out, so I can't really compare. But yeah, the game is really great. I just never got into it back when it came out, but now I have a bit more time to do it.
It's a lot of fun if
Stardew
you can.
Valley,
Sorry,
didn't
go
it recently add online co-op? Wasn't that like a big update it had?
That was a
not
few
too
years
long
ago. That was a few
Yeah,
years
that
Oh,
was
really?
ago.
Was
yeah.
that long ago?
But it's a lot of fun. You can actually do it local as well if you have
Friends.
controllers.
Lol, no.
Forever alone. But
I've
it's
seen
actually a lot of
that-
fun.
That's a
So I
game I
wouldn't
want
have
to
to talk
play
to
single
people.
player though. I don't want to play that. The multiplayer would stress me out too much.
Well, it's not competitive. It's like you're all
Well,
on the
no,
same
I'm
farm.
Oh,
just,
yes, it
I'm,
is.
I'm just
On
really
my farm
autistic
it
and
is.
want to be efficient about things. And so when I waste my time, I get fucking depressed.
Can
Well-
you pursue the same romantic interests and like fight
not a-
over them?
Yes.
That's
Like I
interesting.
did
I've
with
never.
Peanut. Yeah, in Animal Crossing. Yeah.
That's interesting. It's pretty cool. Like my wife and I would play, and I would be a fisherman, and she'd be a farmer. And
Mhm.
early on, like fishing was awesome. You make so much money, but
Yes.
later on, you get completely creamed by the Mayo Empire that she built. So it's just kind of funny. Yeah,
Yeah, fishing be strong early game.
yeah.
Done a lot of stellar
To
blade
to
fishing
to
lately,
Bill
too.
Sotheby in the chat, who asks if oranges are called oranges because they're orange, or is the color orange called orange because oranges are orange?
Yes.
The latter.
I thought they're called oranges because
Sure.
that's what their name is.
The fruit name came first, and the color name came after.
Huh.
There's a little fun fact for you.
Yeah, a lot of things, a lot of colors come from the things like rose and tangerine, things like that. Like,
Apricot.
And
Do
indigo.
you
and
guys,
things
do
of
you
that
guys
nature.
know why they
I-
call British people limeys? Why that's a thing?
Yes,
Oh,
because
because
of the
of
scurvy and
cholera.
the sailors.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah,
they used to eat
scurvy,
limes instead
cholera.
of lemons because the Spanish prevented them from getting access to lemons.
We put the
used to call
lime in
them-
the coconut and drink it off.
early America, we used to call them lobsterbacks because of their red coats, the British military.
Oh my goodness. lobsterback.
We
Now
should bring that
I'm
back. That's what I
imagining,
think.
that instead of wearing red coats, they're just wearing big lobster backs.
like the,
Put
like
them
the big
on.
lobster outfits from the Amanda show.
Oh god damn it!
I'm thinking like I'm just thinking like I don't know, like a lobster. You know, it's just like a big lobster shell, but it's for them, and it's even got the antenna at the top, and they walk
I'm just
around and-
picturing a Halloween lobster outfit in like a bunch of Victorian people wearing that.
And everybody who wears the outfit,
what
they're
you-
compelled to go, you know, every now and then. Every now and then.
Grab.
So, here we
Hello.
are. Going to be checking out two videos. One
This is a really good persona.
that
by the
was...
way. Whoever's this
Yeah, this is the first image on screen.
It is really good. I think it's really good. Yeah.
I was very proud, by the way. I came back and I was like, oh my god, I don't have to tell anybody to join the watch together after the first time. That was all I needed to do. It's a rarity that never really happens.
Wow.
Very proud of
I
all
was
of us.
We're
ready
all
for it
grown
this
up.
time.
All grown up. So, yes, we're dealing with... We're going to check out two videos talking about how good the Fallout series is. Decided to go with one that was particularly contentious and one that was, what I can gather, the most popular. So we can at least get a good grasp on controversial and positive perspectives, which is kind of our forte. We're in the opposite camp,
Yeah.
controversial and negative. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
The
man.
worst of both worlds.
Try and work on it. But I have
we don't
done
get credit for
something
anything.
sacrilegious. We are covering Jim Sterling, James Stephanie Sterling, as far as I'm aware the current name is, and we're doing it out of anniversary style. Ain't that nuts?
Oh no, Malo, you didn't.
my.
How
You
could
didn't
you?
say this before.
I know there should have been a warning. I'm sorry. Sometimes I feel like dropping the shit on you just to see what you do.
You can take that whiskey
I
shot.
this was not expected.
I just want to see your little pixel art avatar scream.
I'm like, I didn't even pay him to make that. It just did that.
It's-
The
it's not-
pixels are repulsed by Jim Sterling. They doing their own thing
It's not too late to schedule a dental appointment. Just saying.
because
Well-
the bunny has yellow teeth.
No, just to get out of talking
Molly.
about Sterling.
That's just a tooth. Look at
Just
it.
in general.
There's a tooth that has a split at the back.
It's a cleft. It's a cleft tooth.
So yes,
Oh, okay.
this will be an interesting adventure, and this it's the kind of video that's gonna have a lot of issues with people who are not happy with the show. It's more so
Oh, that's
centered
us.
around Shady Sands, but the amount of statements that are made here that regard sort of the engagement with media, I found fascinating, and I think we are likely going to disagree at least with one or 2 points, maybe just the one. The rest of the video
I
is
guess
pretty
we'll
great.
find out.
True. Is everyone ready?
I am
Sometime
so
like the
ready
present.
to
Sure.
agree
Oh,
and or
boy,
disagree
yeah.
with Jim Sterling.
Oh, brilliant. Here we go.
You get when you're obsessed with lore and references instead of good storytelling. You get a writer
Fallout
saying,
show.
"Oh,
So, yeah, the first question, what do you get when you're obsessed with lore and not storytelling? Which is kind of the foundation for this video, that's why people are mad, because they're obsessed with lore and not storytelling. Which
In
is
a weird way, they're
fascinating.
obsessed with lore, and in a weird way, they hate it.
Well, I mean,
So
it's
kind of an
weird.
odd-
Law is storytelling.
Well,
yeah, I was
yeah.
gonna say it's a bit of a contradiction.
So that doesn't.
Yeah.
We're already off to a really bad
Yeah.
start. Law is storytelling.
If you're just talking about the plot is fucking garbage. Like, regardless of
and-
its Fallout.
You'll have stories in the world from the past. If that is considered lore, then that is still storytelling. It still has meaning. It still has relevance to the characters as they're dealing with whatever they're dealing with in the story at the current time. Feels like a very unnuanced position to refer to lore as like, dusty books of a bunch of Wikipedia articles of what happened in this world. Who gives a fuck? It's like, damn. That's really undermining the notion of like a grand story, isn't it? Feels that way, but you know,
Yeah.
maybe not.
Especially if you're claiming
Yeah.
to be canon with other stories.
And what's the point of making an adaptation if you don't want to utilize any of the backstory?
Because you
Oh,
want
I
to
think
corrupt it with your bullshit.
I think in this one, it's the more relevant one is you made it canon. So like you invited
Yeah.
this, you actively
Yeah.
invited people to be talking about the law.
Yep.
I have seen plenty of this sort of attitude, though. Like, the only problems with the show are contradictions in lore, when
Yeah.
clearly there are many problems that stem just from the show itself,
Yeah,
looked
Yeah.
at in isolation.
So, I don't know if would Kretosis be the best here to give context to this event that took place. I know about it somewhat, but if you want to take the mic on this one, what happened here?
I say before you start, I say what an incredible pussy you are to say, oh yeah, this guy, he's actually here. No, he's not the guy doing the shooting. He's just the one standing over there to the left. It's like, you fucking coward. You fucking coward.
I really, really love this tweet because it's the best representation of how much of a shit writer ML is. Because first of all, you've got someone inserting their OC into the original game. Oh, hey, my character was actually this guy in this cutscene. Like, fucking really, man?
Can you
But-
explain it for people like me
He's
who
not
have
a
no
bad
idea
guy though.
what
He
any
would
of
never
this
shoot
is?
He'd never shoot a Canadian.
Okay. So for anyone who hasn't seen the opening cinematic to the original Fallout, the picture on the left is a screen cap from that cinematic. It's about the American annexation of Canada.
Based the
And-
51st state. That's what I call Canada.
America's
Canada's
call
one
it,
state. Holy fuck.
Canada, Northeast Dakota.
North and North Dakota.
But anyways, yeah, there's two power armored soldiers, and there's a prisoner with his hands, I assume, handcuffed behind his back, and one hands the other his gun, and he shoots him in the back of the head, and then shoots the corpse to make a twitch, and they laugh about it. Both of them. And the one highlighted in red is our favorite Fallout character, Nate the Rake.
Why do they call him that? Because he's a whore?
Why not?
No, because he's raking all those leaves in Canada.
Ah. The story is
People
What?
that
Oh,
lore isn't
okay,
as meaningful.
I gotcha. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's not
coming.
very nice, Theory.
But yeah, I love this because it shows like how incompetent as he is as a writer for first of all not realizing that this is a fucking war crime, and it makes his
Not against the
character that he
Canadians.
wrote look terrible. I had another point, I forgot what it was, but
Well, someone super chatted, Nate's military service ended 2 years before annexation of Canada. He also received power armor training but never wore it. This is impossible.
yeah, so that too.
Which is funny.
Well.
It's just the way ML writes. It's perfectly
Well, yeah,
fine.
so-
There's nothing wrong with it.
Is that a character in Fallout 4 that we're saying
On the left,
was
yeah.
in that? Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the characters you can play as in Fallout
That's the
4.
default male human.
Yeah,
I don't know why I
gotcha.
specified human, but that's the default male
Well,
character.
so
You never know.
There's a
these
human
days.
that you could play.
the reckless nature of Emil here is like, hey guys, I'm in power when it comes to writing the story of Fallout. So this guy are the same now. Yep.
Yeah,
that's just
also
true
they're war
now.
criminals.
Yeah. So
Oh, yeah, that was my other point. He doesn't realize the power he has as lead writer, and then people will take stuff like this canon. He doesn't realize that somehow.
I think the Fallout 2 is
Oh yeah,
shown.
Nate from Fallout 4 is the guy in power armor laughing at the war crime in the first Fallout cinematic, and then they have to retract it.
Oof, I wanted to share what I thought was a cool Fallout tidbit without realizing how divisive it might be. I should have. I
Turns out
get dumb with
executing
get
Canadians is
excited.
a little divisive. Oh, I
I mean,
didn't know we had so many
Canadians do that.
Canadian
Well, just
Fallout
look at this.
fans.
Like,
I
not
mean-
every bit of Fallout info I share is automatically canon. Nate is not a war criminal. It's like too late,
Yes,
bud.
he is. You tweeted it.
You
Emil.
just- yeah.
You can't take it back.
I mean, according to Emil, the Canadians aren't really people, so it's it's fine.
Yeah, he's maintaining this is canon, and he's not a war criminal.
Yeah.
That's an odd combo. Yeah.
Gotta clean up the streets of Toronto somehow.
Yeah.
All right.
In the
I mean,
world of
they can
Fallout,
use it.
Canadians aren't legally people.
You don't see this very
Hey,
often. A writer
sure.
basically being like, I've made this happen. Everyone goes, that's a stupid fucking thing you've done because of this. You go, oh shit, no, I was kidding. It's not
Emil.
true. Oh,
Like,
jeez.
Emil, why did you have them screaming land back as they shot the Canadian in the back of the head? Why did you have him say that?
Fallout 4.
And-
It's got some weird DLCs.
For context, Emil was working at Adrenaline Vault, which was basically the IGN of the time when Fallout 1 was made and released. So he was basically a reviewer and a journalist. You can actually find old reviews if you look at an archive.org. So this is literally fanfic. Like, he had nothing to do with Fallout 1 or 2.
Mhm.
And so like the idea that he's just like, oh, by the way, I'm just gonna like rewrite this character into being the warrior that gets the soldier that gets saved in a vault, cryogenically frozen, is your main character in Fallout 4. Isn't that awesome? It's just so pathetic. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing if you get somebody like the creator of the Harry Potter series, like later on giving bullshit lore that wasn't in the books, but he had nothing to do with these two original games at all. It's just funny to me.
Yeah, it's literal bad fan fiction tier writing.
Well, and so this event is somehow going to support the idea that it would be stupid not to enjoy the Fallout show.
Oh.
You'd think.
I don't see the
Oh.
connection.
Well,
but
you-
maybe.
I don't see
yeah,
it like that.
you'd
nothing to do with
think
each other at
It's
all.
just like
yeah.
Fallout IP related information.
Well,
I
I would go
guess.
as far as saying you'd think that one of the people who has the most power on the writing in the course of the whole franchise, making a tiny mistake like this in a tiny way has like had a big impact on how everyone derives meaning from the content, and therefore you should be fucking careful. Like that, you'd think that would be the cautionary tale. Like, don't just arbitrarily be like, "Lol, my character is there." Like, no, you can't. You got to think about this shit. You got to actually like plan it out. You can't just be like, oh, "This is there, this is there."
Yeah.
But no, that is not going to be the point. I'll roll this.
Every time Emil talks, I think about Zorak from Space Ghost just yelling from off screen, "We hate you."
I hope he shows the follow-up tweet. It actually gets better. After Emil got completely lambasted over this tweet, somebody responded and said, okay, this is bullshit. Even if you accept that that's Nate, somebody actually did like put the glasses on and did and did a whole timeline and showed that was an impossibility because Nate served from like X year to X year. And this was specifically during the annexation of Canada. And it basically, I forget the follow-up tweet. I could probably find it, but he proved that per the official Fallout timeline, that was an impossibility.
Yeah, that's what the super chat said. I think that I read out the service ending 2 years before the annexation of Canada, and that he wasn't even in power armor. He didn't. He only received training for it or something. So there's all these pieces that need to be tracked if you're going to actually move certain things in certain ways, which you totally can. People just want there to be respect for what happened before. But I've rolled it back so we can see the context of how this is being introduced to the court that is us.
Do you know what you get when you're obsessed with lore and references instead of good storytelling? You get
Maybe
a
war
writer
crimes.
saying, oh yeah, Nate from Fallout 4 is the guy in power armor laughing at the war crime in the first Fallout cinematic, and then they have to retract it because they were more obsessed with the lore and making everything fit and go,
What?
No,
What?
they,
Doesn't make sense at all. What's the opposite of that?
there's no. What's the
You didn't
meaning
care.
being like? What's the great story that got ruined by everyone's obsession with lore here? There was no great storytelling. He just said that guy is this guy. That was the story.
This
I think-
came about from him not knowing the lore. Like,
Am I wrong thinking that Sterling's reaction is, yeah, it was super cool that you made the protagonist
Yeah.
of Fallout 4 a war criminal. You changed it, you
That's what I mean.
pussy.
I don't
They
get
are
this. This
pussy.
opening is already baffling. It's like you've taken the completely opposite point of view. Shouldn't it be that you should respect lore because it has direct effects on story?
Mm-hmm.
And to the point that the writers themselves are like, "Oh shit, whoops, I did. Yeah, okay, my bad. I'm retracting it."
Caring about lore just gets in the way of cool shit like retroactively making this guy a war criminal, which is very fun and cool and based.
Well, the tweet here where he says Nate's soldier past is whatever you think it is, that is canon. I was like, that can't be canon. Everyone gets to decide what happened.
It's not how canon works.
That can't be. Yeah, that cannot be canon. If everyone can have their own, then it's not the thing.
Hashtag my canon.
Everyone can have their own canon.
My truth.
Yeah, exactly. It's my truth.
I mean,
the right to bear cannons.
One thing that I was hearing, I think it was Gary was saying, a lot of modern Star Wars seems like it's written like people doing Star Wars D&D. I wonder if it's him sort of framing writing for a role-playing game as something that's whatever the player wants it to be. So he doesn't see the point of anything being canon, because if you can make different choices, your story is going to be different anyway, so what does it matter? I don't agree with that, but I think that might be where he's coming from.
Well, I mean, these two tweets here are just, like, they're kind of weird, because, like, the first one just talks about what it's like to write in general. It's like, yeah, got that. You speculated on, like, what Nate's history would be, sure. And the third one is, like, it's a cool nod, which is not, you know, like, no. I'm all in favor of cool nods or whatever. I don't know whether that's a cool nod, and wouldn't you be more concerned with story, with meaning, with substance? And then he goes on to say, whatever you think Nate's history is canon. It's like, wait, now you're just diminishing canon. Like, if everybody just whatever they think is canon, it's like, well, then why do you even care?
Well, in that case, why did you say anything about this character?
Yeah.
Why did you say
why force canon?
I'm wondering why
canon, then why would what you say mean anything?
Well, now, what's the difference between canon and headcanon?
Yeah, what is the difference between canon and headcanon if the headcanon is the canon? Yeah,
I think he'd argue
this is the lead fucking writer.
I think this is just a case of, like, you screwed up and now you're like, oh shit, what am I supposed to say to make everybody happy and leave me alone? That's what this feels like.
Figure if you're gonna be the lead writer for Fallout, you should know the lore, like, intimately. You should know everything that happens in the previous game. Yeah, but you should.
When was that a requirement for any IP these days? Like, you don't even have to like the thing.
Might be, you know, the reason for some of the problems we're having with many of these IPs.
Oh, sorry, I just posted something in chat before he got completely lambasted. Emil replied to one of the early people who replied to his initial tweet. Somebody said, I feel like you just made this up in the past few minutes or something. Somebody responded, absolutely. Emil said, nope, with any fictional work, books, video games, movies, whatever, there are always little details that help build and flesh out the characters and world. People and places have histories that shape them. Just because you don't know every detail doesn't make them any less true. So that was his initial response.
The best part, the response.
That's really answering the question. That's just dodging the question there.
The person that responded to him though, bro, you totally made that up a few minutes before tweeting. Shut the fuck up, you're lying. It's funny because it's like, we know what you did because it's tempting to do. It's fun to be like, this is this. I control the universe. Yay, I made this a thing, and that's just true now. And then a bunch of the fans of it are like, what the fuck are you doing? You're like, oh shit.
Maybe have some restraint on that, and maybe think about it before you actually do it, you know?
Yeah.
Make sure you're not ruining things.
It's like a canon is implied, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything's connected. Everything's like fucking Star Wars, and then they have to retract it because they were more obsessed with the lore and making everything fit and going, everything's connected. Everything's like fucking Star Wars, where every grain of sand on Tatooine has to have a backstory. And if you keep...
So what's funny about that is, it feels like a mutation of what the actual criticisms that relate to Star Wars are, which is that it's not about everything in Tatooine getting a backstory. It's that Tatooine keeps showing up. It's just a place that people go. It's not like we have issue with them wanting to make TV shows about every last character in Tatooine.
This just feels like a shut up about plot hole situation again.
Well, yeah, but it's so funny because Star Wars' problem is arguably the opposite. They gave horrible stories to many of the major characters that have the most meaning developed for them. You know what I mean? Like, that's not quite the problem of just randomly grabbing at anyone and giving them full stories. Which, by the way, would probably be better than what we got.
I mean, if you gave them full stories that were really good, like, nobody would come away with a negative impression. They would just say, oh, that's like a cool story that you made.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, and I don't understand, like, the connection between, like, what happened here with this guy doing the whole, like, oh yeah, this guy in Fallout 4 is actually this, to And see, this is what happens when you get so obsessed with lore: is you do something really stupid. Like,
Does
say that the
anybody
main character
does anybody think
committed-
Star Wars' problem is they're obsessed with lore? No.
No,
No.
nobody feels that
It's
way.
insane. Like, that's not even close to the
I bet
problem.
the writers would say that. We were writing
You're all
this shit now,
obsessed,
like,
damn it! You won't let us
you're
tell our
just obsessed
stories.
with it.
Keep doing that, eventually someone's gonna laugh at a war crime. This is to say that I explicitly went into the recent Fallout TV show with as little social media opinion getting in the way as possible.
So
I
when you
just
say
didn't want...
that, did you say to somebody, "I'm going into this with the least, like, paying attention to social media as possible," since you did it explicitly?
I
well.
explicitly went. Oh yeah, you explicitly went in with as little knowledge as
How come
possible.
we only
I told
ever-
everyone.
That can only ever be negative, by the way. I get the idea of spoilers. That's certainly something explicit you'd want to avoid. But the idea that, like, I wouldn't want to know anything about anyone's opinions on this so that I don't go in... I know the notion of no expectations, but the notion that you go in and you weren't going to be skewed negatively on it. It's like you could have been skewed positively on it, which, by the way, would be more likely. I know plenty of people who said they were skewed hyper-positively on this show and thought it was awful. Because just the conversation about the show has been, well, how else can you put it? Glowing.
Not great, yeah.
Well, not for us.
It's been
Oh, well,
very,
not for
very-
us.
A lot of
Mainstream
people-
opinion is very positive.
Hyper-positive. Shockingly positive. Confusingly positive.
Unfortunately positive.
expose myself to the same cringe circus we see when any geek-adjacent media comes out anymore. A bunch of whining nerds.
I think...
Nerdsees, really?
What's funny is I was pausing because of copyright. I think I have to put up the shield. This scene's going on a little too long.
Nerdsees?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
We just heard the word nerdsees. I don't think that... I think that... Is that coined here? Because I don't think I've ever heard that before.
I mean, points for originality, I suppose.
No,
Is
fuck
that points for originality?
No points. Negative points. Fuck you.
Is
there-
it Sterling really anyone to call anyone else a nerd? Really?
Or a nerdsees?
Yeah, forget setting
Like
aside
nerds or
whatever
Nazis now,
abomination
apparently, like,
of
what the fuck?
language that is.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, there's a reason why nobody had said it before, Mark. That is, it's not something they didn't think
You
of.
care about the source material? Fucking Nazi.
Yeah, what are you, crazy, ruining media?
Myself to the same cringe circus we see when any geek-adjacent media comes out anymore. A bunch of whining nerds finding any excuse to complain about how woke it is.
What are you talking about? People love this show. Loads of people
that got
fucking
to
praise
do-
the shit out of this
What- yeah,
show.
but, like, what's that
Also-
got to do with lore?
And
Also,
you know,
for all the
compared to other shit, the show is not really that woke. You know, if you're gonna, argue that point, you know.
And
I
the
mean,
kind of people who are
Where's it got to do
hyper
with
attentive to like
Or I'm
that
just
sort
saying.
of criticisms haven't really been that hard on it.
No, I don't think so.
You know what I mean?
I thought this was meant to be about lore. Why are we talking about? I don't understand the connection.
There are very few people calling this show woke. Like,
They're
I can
gonna
think of one
use-
person, but
They're gonna use lore to skewer it, Frankie, when the true motive is that they hate it for being woke.
I see. Right.
Was
Yeah.
this
They're
video made
nerdsees.
before? Was this
Exactly.
video made before or after yours?
Probably before, I would imagine.
Oh, okay. So you're not talking about the Mueller World
Well,
on
the-
Fire one.
No, I don't think so. Well, because like this is the thing. I didn't see much negative coverage of the show. They existed. There's videos out there.
It has a lot of positive coverage. Like
Yeah.
to even try and spin the tale that this is a show that's been reacted to poorly is kind of crazy. It's being heralded as one of the best video game adaptations of all time, both in terms of like critical appraisal and audiences and fans.
Yeah.
A lot of fans. There are some fans who don't Fallout who don't like
Oh,
it.
that's true though. It's overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah, so like the
Well, I
idea that
remember-
there's even like a considerable amount of people who are shitting on the show is just that's not the case. It's just not true.
I saw there was like a viral post about how like what's special about the Fallout show is that it's satisfied critics and the audience, and that's rare, and that you should check it out while you still can, sort of thing. Like, get this, watch. This is a genius, awesome adaptation that respects everybody, and it pleases everybody. It's just like, jeez. It was
to
awful.
watch it before people like
Brain doesn't
Mueller
feel
ruins.
respected.
I heard
Impotent
nothing
fury
but
over minor
positive.
canon changes that don't fucking matter. Wanton misuse of the term.
Minor.
Don't matter.
Minor.
Wiping out
Nukes
the
sands.
NCR.
Just don't matter. Well, you know what? That's
We moved it so we
tiny.
could nuke it.
nuking Shady Sand, damaging all of that portion of the entire world apparently is fine. Burn it all up. You know what? It's for story.
So
Oh.
Caesar's Legion wins now, canonically, because there's no opposition to them?
They're not
They
even
weren't
mentioned in
mentioned.
the
I don't
show.
think they're canon anymore.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The NCR and Caesar's Legion are both gone. There's just nobody there. It's all empty. It's ready for Lucy and the ghoul to walk around in.
If Emil just walks into the room, how do you do, fellow Romans?
I feel like if they make it to Vegas in season 2, they're definitely going to have the NCR controlling Hoover Dam, just so they can be like, yeah, this is the NCR's last stand. Because I feel like they wouldn't want to wipe out the entire faction.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Do you expect any compensation now that they've seen the reaction? Like, do you think they're gonna try and be like, no? Actually, there's a lot of all the things you thought were the case aren't actually the case. It's fine. There's some things they're just like throwaway lines to mention where people are and how they're doing. I wonder if there's going to be any attempt at repairing anything, or if they're just going to soldier on. Like I said, I'm still under the impression it'll be worse.
Based on the reviews, I don't feel like they'd be super motivated to try and like assuage people's concerns.
Yeah, they probably think that they've done a good job. So
I would think so.
That's actually true. Yeah, the most noise they would have heard is going to be hyper positive.
I mean, look at Halo. Like, Halo got torn to shreds and they didn't change that much. Like, really, when you think about it for season 2.
Yeah, it's arguably by no way an improvement. So.
Also, I think Caesar's Legion probably gonna be introduced in season 2, and there's gonna be some like slave uprising happening with the faction, and there's gonna be an allegory for communism again or some shit like that.
And to go back to the point about like lore and how it's just the stupid nerds wanting to keep the lore intact, people don't realize that you can look up all the people that are involved in keeping the Star Wars lore canon and everything together. It's like over a dozen people. Like these are actual paid employees whose jobs they do it terribly. I'm not saying they're doing a good job, but they do. But they're all paid to keep all this stuff straight so that there is a cohesive universe. You can't just point to one big multi-million-dollar product and say that completely contradicts the other. I have no idea why they're not all fired and replaced because it's a mess. But at the same time, like it's not just the nerds complaining online. It's actually a job. It's a function. These people get salaries. These people get benefits to do this.
I imagine they just get ignored most of the time nowadays.
I also hate the implication that the only thing wrong with this show is lore contradictions. I don't know fuck all about the lore, really. The show's still awful on its own terms.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned in the start of the stream. Yeah.
One of the least familiar out of the group of people who worked on it, and I had infinite issues with how the story was written.
It's broken as fuck.
I think that was our first conversation, Mahler. You were like, hey, Fallout show so-and-so. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, the lore is the least of its problems, but this, and this. Like, I gave you just a couple really, like, pretty major points. But I was like, yeah, that's not the biggest problem of the show. But if you want to get into lore, it's completely messed up, too.
And they're in a unique position of being canon, quote-unquote, to the games, where if it was just an adaptation, they can get away with a lot of stuff.
Minor canon changes that don't fucking matter. Wanton misuse of the term Mary Sue and declarations of the media's
What's
success.
that got to do with lore? What the hell?
I haven't heard anyone call her a Mary Sue.
What's
I
that got
heard
to do
one
with
person
lore?
call her a Mary Sue.
What's that got to do with lore?
Nothing.
Most people like Lucy.
Good question, Fringy.
But also, yes, most people approve of Lucy. So this feels weird.
So I don't even know what that's about. Yeah. It's like you're kind of creating this world that doesn't exist where people don't like the Fallout show. Not true.
I've definitely heard people say that Lucy's the better Ray and Maximus is a worse Finn.
Did see that, yeah.
Finn's pretty bad, so.
There's something to that, but yeah.
Sure.
Finn's not as bad as Maximus, though.
Yeah, I prefer Finn to Maximus easily.
Yeah.
Even if he's just shouting rail.
Way better person as well.
Or failure based on its projected political affiliation rather than quantifiable measurements of success or failure.
Quantifiable elements of success or failure. Do you just mean people watching it?
Like money or viewers or people talking about it? Or how many times?
Yeah, because I don't care how successful the show is.
Yeah, therefore that means that Activision's doing a good job with all of the battle passes and the DLC.
Woohoo! Yeah, Sterling, how do you feel about that? What about the success of the premium versions, huh?
It also feels a bit weird because this is Amazon, so it's like, yes, the metrics of success for the Amazon-made Fallout show.
Yeah. Do we even have metrics?
It's going to be really happy about. Yeah, it's like the second most successful
Yeah,
show on.
That's why I was
Absolutely.
repeating the point because I was like, what are we talking about? What was there something? I know that the show is seen as successful. I just don't know. I haven't got any numbers.
It's
the
well,
lore.
I'd say it's pretty obviously successful. Like it's massively successful.
It's more talked about than most things that come out. I saw it
Yeah.
everywhere.
It's
So,
better
yeah.
reviewed than Rings of Power or Citadel, the second most expensive show of all time.
Well, I'll tell you what, it dwarfed Silo's discussion. Nobody was really talking about that. It's like,
I watched Silo. It's good.
yeah,
no one
good.
has
Watch-
Apple TV.
watch
unfortunately.
Silo.
I should watch that. Yeah.
it's a better Fallout show than this.
If you don't watch Silo, you're stinky.
I've been
Apparently
watching
season
parts
Stinky.
of
Ew,
Farm, right?
yuck.
Boo,
Apparently,
stinky.
season 2 is happening as well, which I was excited to find.
Yay! When's it coming out?
Next year,
It'd be next year, I
2025,
think.
maybe?
Early next year, hopefully.
All right,
I don't know.
Hooray.
I just
I'm
saw
excited.
2025.
I'm excited.
Of the media's success or failure based on its projected political affiliation rather than quantifiable measurements of success or failure. For fuck's sake. I'm not sure how much.
Name them.
If you
Give me them.
If you say so,
I don't even know what you're talking about. And if it
Okay.
is just look how many people are talking about it, it's like, yeah, sure. That doesn't.
Yeah, look at how many people are buying battle passes for Call of Duty. They must be doing something right.
Yeah, such a
Activision.
stupid metric. Is the
It's
point?
tough.
Yeah.
I don't know how. Look how many people are watching the show as a response to. Here are my criticisms of the political subtext of the show. It
Also,
seems
what's that got to do with law?
Well, so if I trace it, it
The
was
lore of
like
the Fallout show.
being critical of the show for imagined political leanings, as opposed to looking at the objective numbers of how well it's doing.
Yeah, that's like a non-
imagine political.
Yeah,
leanings.
I was gonna say, like, isn't that what
anything.
you guys do all the time? Like,
Why would that mean anything? Why would it be like, well, I have these issues with the content of the story. Yeah, but it was successful. It's like, oh, that feels like not a response to what was said.
I didn't realize
So I don't even
like, what's the
understand
point in
argument.
a review or analysis if all you're gonna say is it reached an arbitrary line of how successful it needs to be good? There we go, did it.
Therefore,
Yeah, so, like,
Transformers: Revenge of the
So,
Fallen was
when
good.
Views of Legend of Zelda, they don't mean anything. Like giving it like a whatever. I can't remember what Sterling gave Legend of Zelda. I know it
7.
wasn't like
Breath of the
yeah,
Wild.
like
they
that
gave it
doesn't matter
7.
because Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are some of the best-selling games on Nintendo Switch, some of the best-selling games of all time. So those are just the quantifiable metrics of success. What are these arguments?
I don't know.
Much of that or in what ratio has actually happened over Fallout, but I saw all the discourse around that Lord of the Rings show, the discourse around every single Marvel movie, the discourse around any non-white actors that didn't show up.
Okay.
True.
Get the
Any
fuck
non-white
out of
actors.
here.
We're doing the thing.
Wait. Can we rewind?
Yeah, we need to
Sterling
go
say-
through this one by one. Because holy shit, the amount of conversations that just got bulldozed over.
I think you have to go even further back than this.
All right,
We are
well,
so not.
we're in
talking
movie
about
ball
lore
territory
anymore,
of
are we?
this is a long thought, like we'll
Yeah.
Romeo Must Die happened a long time ago. Okay, no one had a problem with it.
let's see here.
Mary Sue and declarations of the media
May have to go further back than this. Actually, there's still midpoint with this one.
we see when any geek-adjacent media comes out anymore. A bunch of whining nerdses finding any excuse to complain about how woke it is, impotent fury over minor canon changes that don't fucking matter, wanton misuse of the term Mary Sue, and declarations of the media's success or failure based on its projected political affiliation rather than quantifiable measurements of success or failure.
You enjoying this English?
What?
Fringy?
What are these really long sentences?
It's
Yeah,
incredibly
great.
difficult to decipher long ass
That's good
points.
writing. Good
It's
writing
very
when
poorly
really
paced in
long.
terms of its cadence as a sentence.
The way that you're meant to write your sentences in a script like you're writing legislation. That's how you're meant to do it.
It reminds me of Movie Bob.
Sentences.
Yeah, I said it's definitely like Movie Bob.
I honestly
yeah.
want to test my comprehension of it. Is Sterling saying that because there's political things in, people are distracted from realizing it made money?
Well, no, the thing is I want to know what the next point is because it sounded like Sterling said, well, I haven't really paid that much attention to what people have actually said about Fallout. That's what I wanted to hear.
Oh, wow, yeah.
All right, yeah, all right.
Oh, God.
For fuck's sake. I'm not sure how much of that or in what ratio has actually happened over Fallout, but I saw all the
Yeah,
discourse around
what-
that Lord of the
Wait,
Rings show.
hang on. Yeah.
Completely unrelated point.
So all of that was just blowing smoke up our ass. Like that's nothing.
Yeah.
So why are you
He's
wasting
just
my
mad
time?
about nerds
So-
being mad about shit.
Mad about the
So those
the
are-
ghosts of nerds.
Those
Yeah.
are his criticisms then. Or,
I
like,
imagined a
Sterling's
group of
criticisms.
people and it made me mad.
There.
Yeah. I
doesn't
hate those
even know if
comment.
that's the nature of the conversation.
You need to
Just
get a-
going, well, people did it with
need to get a
Marvel
hobby
movies,
gym.
they probably did it with Fallout. What the hell?
This actually reminds me of one of our last episodes I was on, where we found that one guy was complaining about the reviews that were kind of copy and paste format reviews on Steam, and then we find out they're all from the same guy, so it was not even a point to begin with.
Yeah.
It's just like
Looks
creating
good-
a
looks
straw
good in the
man.
video, though.
One, you
This
know,
is really fascinating.
if someone said
it's
like, I haven't checked whether or not it's happened for this, like it did for Rings of Power, Endgame, and Star Wars. I'm like, you're dealing with so much history and conversations you don't even know what the fuck you like. Rings of Power, Endgame,
this feels
and
like just sort of throwing your hat in the arena
TLJ,
because
like,
it's a topical thing.
we're talking about
and
different
presuming-
eras, different histories, different fan bases having different problems for different
fan
reasons.
bases, yeah, and different reactions. I mean, Rings of Power, even though it apparently got viewed a lot, is not held in high regard by Lord of the Rings fans. Meanwhile, Fallout seems to be generally well received by most people.
Well, and even
And
if we went
imagine,
broad,
like-
right? The reaction to Rings of Power overall negative, to the point where people even that you would expect, like usual suspects, to defend it, were like, wasn't so
Yeah,
great.
nobody was that motivated to talk about it.
Then
favorably.
Endgame, beloved by almost everybody, but dropped off real quick, and it just started like
Yes.
nobody really likes it anymore. And then TLJ, it notoriously split one of the biggest fandoms in history directly in twain, to the point where it's now crippled. Like that.
Mhm.
These are three very different things that happened. Like, but you know, if you go, nah, it's all nerdsies. You're like,
Yeah,
okay.
how much investigation did you think he actually made, or
Oh,
did he just see
none.
random
Well,
Twitter
he
posts
says-
about it?
Well, I
He
mean,
says quite
Sterling just
specifically
admitted
that he
it's
doesn't know
responsible.
whether this even
Yeah.
happened with Fallout,
Yeah.
but he's already mad
Yeah.
at them for it.
Yeah, could
No,
you
I mean
imagine writing
investigation
that
with
line?
the other stuff, but you know.
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
presume
They
it might
didn't
be
do
the
any at
same
all.
thing. I've seen arguments, so I presume that this is what the totality of
Yeah.
the conversation is.
Yeah, someone told me about nerds being mad, so that must have been what happened. Like that's
Yeah.
basically what I get from this.
Yeah, could you imagine writing that line where it's like, I'm not sure if this is a problem, but the Council of Faltards, I'm going to make that video. It's
Oh
like-
no,
it's like the first thing you do. is
that's
find out
that's
if
the
it's actually
title
a
I
thing.
gave it. That's not
Oh, that's yours. Okay.
What
I
is
see it now. It's on your account. I thought
what
that
is
was his.
the actual title? I'm curious now.
It's something to do with Shady Sands. The reason why I've cut them is so that I don't have to move from video to video. And there's like there's fluff on Sterling videos that I get rid of. That's like meta
That's
or
fair.
weird about other stuff. Like all I wanted was the substance of the arguments, which
Okay,
already
it's
find-
just called Shady Sands. That's it.
there you go. So yes, it's just funny to blunder into all of these conversations. It reminds me of so many other critics who are like, "You know what happened with all of these things that I've never got involved in any way, shape, or form? It was this." It's like, right,
Exactly. Yeah.
you got it.
over Fallout, but I saw all the discourse around that Lord of the Rings show, the discourse around every single Marvel movie, the discourse around any non-white actors that dare to show up in Star Wars, the
I like the so.
Yeah,
oh my god,
we hated
Az!
him because he was black.
Hey, yes, yay!
Yay! So what's funny about the anger toward any non-white person showing up in Star Wars? Really interesting image to choose when the discourse about this moment was, oh, sexual assault. And not to mention, Rose is an awful character. We like Finn. Please give Finn more better story.
Yeah, I feel like at this
Yeah.
point, the general consensus on Finn is, man, you wasted that
You
character.
wasted him,
He
yeah.
could
Just
have
look at his
something
face.
He could have been a good character.
This is
Just look
the
at this.
immediate. This is the immediate aftermath of what could have been a decent moment for him. That's what people are mad at,
Yeah.
among
Yeah,
other
It's
things.
so interesting
he
because-
got robbed of an emotional payoff. By
When you got
Rose.
the old brain rot, you look at this, you look at people talking about it excessively, you just automatically assume you just hate everyone who's non-white. You're like, what are you talking about? You have no
This is some
idea
weird
what
stuff
people
going on
discussed.
In your head,
This-
that you've now.
This
decided
moment is
to
one
make
of the
fun
funniest moments in all of Star Wars because her point is like, we can't win by attacking those who try to kill us while they kill you in
And
the
then they
background.
lose.
It's
Yeah.
the funniest shit.
It's actually quite ironic, right? It's two non-white people on screen. They must be because of the colored people that other people hate this. Like what?
I mean,
So
growing
fucking
up with-
weird. Like, it's just
Yeah.
blundering into a
Really weird.
conversation you got no
Again,
context for.
It's
I
just
really
weird
don't-
stuff that's in your head that you've made part of the conversation. I think.
Exactly. Yeah.
People like
so
Finn.
weird.
It's one of the most
It
commonly
had
agreed upon
nothing
things.
to do with that.
John Boyega is a
And
really good
growing up
actor.
with-
Everyone was ready for him to have a whole trilogy of stuff to do, and you got nothing.
Mhm.
Simple as
I
that.
just also don't like the revisionism about Nerdsem because growing up with Star Wars as a kid, I'd get the action figures. This is probably like the second generation Star Wars stuff, but still, it was like probably the fifth or sixth action figure I got was Lando. He was awesome. Everybody loved Lando.
No, you hate
There's
it.
no problem with that.
You're a nerd.
I mean, internally, I hate him. Yeah. I must.
Yeah. This definitely feels like a case of. Do you know about which characters people like in Star Wars?
Do you know anything about any of these topics? Well, because did you hear the disdain for the descriptions, like the Rings of Power, Lord of the Rings show, Marvel movies? And you're like,
the tone is kind of fascinating. It's like, holy shit, calm down.
Well, have you seen any of these things? Do you know if they're even good? Do you not like anything ever? Like, is it possible for any of these things to be bad?
That dare to show up in Star Wars, the discourse around pronouns in Starfield.
Great.
Why is there a bad name on his head?
I don't know. They toughened him up.
Did he hurt himself?
There isn't in the original video.
You're boring. Isn't there one in his PFP?
Oh, it could be that. Yeah. It's,
good eye.
Yeah, it's a beautiful image. Captured forever.
Fucking boring.
Boring.
And it's all the same fucking shit. There's only one discussion about
dancing
Fallout.
Foo.
Yeah, why not?
He's just doing little dance.
Look at him go.
And it's all the same fucking shit.
He's having a good time.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what video he's in right now.
There's only one discussion about the Fallout
I
TV
wish I was
show.
a brick.
And we're back.
I actually paid attention to, as it blew up to the point where it was everywhere, and I actually do have a fair bit to say about it. I am, of course, talking about Shady Sands.
Here we go, everyone. The main event.
Can I just point out how stupid it is to put a population that could vary from like month to month on your billboard?
Wait, why?
That's all. That's all.
That's what they always do.
Just to be clear,
That's a lot
No,
of
but it's the exact population though, like down to the last digit.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, that's
they're
what the
down to
population is. Just to be
they're
clear,
down
this
to
is the
have that.
normal thing that every sign with.
Yeah, I figure it
population
happens. It probably gets
But
updated with every.
it's on a road sign though.
every
It's on a road
census,
sign,
maybe?
not a
Yes,
billboard.
that's where signs are.
But it's on like the side of the road, isn't it? Isn't
Yeah,
it
isn't
usually,
it?
like-
It's not going to be on the road.
mean-
That's where we drive.
right. I'm saying like
Wouldn't that
a
just say
little.
like wouldn't that just say 35,000 people and like round it out?
No,
Does
it would say
I've seen-
34,852
Yeah, I've
because
seen
Listen,
they
they
counted
don't round it
people
up.
because that's the point of a
My,
census.
well, I was going to say, my assumption is it gets updated with every census, which is
Yes, it
yeah.
gets updated over time as
Alright.
people are born and
But
die.
here's my point. Here, I'll post a real one in real life. It's a little sign on the side of the road where you can just paste over it and like
Yeah.
every
Yeah, and
so
with
often.
this one, with the billboard, you just go up there and you put
You
some
paste
paint,
the
some
new
blue
one, yeah.
paint, and then you put the new
And
number on it. I
that
don't
one
see
you
what the problem
posted
is.
isn't rounded up or down.
No, it's not rounded
Well-
up. It's
No.
it's
Well, it's
specific,
it's
so-
rounded up from 13,007.
Well, they must have fucked up because nobody went up there and painted 0000 up there. So that's what I'm saying.
Math.
I do want to mention where I live.
Public
they do
services went to
round
shit
it.
after the nuke. Yeah.
It'll just say like 1 million people live in this city.
Well, yeah. I mean,
don't
this
do
is
that.
not a shock to me or anything that they would have done
It was
this.
just a minor point. I'm just being nitpicky.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Well, there is no nitpick. This is.
I think it's just the
reality.
biggest problem of
This
the
is
show.
reality.
This is real.
You're nitpicking the
This is just
world.
how signs work. Yeah.
Yes.
We
And
don't
the
do this
outraged
over,
response from some fans to how it was portrayed in the live-action adaptation. A response that shows
Not
to me...
adaptation, live action continuation. Get it right.
Oh my god, it's Jim.
Yeah, because the term adaptation does relate to like you're moving it from one medium to another, but also like because you wouldn't call. I was just thinking like adaptation. Does that include the notion of continuity ever, or is it exclusive?
I don't know. I actually don't know now that I've said that. I need to.
I don't think it does.
You can
I don't
probably
think
count a lot
most
of
people would
things.
assume it does anyway.
Because
Yeah,
one could
like
argue like they're
I-
adapting the Fallout IP, and you're like, well,
let's put it
yeah.
this way,
Or like they
like
made
Halo,
Halo
the Fall of
comic
Reach would not be
books.
considered a Halo adaptation.
Right.
The Fall of Reach
Wouldn't
is
it?
just a novel. You know, you
I
wouldn't
guess
call
so.
it an adaptation of Halo, especially
Well,
when
and in the same vein, you
I-
could say like Ahsoka is not a Star Wars adaptation; it is a TV show, whereas the other stuff is a
yeah,
movie.
exactly.
Yeah.
Or the video games are video game adaptations of Star Wars. That just sounds weird. Like to
They're
say that Star
adaptations
Wars
of the
Battlefront is
storyboard.
I think it's because we're so
Yeah.
used to any film or TV show that's made when the thing is primarily a game before it, we just call it an adaptation. It feels comfortable doing so. Meanwhile, if we had an animated show from Star Wars that was canon, I don't know that we'd be calling it an adaptation as opposed to just
calling that an adaptation.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess
and
there's a difference
and-
in an adaptation of a story and an adaptation of a property from one medium to another. So, like Fallout
Well-
being the traditional medium for games, it is adapting that IP into
a new foray into another medium. But I think Fringy might be right. I'm not sure how we typically what the category for adaptation can
I would just
mean.
say colloquially, nobody
Yeah.
would look at like Star Wars Jedi games and say those are video game adaptations of Star Wars. That would be weird if people said that.
From what I understand, adaptation means you take the same story roughly and turn it to a different medium rather than a new story in the same universe.
That's how
right?
I
But
typically
that's
know to
the
use it,
colloquial.
yeah.
That's how it seems like we all refer to it.
Yeah, so adapt means make something suitable for a new purpose, modify, and you can expand on that from like if you took a book and turned it into the Game of Thrones show, that's an adaptation. But this Fallout story is an original story in the same universe. So it's not an adaptation.
The difference between wanting a story and wanting service. First of all, let me explain.
When, of course, I think we would all argue that the show gets away with it, so to speak, because it provides enough service rather than story.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's a big factor.
I fucking love the Fallout TV show. As a Fallout adaptation, it's not just got neat additions to the
He says
lore
he
with some
fucking loves it?
Loves it. Loves it.
Jeez.
Remember, Rags, that's the normal opinion to have. We're the weirdos.
It's such a shit opinion. I hate it. I actually hate that everyone's like, "Oh, it's so good." How could you possibly have any issues with it?
Well, do you know
It's
about
so
satire?
wacky and fun. People liking it is satire.
It's not just got neat additions to the lore with some very fun references, but it's impressively
Why would the
reserved.
additions to the lore mean anything, though?
Yeah, I thought we just went over how fucking...
I thought we
It's
went
bad.
over that.
The lore is autistic and terrible.
So why would there be any good
I made all this
additions to the
stink
lore?
about the stupid lore. They'd be like, it's pretty cool how it adds to the lore. Like, fuck you.
Yeah, this one, I just an anecdote. This one really got me because I had a friend who specifically hated all the Star Wars new content, but praised Andor as being like an actual good thing that Disney produced. And he also loved the Fallout show. And maybe he just wasn't familiar as much, but even
Well, I
still,
mean-
even if nobody even if you knew nothing about Fallout lore, just thinking about the show, there are some major
Look,
major
we are
flaws.
all
Divorce from
human,
lore.
okay? We all, like, plenty of people liked this show. I've already seen people in chat saying they were fond of this show a week ago. But they're not really fond of it
I
anymore.
enjoyed parts of it, but you know the story is fucking
But then
garbage.
the long man came in and stole their dreams.
Yeah, the long tribe. I had that video never would have gone out without the help of all you fellas. So of course, thank you again for that. But yeah, I mean, it will change minds probably. A video like that. It'll also enrage minds, as was mentioned at the beginning.
If it doesn't change minds, at that point, you just can't
my
be
God.
reasoned with. You're just a not reasonable
Oh
person.
no!
Well, there
Oh,
will
well,
have
welcome
to
to
be
Fallout fandom.
Like I went over it in the
yeah.
video. If they contextualize the experience of watching the show as they do with something like a Austin Powers, imagine Rags, it'd be insane, but someone watches Austin Powers and says like, this doesn't make any sense. The plan from Dr. Evil doesn't even really make sense. Like, is it really feasible to get a laser on the moon? Do you understand how difficult that would be? You know, we will be like, what? And that's how they see a lot of the kind of arguments we make. But that's why you have to
Yeah, the
draw them back
problem is-
into understanding the difference between satirical content and tone and how you execute it and how
Exactly.
this show... There's no part in Austin Powers that's not ultimately played for a meme that has like serious music and people crying over like people dying and stuff. You know, like the reveal of
it's
them
not
being
a serious
brothers is
tone,
played
Austin
for a
Powers.
meme, even though it's like super serious. It's a joke. That's like how you do it. Austin Powers is a fucking great base plate or a blueprint for how to do it. But this show has its cake and eats it too, and then fucks up everything.
To the lore
Has
with
its
some
cakes
very
and
fun
fucks it too.
references.
And as we said at the beginning, like it feels like there's way more serious stuff in this show than satirical or funny or
Easily.
Yeah.
absurd.
It's far
It's
away.
a
than
serious show with
drama, yeah.
satirical elements to it.
Yeah. Who does number 2 work for? Classic.
To the lore with some very fun references, but it's impressively reserved, holding back on a ton of
Impressively reserved.
It is not reserved.
I don't know, man. Like,
It is not fucking
know.
reserved.
when
The show with the
50
chicken fucker.
song
Yeah.
played, I was like, man, this feels like just play 50s song. You know, just every single opportunity it has, play 50s
Yeah.
song, even if it plays
Listen.
it for like 10 seconds. And I'm
I
like,
those are
enjoy
good
good music, but
songs,
they way
okay?
overdo it.
no, they are good songs. I think they're really good songs, but like that definitely felt like we're Fallout. Fallout is like 50s American stuff, so play a 50s American
Just shove it in
song.
your face every
And
second you
people- yeah.
get an opportunity.
Yeah.
And if it's the thinnest connection possible to justify it, even if it, because I remember there was one. It was the one where Cooper was he was driving to like the observatory, and it just played for 10 seconds on the radio, and then it was done.
Yep.
It's like, oh, That
The
was
weird ones
very
are,
worthwhile.
Cab, I think we talked about this at one point, but they would play a song, it would fade out, and then it would fade in for about 2 seconds and fade back out again with 10-second gaps. It was really strange.
How they use it is very strange. They would like have it fade out like it's done, and then they're like for the sake of some sort of comedic beat or whatever, and then it would come back in once you've forgotten that there was a song playing. It's very strange the way all these pieces are edited into the show.
I'll have to nerd out for a second, but the whole reason that music exists is because basically the original creators of Fallout were trying to capture the retro futuristic thing, and basically what would the future look like if it stayed exactly the same kind of fashion and style of the 50s, but just had robots and stuff. And so
Yeah.
they landed on the ink spots. They actually wanted to license. I don't want to set the world on fire, but apparently they wanted like $100,000 to license that song. So they end up looking
Jeez.
through a bunch of old records, and they landed on Maybe by the Ink Spots,
Mhm.
which for whatever reason was a lot cheaper. And the
Yeah.
really, really cool implementation of that song is that it shows in the intro where you're just like flipping through an old TV, car commercials, things like that. And then, war bonds, whatever. And then the annexation of Canada. And then as it pans out, you realize you're not in a living room. You're actually in like a quarter of a living room that's been completely bombed, and you see the desolate wasteland. And as you zoom out, you realize the TV is not even plugged in, and that the TV was never on, and the music kind of just fades out, and all you hear is just like the static noise of the wasteland. And
And
the
the
song,
tone of that music fits perfectly as well.
yeah.
to-
And what's even more cool about that is in the beginning, it sounds like kind of a hopeful song, like maybe you'll think of me when you're all alone.
Exactly.
And at the end of the game, sorry, I'm going to spoil a 1997 game. Sorry, chat. At the end of the game, depending on the ending, you basically end up walking alone in the wasteland, and the song repeats again. Maybe you'll think of me when you're all alone. So it both plays like a kind of hopeful, nostalgic tune at the beginning, and it also is kind of haunting and dark and desolate and lonely
It's
at the
both
end.
hopeful and tragic at the same time.
Yeah,
That's
and-
the tone of the
and-
song.
Okay, but what if we just
Fits
play
really
them
well.
all the time?
Yeah, what
But
if
it's
we
like
just
my-
do slow motion with the song while people are shooting each other? That's like, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, the whole point was to play that one song, basically one song twice, and it completely contextualizes the emotional journey of the character. And this show just completely ruins the effect of that because it uses it so often.
It feels cheap to me, like what was just mentioned there. It's like we're gonna play a song from the 50s or 60s, whatever, that you definitely don't associate with people viciously killing each other. But look, people viciously killing each other. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, doesn't that make you
That's
think?
pretty
Isn't
clever.
this satirical?
Didn't they play one during the raid and the
Yeah.
observatory too? That completely undermined the
both
emotional
them
weight
in
of that
slow motion.
scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It was One
confusing.
Enchanted Evening, I believe. Yeah.
That was in the first episode. Yeah.
Because you're not entirely sure what they're going for. It can be a bit odd. Then sometimes you get good performances that really sell a like heartbreaking, trauma-inducing tragic moment, or lol, get the jelly out of here, man.
Yeah.
You're like,
Oh my
okay.
Yeah, I still can't get over that.
So
Yeah.
cringe. And the
Iconic
deliveries are
Fallout
bad as well.
Oh yeah.
content rather than drown you in appearances from Deathclaws, Robo-Brains, and Super Mutants. If we're being
In
honest, the
season
adaptation
2, just wait.
Yeah.
shows more restraint and respect for the source material than Bethesda did when it plundered, called back
I don't give a fuck if it has more respect than another thing that is worse or something.
I
You know what I
don't
mean?
think it
Like,
does.
I'm not getting into whether or not Fallout 3 did a better or worse job than the show of dealing with Fallout laws. Like, we'll be here forever. I just want to talk about how the fucking show was terrible. It's like, the idea, if we concluded, yes, the show was better in a way than Fallout 3, we're like, what does that even mean, though? It doesn't really help us with anything. It's just showing how fucked the Fallout franchise is.
Yeah, just touching on that though. Like Fallout 3 is not great, but it's probably better than the show. I would imagine.
I
Yeah.
hope so.
Yeah, I think all of us who played the original games in Fallout 3 would say that it's definitely got some problems, 4 especially, but the show kind of takes it to a new level.
I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't deny I enjoyed the hell out of it when I played it back in the day, but I had no context for what Fallout even was. I'd only played this.
I think the game
was-
is enjoyable, but the story is kind of shit in Fallout 3, I would say.
Thing is, I remember that being the case at the time. I don't remember people praising the story.
Yeah.
They were like, the story's a bit...
The ending is fucking retarded in
Yeah,
Fallout 3.
commit
They
to
did
decide yes,
change
no.
it eventually because of the backlash it got.
Wow, you're so obsessed with lore that they had to change a thing instead of just enjoying the
Yeah.
story.
Why are you bullying companies?
Yeah, ridiculous.
to, and sometimes misapplied every single little thing it could for Fallout 3.
Okay, so we don't like Fallout 3. Jim agrees. Fuck Fallout 3. But the Fallout show's chill, because it's better than the Fallout 3. Like, you understand that you could just flip this and be like, why are you hating on Fallout 3 just because it didn't get the lore right? Did you not appreciate the story it was trying to tell?
Yeah, you Nazi.
Nerdsy.
There's more restraint and respect for the source material than Bethesda did when it plundered, called back to, and sometimes misapplied every single little thing it could for Fallout 3.
I love this, like, you know, it misapplies. Like, yeah, the show didn't misapply anything, though. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
As a comedy show, it's fucking hilarious.
No, it isn't.
It absolutely
Well,
is.
Jesus Christ.
In my little opinion, I didn't laugh.
I don't feel like there's even enough, whether or not the jokes were good or bad, there's not enough of them. Like, anyway, because I didn't think they were
I
particularly
think I
funny,
chuckled like twice in the entirety of. I laughed at the show a lot, but you know, of the jokes, I think I chuckled twice during the entire season.
Yeah, this has been one of those moments of agree to disagree, I suppose.
As a comedy show, it's fucking hilarious. Comedy is subjective, so if you disagree with me, know that you're wrong.
Well, yeah.
Low standard for comedy,
right back
I see.
at you.
Nah, never state your opinions for you unless we're talking about Dragon's Dogma, but personally, I laughed more with Fallout than I have with any other comedy I've watched in ages, though in the interest of...
Wow.
Really?
Wow,
That's
holy
pathetic.
fuck! Do you watch any comedy?
I mean,
That is kind of my question: is how many TV shows do you watch? That
Yeah.
would be my question at that point.
Disclosure, I should point out, the comedies I've watched recently include the 2005 Bewitched reboot, but
never saw that,
My guess
So
is
it's
that I
more
would laugh
funny
at
than the
that
Bewitched
film.
reboot.
I guess.
My guess
Yeah,
would be
high
if I
standards,
watched
I see.
that film, I would laugh at it more than I did with Fallout. I will say
Probably
that'd be
laugh
my
more at
guess.
that than Fallout, yes.
Yeah.
I laughed at Fallout, but it was ironically. It was not in the way that the show wanted me to laugh at it.
Which doesn't
Yeah.
count. The show doesn't get points for that.
I was laughing a lot at the serious scenes in the end. Yeah.
yeah, shit like the water pump joke, the brilliant naive
Whoa.
What a pump joke.
Okay,
Was
the
that
joke
even
the
a
joke
joke?
of don't tell tell everybody we're all a team here, and then he tells them to go, oh, don't speak. That was the funny joke. The funny thing about this is like the water pump joke as opposed to the incredible plot point that gets completely ignored that's significant. And it's just, you know what, you're probably right. It probably was just there as a reference because they couldn't help themselves and a joke. It wasn't there in any way, shape, or form. It's funny because you'd be like, oh, you complained about the law. It's like, no, the story. The story.
This isn't lore. Yeah.
The funny thing is, like, the water chip is basically the Death Star of the first Fallout game. It's the entire reason the entire plot happens. So it's just funny that they never reference it past that scene.
naivety of the Vault Dwellers, the mileage they get out of Power Armor slapstick, this guy...
Do you hear
Oh,
that?
you thought that was
Yeah.
funny.
Power armor slapstick. That's just what a Fallout fan wants to hear, isn't it? We got a lot of power armor slapstick on the way. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
You're gonna fall down some
Oh,
stairs.
this guy, this character.
These ones
this,
were funny.
This character,
Oh, yeah.
The chicken
this
fucker,
guy
yeah,
got
he
a
was
laugh out of me.
hilarious.
Yeah, this guy did get a laugh out of me.
I swear I was watching like a Seth Rogen movie when that scene came up. It was so strange.
Yeah.
Power Armor slapstick, this guy, I think the show is a genuinely good comedy. As a story, I was
Jesus
honestly
Christ.
hooked on it. Every episode built towards the next with just enough questions hanging to make me need to see where it was all
Oh
going.
my god.
It definitely had questions
suck.
it asked, but the answers were horrible.
I mean, I
so...
would say I find this appraisal pretty vacuous. Like, there's not really much actually.
It was really good. I
like-
liked it. It was funny.
This is all this is like generic movie review things of, yeah, there was a mystery that kept me guessing with every episode. It's like, yep, boring. You're not telling me anything.
Well, it's just like a common
This is
element,
Jim
right?
Sterling.
A
You
lot
should
of,
know better.
a lot of people would recommend you write shows that way, even movies. Just like, throw in some intrigue on top of comedy, on top of drama, just all of the things. You get a little bit of everything, but have a focus. Blah blah blah. Surely we should be judging how well they came through on those things.
Yes, not whether or not you had questions, because that's the good old, the mystery box leaves you with questions.
Yeah.
That when by the time you're done, you're like, oh yeah, we learned so much, but there's still much more to learn. Yeah, but those answers, man, they got to be really good. They
That's
do.
actually-
There certainly were a lot of mystery boxes in the show. Too bad all of them were full of shit.
That's actually pretty much like a 101 how to write a pilot for a show. You always set up the characters, you always set up a general conflict, and then you drop a big old mystery bomb right at the end, right at the end of the of the episode, so that people want to watch the other ones, so you could get greenlit for at least one or two more seasons. That's like the whole point of it, basically. You'll notice like every pilot up into through like the 90s, they kind of stopped doing it so much when shows kind of became greenlit as a whole season, especially when streaming, because you didn't need to do the pilot thing anymore. But yeah, it was definitely a thing that is intentionally done for almost every pilot.
With just enough questions hanging to make me need to see where it was all going. It draws from the game's disparate plots while telling its own story that moves the overall Fallout narrative forward in...
When you say it draws from the game's disparate plots, you talking about the fact that she's looking for a dad?
Or is it like the NCR even exists in the show?
She's looking for her dad. She's a courier for the Cold Fusion head.
I'm wondering if it is just like, yeah, there's the Enclave and there's the NCR. They're in it, so that's moving the story forward.
And look at Ghoul. That's like the games.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow. I remember ghouls from the video games, from the Fallout video games. I like the Fallout video games. They had ghouls in them like the show.
Moving the story forward, we're bringing back the Enclave fucking again.
In ways not
this
seen
feels
since
like a
Fallout.
regression in every way.
Yeah.
Did you all see that tweet from Chris Avalone saying that Todd Howard had a hard-on for the Enclave?
Yeah.
If you know who all those people are.
Story has a hard-on for the Brotherhood of Steel and the Enclave, but
that's the super hard-on. That's the
exactly.
mega hard-on, yeah.
The overall Fallout narrative forward in ways not seen since Fallout New Vegas, though not quite as dramatic.
Is that copium?
just
Jesus Christ!
Just no, like this is like Fallout New Vegas. Like wow.
Wait, can we repeat that? I think I missed that.
That'd be like saying Rise of Skywalker is like fucking Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, similar,
Plots while telling its own story that moves the overall Fallout narrative forward in ways not seen since Fallout New Vegas, though not quite as dramatic.
No.
Not quite as dramatic, okay?
Or well written, or well constructed, or supported,
or like it in any way, shape, or form.
Exactly.
Other than that.
But at least
the result is an original piece of Fallout media that, aside from a handful of continuity snarls, fits right into the series.
Yeah, just a handful.
A handful, yeah. Only a few.
Nuked Shady Sands, but whatever. It's just one.
It'd be that meme. I can't hold all these continuity issues. They've got so many. I'm just dropping all over the floor.
Deserving, in my opinion, of canon status. Again, it's more...
Oh, is that how that works? You earn canon status? I wish it was that way, because then Star Wars would just be the OT.
He didn't say, in my opinion, though, Mother.
Oh, okay.
Respectful and fitting than a lot of Bethesda's stuff. Also, Walton Goggins is in it. I don't have enough good things to say about Walton Goggins. One of the best...
Yeah,
all right.
He's great.
I mean, yeah.
Yep.
The one thing everyone agrees upon, whether or not you hate the show.
Things the show does is, despite its abundant humor, it really highlights how fucking horrible the wasteland is.
No, it does not.
I think it undermines it.
Considering how consequenceless all the major events are, no, it doesn't.
This is a perfect example. Radiation comes up this time and then is gone. Like she gets the rat away from Maximus, and then we're not dealing with radiation again. We don't do that sort of thing, It's like, remember when Thaddeus is like, oh, where do I need to go? And it's like, oh, you gotta go with that. It's like, isn't that hit by radiation? It's like, yeah, but you're a ghoul now, so it's fine. It's just like, what?
I need to point out too. They're talking about Shady Sands. It's irradiated the shit where Maximus and Lucy were standing for 20 minutes.
No, that's fine because they're also temporary ghouls in that scene.
Maybe that's why it had to be 15 years later, because they needed the shot of them walking into Shady Sands.
I mean, Moldaver has our entire base there with all the people. So
more
many.
High level than that, though. Like, I mean, there's old people. Like, isn't that kind of evidence that it's probably not that hard to stay alive out here if there's a bunch of old people out in the wasteland?
That's what I mean. I don't feel this is very inconsistently addressed. They're using this visual for this, whoever edited this, because it's like this is one of the few examples of it looking pretty rough. But it's all got like specific purposes. It's not built for like flavoring of how difficult it is to live in this world. This is to make him mad at the ghoul, to try to run away. The finger thing happens, and then will she kill him or will she spare him? And then she spares him. That's like what all of this is for.
I feel it feels like
temporary.
unpleasant to live in this world.
It's all temporary. I'll be surprised they fucking remember radiation by the time you hit like season 3.
Oh fuck! No.
Nope.
Demonstrating with cruelty what it does to a person in just a few days, and
It's not really what the wasteland does to a person, but what the ghoul is doing to her.
Yeah, she would just get water.
What's what I
He
mean?
didn't
Like,
change over the course of a few days. He's been doing this for 200 years.
Well, and there's people who are, as was mentioned, there's old people who are doing well. Like, the idea is like, look how difficult it is. Like, well, she got captured by him. This is unique. This is a really bad thing that's happening to her.
Also, like, I mean, even just boil the water. Like, you could try that. Might
Well,
not
I don't think that removes the
de-radiate it, but-
radiation.
No, but it would actually remove some of the bacteria that could also
That
be
is good,
super
yes.
bad for her.
Yeah.
That
It's
she
still
should do
still
regardless,
water.
but yeah.
Showcasing how fragile any form of respite is in a world gone apocalyptic. And this brings us to Shady Sands.
Okay.
Does it bring us to
Right,
Shady
yeah,
Sands? I
right.
feel like this is another non sequitur.
Yeah, that didn't really.
Yeah, we're just sort of wandering. We're wandering this wasteland of a video.
Oh.
One of the most iconic locations in the Fallout universe, Shady Sands' importance as the birthplace of the new California Republic, as well as its representation of hope in the post-apocalypse, can't be overstated. It was the closest the wasteland came to thriving in that game, a place that maintains a semblance of peace and is even bothered with
New
farming
Vegas.
as opposed to merely scavenging. In the brutal, unforgiving, fucking hard world of Fallout, Shady Sands has always been a welcome respite, for as much as the wasteland could ever offer respite. By the time of Fallout TV's story, Shady Sands is a
You get
carcass.
respite in a lot of places in the games, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Well, it's just funny to introduce it this way, because I'm like, where are you gonna go? Like,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's the sense is like you're going somewhere with this. I can see with the like it's hope, and I'm guessing it's something to do with like people are upset that like the world changed, that this place that was hopeful got destroyed, because that's the point, is that the wasteland destroys things. You can see it's like there's clearly ramping up to something. Like,
One of the most pathetic defenses I saw of Shady Sands was that they included the well. Like, in the ending of the original game, if you end up saving Shady Sands, or you do a good job, you see like a close up of Shady Sands like well, and they kind of included that well for like 1 second in the flashback of Shady Sands before it gets nuked. And people were
wow.
like praising that as some sort of I could find the imagery, but yeah, it's like you can barely tell because it's way in the background, but that's the Shady Sands that is portrayed in the flashback, and this is the well. So if you look really closely in
Oh
the
my
center, like
God.
bottom center, you see the well slightly like in the background, and people are like, "Wow, they put so much detail in. It's so amazing." It's like, did you miss the part where they fucking nuked it and also got it 380 miles approximately?
But the well,
the
the
way-
well.
You're
Look at the
okay,
well.
so Shady
If you
Sands.
when I
ignore
saw the
everything else,
ghoul.
it's great.
Shady Sands' current health is lore. The well is story. So you need to make sure you know what you're caring about, all right?
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous.
A bombed out nuclear crater. And here we come to what's really pissed off a good sector of the fan base. In this now viral tweet, the fate of Shady Sands has been presented as wanton disrespect, a slap in
Presented as.
Yeah.
It just is.
I mean, it is, yeah. Exactly.
Tell me
good
your
tweet.
interpretation then.
You could have
Look
set
at
the
the-
story anywhere in the Fallout universe. You could have set this on the East
like,
Coast.
is the argument of this video going to be that people who are obsessed with lore refuse to allow their stories and their world to change? They're unreceptive to any changes that may occur in the lore. They want everything to be rigid,
Yes.
and they don't understand
Probably.
that storytelling is dynamic and fluid and changes. Is that
Well,
what the
the only
point's gonna be in this
reason-
video?
I think
What would
This
push
is
back
for
on that?
Nintendo.
And then
Respecting
the
everything.
continuation would be like, and this is the reason why when people complain about something that's a retcon, it's actually them being a bunch of babies that just want things to stay the same way forever because they don't realize that the world changes and they need to grow up. I feel like
Well, what would-
feel
that
like
seems
we're heading into
very
that direction.
accurate. Yeah.
Not understanding why people don't like ultra nihilism. Be like, yeah, it's moving forward. It got
Fuck
nuked.
that. We don't
Fuck
even we don't
you."
need to go that far. Like, you could just talk about how much this doesn't make sense as a decision, not from just potential, but also from what they tell us happened in the world. Hank blew this up with a nuke. What the fuck?
Mhm.
Why?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, well, because Vault-Tec are retarded clowns. You're like, that's crap. Make a better reason.
I guess part of it is I wonder how much of this is going to be meta of like, and you see this is reflected in these people, like they just can't
Well,
grow
so
up, like
Your assumption
they
of
need their world to be a nice cozy place, and this is reflected in their political positions or something. Like that's I don't know. I feel like that's the direction it's all heading in.
your assumption of what's happened means there's going to have to be a really good position of defense for the meaning and the substance that came out of the decision to destroy Shady Sands. That's the only way that can work. You've got to tell us why this was a really good storytelling decision, and it quote unquote whatever damage it does to the lore is irrelevant because of the meaning it provides now.
It might just be that it's change and change is good. and that
But
like
this
you
is
can't
regression,
get
though.
to
This is not
You
change.
might be right.
We'll see. Let's
I like
see.
that what's included in these screenshots, though, is the quote there that says, "If it makes you feel any better, it didn't work out." It's just such a depressing statement. It's like, Shady says, didn't work out. Anyway, moving on. It's like, okay, didn't work out, I guess. Bye.
Yeah.
I
All of
also
a
want
sudden,
to
I
point out
heard 1,000 Fallout New Vegas playthroughs cry out and suddenly be silent.
The other strange thing is about like the map, the timeline we see on the chalkboard. It says the fall of Shady Sands, and then there's a nuke, which seems to imply that it fell and then it was nuked, not it fell because it was nuked.
Well, so that's
Maybe.
the big conversation that happened, and the evidence in favor of it being nuked in 2077 is the fact that it's the only image on the whole board that doesn't have a date on it. So it makes you think, like
there's a few
surely.
additional arguments.
Well,
Sorry, there's numerous references. Go ahead.
I was gonna say
Sorry.
that people say that like the one date that you would probably have ironclad and certain of is when it got fucking nuked. If you were studying this as an event, why wouldn't you put the date of it on there? And then the sort of intuitive response would be, well, because it happened in 2077, and that's what that means. It's like Shady Sands fell, nuke. Like I understand how people draw that conclusion, but go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. The thing I wanted to mention is there's multiple references throughout the show that imply the nuke was in 2077 as well. Or sorry, 2277, where in episode 4, Lucy references the plague of 77, where people starved, including her mother. So that's when
Okay.
Hank
yeah.
told, that's when Hank told his children that the mother died. Why would he tell her that if this is one of the Cope arguments, by the way, if he nuked it several years later for some reason, if she's still alive in 77?
That genuinely,
Okay.
like
I can believe that.
part of the problem with that is like I have no idea the mechanics of him nuking it. I don't know where the nukes come from or who authorizes them or how he, like I can't say how long it would have taken him to do that process. I don't know how easy it is, but yes, you're right. That would naturally, the time he spent away from home until he was back, we assume he nuked Shady Sands.
There's also, I don't know how much people want to take this as evidence, but in one of the end credit sequences, for episode 5, I believe, it's zooming out from a locker in a school in Shady Sands, and you see the ruins of Shady Sands, you see skeletons in a bus. The book it's zooming out from has a bunch of dates stamped on it because it's a library book, and the last date in that is 76.
Hmm.
And also like
Reference to
the-
Fallout
the-
76,
the
the
fall-
multiplayer role-playing game from Bethesda Game Studio.
also like the fall of something usually is a historical term because you don't know that something is falling until well after it did, right? You can't select the fall of civilization until like 30, 40, 100 years later. It's like, oh yeah, that's when Rome fell, because when it's happening, you don't really know. But like any sort of societal collapse would be overshadowed by a million times by a nuke destroying the actual city. So the idea that there was some sort of societal collapse in 2077, oh, and by the way, they also got nuked, is hysterical. Like, obviously, the fall would be the nuke. No amount of societal collapse before that would matter compared to the actual city being
the obliteration of
now.
everything there.
It could also just refer to a city being, taken, sort of thing. You could say the fall of, Constantinople or something, like as the city being taken that day.
Yeah.
So it can actually be like
It's
a
so weird to
specific
phrase
date
it that way. Just
But
when
that-
you think
yeah.
the nuking of Shady Sands.
And then if it did actually fail before it got nuked, why would it get nuked? Why would Hank go through the trouble of nuking a failed state?
So they
Or
can't
failed
take his
city.
children again.
To make sure.
He hates them that much.
Yeah.
Well, it is actually said to be that he was a petty fuck, and he did it because he was like, I don't like you, I'm gonna nuke you. It's like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
And
You
then- and
took
then
my
That's
children
how
away from me,
that's
so
how
I'm gonna blow
Voltec
up
deals
this
with
city.
competition, is the quote.
Yeah,
Yep.
but Brotherhood of Steel with their giant airships and mech suits and stuff like that. No NBD, but oh, you've got a well? Fuck you guys, right?
I also want to
Nice.
make a reference to the sign again. It says it's the first capital of the NCR, and that kind of seems like a
There were later capitals, yeah.
that there are later capitals, and that the capital of the NCR hasn't been nuked. It's the former capital that's been nuked. But New Vegas, which takes place in 2281, makes multiple references to it still being the capital, including in Freeside, the NCR are giving out supplies to their own people, and you have to pass a quiz.
Dude.
One of them is, what is the capital of the NCR? The answer is Shady Sands.
Well,
Could
they're
you
bad at giving
imagine-
quizzes, so what now?
Can you imagine if Bethesda released a full update for New Vegas that switched out all of those references?
Oh my
Could you
god!
fucking
I wouldn't put it
imagine?
past them.
It actually might happen.
No,
Fuck's
no,
sake.
we're not wrong. We're not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
just
was-
like dub over the voices. Like in the
Yeah.
year 2265, it was, you know,
It's like obvious robot voice. 2269.
Oh, it would also
In
break
this
all
now
the fucking
viral
mods
tweet,
again.
the fate of Shady Sands has been presented as wanton disrespect. A slap in the face to Fallout fans who wanted a Fallout show full of Fallout stuff for Fallout fans.
They got Fallout stuff. It was full of Fallout stuff. That's not the thing they wanted. They wanted respect.
It was crammed full of it, you could say.
Don't give a fuck. Like, oh, you know what? Who cares if an entire fucking area was destroyed and all the stories were set to rubble? You've got your Pit Boys. It's like, okay, thanks,
That's
bro.
Fallout. Fallout is Pit Boys.
Yeah.
To recognize from Fallout. Personally, mate, I fucking love what happened to Shady Sands.
Here we go.
Shocking.
What's wrong with Shady Sands?
Hmm?
What's wrong? What's his problem with Shady Sands?
Represents
Why-
hope.
Oh.
He's a nihilist.
I guess we're about to find out. It's just the nature of, like, I love what happened to it. It's like getting destroyed. All right, well, let's see what happens.
Fuck
I
it.
love
Look, there
people
are a
getting
number
weak.
of reasons for this, and we will go through them, but as I do, I want to ask you a question. What do you want from your video game adaptations? Do you want something that contributes
Same thing I want from all my stories. Fucking coherent and substantive,
Making
meaningful.
sense for starters.
And it's so hard to respect the thing that you're trying to make money off. Please. Give it a chance. Just try.
to the story and moves it forward?
Might even make you
Or
more
do
money.
you want a theme park ride of references and in-jokes
That's exactly what the fucking show is. And you know what? That's not even the worst part of it. Like, the fact that it's a theme park that shows off Fallout stuff would be forgivable if it could actually be good as well.
Yeah, you can have good roller coasters.
designed to
Do
pop a
that.
niche audience? And, by the way, both are valid. Both can be great, but I do ask you think about what you want and if that's all you want. I'm a fan of the anticlimactic. If it's done right,
Describes your channel.
What's funny is I don't think that was done right in that movie.
Well, maybe is this an example of it being done right, or is
I
this
assume
the
that's-
opposite of that?
Well, okay, I guess there's room for that. I'm
Why else
assuming
would you
this
put the
is
visual there?
because it could be
I
ironic
don't
or
know.
something,
I mean,
right?
I could say, yeah, I could say that.
You
being
could try and make that way, but I was just gonna say, like, what always bothered me about this was that thing, the power level on it's called the Widowmaker or something, right? That missile.
Oh damn! What I can't remember what it's called.
I think I can't
that's
remember
gonna
because
annoy
it's Justin Hammer was describing it, how amazing it's like
Yeah.
the greatest thing he's got. It's gonna just annihilate any foe that you want to. Oh, the ex-wife is what it's called. Okay. The thing is, Tony and War Machine are right there. Like I guess they just don't
Yeah,
care
that
about
was
the
my
nature of
name,
its friendly fire.
If it was
And then
really,
secondly,
it's amazing.
they're like they load it up to fire it. Whiplash keeps his mask down. It's like, what the hell are you
He
doing?
doesn't know that- like I guess I presume he must know that it's not gonna work.
Well, that's the thing. It felt like everyone was in on the meme. Watching that scene, we all knew it wasn't going to work. It's like, all right, I guess. So we just did it for show.
a big monster heel losing a wrestling match in one punch after terrorizing their rival for months is an anticlimax, but with great storytelling it can be a poetic end to a great story. It's one of my favourite tropes. I also like a bit of a tragedy. I dislike the constant need for a happy ending in media.
None of this has anything to do with Fallout. Sorry.
Yeah,
None of it
Yeah,
has
it's
anything
just
to do with Fallout or the destruction of Shady Sands.
I don't even want to unpack that. But like, if it's a satisfying ending, I don't know that it's an anticlimax. But we'll just move on.
Yeah, the fact test audiences hated the original amazing ending for Little Shop of Horrors because the plant won really bloody aggravates me. The fall of Shady Sands makes sense as a tragic reminder that the wasteland is a fucking wasteland.
Okay,
But if
so
you make it not a wasteland, then it
so-
won't be a
so-
wasteland, you
okay, so
retard.
I don't
my
even.
impression, I thought that the point of like the good Fallout games was that they actually showed a meaningful progression in the wasteland. That it doesn't just
Yes.
keep reverting back to the
Yes.
same state. That you start to get new societies, with different perspectives on like governance and the structure of the society. And so like the whole point of Fallout, the idea of war never changes isn't meant to be the idea that everything keeps getting reset to absolute chaos. It's meant to be that like you just keep seeing new conflicts arising between differing perspectives on the way that the world should be.
Yeah, everything that
So
made the world
the reasons for
still
war will
present.
remain the same. Is the
Still
stuff,
present. And so like in like Fallout New Vegas, it's like what are the ideological differences between like the NCR and Mr. House and the Legion, and like and how that like creates conflict, and whether or not that's born from like nostalgia for the old world, misconceptions, or like misunderstand, like essentially that it's not meant to just be, yeah, the wasteland is terrible and everything keeps getting destroyed constantly and there's no progression. Anytime that there's progression, it gets reset so that you can just have it be like raiders running around and it's just chaos. Like, if anything, that's kind of antithetical
raiders,
to what
monsters,
Fallout
expanses of land, little like run down places where spooky people will live or spooky creatures will live, and then vault exploration, or ruined cities exploration, then a couple of settlements that are really, really like run down small and just full of characters you can't trust because everyone's out for themselves. That's as far as we'll ever go.
A shallow perspective that, yes, to progress the story of the potential downfall of the NCR is just to have it get nuked, rather than, well, the NCR falls apart because of problems that they struggle with, like about, whether they're stretched too thin or whether there's corruption within the NCR. Like, instead it's just, it got nuked. And see, that's really good. Like, that's thematically potent in Fallout. That it's not that anything will get destroyed because of any of the actual problems with, like, the institutions or with the government. It's just, well, one guy got really mad, so we blew it up, and then that's it. That's the end.
Nothing gets any better because nothing means anything because I'm a nihilist and you having hope is stupid.
And just for perspective, like, this isn't like the nukes dropped 10, 20 years ago. The nukes dropped almost 220 years ago per the Fallout canon, if you want to treat it that way. Shady Sands, as of the date of the Fallout show is supposed to be set, would be 99 years old.
We got it from the horse's mouth. Yeah. Like, he explicitly said in those interviews, he does not intend to allow Fallout to get past a certain point because it no longer would be the genre he wants it to be. That's what he said. And he applied it to Deadwood.
That's
he was
just fucking stupid.
If Deadwood has insurance or cars, it's no longer Deadwood, so he can't be doing that. It's like,
yeah.
And it's just funny because, like, I saw some photos. The town I live in is actually not that old. So I saw some photos of 100 years ago, like in the 20s, the 1920s, right? And it was like dirt roads, Model Ts. Like, it was legitimately looked like some sort of dusty Western town 100 years ago. And obviously, you can accelerate that by having technology and cars and whatever imported into this place. But the idea that Shady Sands wouldn't progress after 5 generations is crazy. Like, it would be a lot more advanced than just a well and maybe like a house or two. It's just I guess you're just. It's almost like Hank was like the stand-in for the Graham or whomever said that, where it's like, I don't want to have it progress. I just want to nuke it back to the wasteland because I like Westwood or Westworld or whatever.
The thing is, if you want to have that story set in this universe, you can have it set at any time, at any place within the US. You don't have to have it set in California.
Yeah,
why not set it in a totally new place where you can have everything be totally new? Like, why set it in a place where you will necessarily start to tread on Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas? Yeah, and I think the answer is pretty straightforward, because it's funny, because Sterling's like, oh, well, yeah, they don't, like, they actually were pretty reserved. It's like, what would have been more reserved? Setting it in, like, Chicago, or setting it in Seattle,
doing
or something
new with this amazing
somewhere,
or Texas, like New Orleans, something like that.
Yeah, Florida, just somewhere that isn't where we've seen before.
And then there's timeline too.
There's a lot of.
God forbid actually being
you could say, like, this is happening at the same time as Fallout 1 or whatever.
Yeah, that would be interesting. But
and I think, another issue that Jim seems to be having is he's confusing the descriptive with the prescriptive again. He's saying, oh yeah, of course bad things happen. It's a wasteland. It's like, well, no. It's a wasteland.
It's a wasteland.
Well, yeah.
Really happened.
If the show opened with every single character got shot in the back of the head mystically, and I just go, well, it's the wasteland, man.
It's a wasteland. Bad things happen. Yeah. It's just a wacky, crazy wasteland out there. I mean, this is just the thing that sort of happens. Instead of because of all the events and because of everything, it is called a wasteland.
I would also argue too that the whole perpetual wasteland thing is a problem with the Bethesda games. It feels like an active problem that none of the world is progressing, even in the areas that they're showing.
Which
like
is
200
weird.
years.
Well,
Yeah,
I think it's
200 years
because,
after the war, and people are still building shacks out of scrap metal and wood.
I
Is
think
you
it's
could
because
have a
there
game
are-
series that's set in like 2270 or whatever. You could pick whatever date, and every game could take place in that year, just in very different places.
Yeah,
We're
you
gonna
don't
go
have
up
to keep
here
on
to
going.
Seattle. We're gonna go down here to Las Vegas, New Vegas.
Yeah.
Go over here. Oh, it's Little Rock. Yeah, we're gonna go over there. It's Savannah, Georgia. Totally different places. The plots aren't like super world changing, so you can have multiple games just forever that are in basically the same time period.
Yeah, I'll say it's kind of a bad habit that I think Fallout 2 introduced. Fallout 2 jumped 80 years after the original, but that is still applicable because you don't necessarily because the wasteland is going to be a lot more disconnected. So you could just go to a different location and do a different time, and it would still be like the 300 or so square mile radius that the game world is set in is still going to be that's going to be your whole world because you don't have the internet, you don't have air travel, you don't have any of that stuff for the most part. That so you could still tell a unique story that doesn't have to be perfectly connected
You
to
know-
all the timeline events of the other game.
Something I just realized, and I kind of wish was in the video now. There's no recognition, remorse, sort of funeral proceedings or anything for all the people who died in 33 or 32.
Oh
Nope.
yeah,
Yeah, fuck them.
You'd think
Yeah, they
they'd
just
didn't
be-
see the
drag
bodies.
corpses off.
They
Yeah,
don't
didn't
even
see the
go to
bodies.
bury the bodies. No.
like how fucked up is that? That's all their beloved
Yeah.
friends and family that they would have known better than some of us know each other. So
Like the
Yeah.
cousins you see every summer
They-
growing up or something like that. Yeah.
They must have some way of like dealing with the bodies and the deceased. Like,
Might be
Because-
one of
well,
the
I was gonna
cousins
say,
you've
like,
had sex
you
with.
can make arguments about the nature of respecting the dead of 32 from 33's perspective that they saw them once per 3 years or whatever. But I'm talking about the people who died in 33.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
A lot of them
exactly.
died, and nobody gave a shit. Like, they didn't even. We didn't even know their names.
Yeah. Also, where are the children? Where did they go?
They all disappeared. They're trapped in the schoolroom.
it almost
They're
feels
locked
like
in a
there's a,
closet in there.
it almost feels like there was like an episode cut actually because
Mm.
doesn't there feel like an entire story between the initial battle and them being all imprisoned, all the raiders in prison and all the bodies, like you don't see the bodies again, you don't see any of the original aftermath. Like there'd be a lot of grieving, remorse, how could this
Well, yeah,
happen?
and,
Because it's like the
There-
yeah.
It is
That
a
was-
strange part of the episode I noticed when I was watching it, how quickly they get over this.
Yeah.
The most traumatic thing that could pretty much ever happen to a lot of people.
Yeah, and I don't buy the whole
Especially
they're
if you're gonna
retarded
play
thing as a
them as
response, you know?
incredibly-
Yeah, sad. Yeah, stupid people get sad.
Yeah, stupid people get really sad.
No,
Stupid
no.
people perhaps get way sadder than they ought to.
And if
the-
you're
the
gonna
le-
play them as sheltered, naive people, then this should absolutely destroy them.
I mean, they're
Oh, yeah,
literally
absolutely.
sheltered,
Shatter
literally
their
sheltered
entire
people.
perception of the world.
And as mentioned in chat, we know that they do burials. Like it was mentioned about Rose, right? So it's like, that must have happened. They just didn't feel like showing us, which I feel like could have been a really effective scene.
There is one very quick shot of them dragging bodies down to an area labeled compost, and that's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a little weird.
Didn't even catch that.
Yeah.
Remember Silo
It's a
Mauler?
very quick shot.
I do remember Silo. It was better.
That was neat. That was really nice.
I also got a shout out to another good show that I remember enjoying it. It's from 2006, so it's like a little old, so you'll mostly just notice it when the music that they pick. But
Please don't
anyone
say
ever-
things from 2006 are a little old. Please don't.
I'm
please
sorry,
don't say
I'm
that.
sorry. Matrix was only
What's
10 years
that
ago.
rag?
Matrix was only 10 years ago.
What?
Did anyone else see Jericho?
I
Sounds
read
familiar, but I don't think I
watched
saw
a
it now.
few episodes.
I've seen
Wasn't
that,
like there's something to do with like a nuke going off, and it was like post-apocalypse.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
Steve
a
Ulrich.
mid-apocalypse. I would say it's like a mid-apocalypse because it starts off before the nukes drop, and the cool thing is it never goes above like ground level, meaning that you only see the apocalypse from the average person, the average civilian's viewpoint in a single town. So they don't even know what happened at the beginning. They don't even know really that that they thought it might have been just one nuke. Then they get a call later like that was interrupted, like a voice message that was interrupted with a nuke from like another town. Then they realize then it's an international threat. So things like that, it's like a slow discovery of the gravity and the scope of what happens. And I thought it was a really well done show in terms of that. And
Does
it
sound
actually
interesting,
tackles
yeah.
it does tackle a lot of these similar themes, like the idea of like, who nuked us? Was it even another country? We don't even know. Things like that.
Yeah,
Like
because
Mhm.
how would you find out that an apocalypse even actually happened.
Yeah,
Some
and
of
that-
them, sometimes they could legitimately be very subtle if you're living in particular areas. Yeah.
Yeah, so I recommend that show if you want to kind of more. It's not a perfect show, but I definitely like the aspect where it's like you don't even zero. All you see is an explosion and the power gets cut off. And for like the first couple episodes, they're just trying to restore power and order because people are freaking out because so much is built on the infrastructure. So it's a really interesting premise, at least.
Got Morgan from The Walking Dead and Skeet Ulrich, and then I think it's also the girl that was the chick from Uncharted, the blonde. Sorry, my puppies are going nuts.
But you're right about Skeet Ulrich. I think that's his best role actually, and yeah, it does have the guy that was in The Walking Dead.
A huge part of the story is the erosion of Vault Dweller Lucy's naivety, and Shady Sands.
Except for the 3 times it's reset, but
it just bounces around all over the place. Really, it's not very.
Yeah.
Ending in off-screen tragedy is the exact kind of heart sink to punctuate that, to really make her question herself, to question her belief that there could be something good built up there.
What?
Are we
No.
meant to think that there's
No.
literally no way to build anything good? Is that like actually what you think the takeaway of the show
because
is?
that ain't like the games at all. Just to be clear.
I don't even know that that's what we're supposed to take away from Lucy's thought on it. She said, do you remember?
Yeah,
It's so weird. She says when she first finds out about Shady Sands that was what her job was supposed to be, was to come out of the vaults and build society. And then she finds out that it was all destroyed. It's like
She's distraught about it.
Yeah, it's weird though. It's like, wait, Lucy, are you upset because it happened without you? Does that mean you think it wouldn't work unless you were a part of it, or do you find it to be less meaningful that now that if you were to do it, it's not the first time it's done since the nukes?
I didn't get that at all.
Well, they don't explore any of it with her, and so now we've got a conclusion here that Lucy's wondering whether it's even possible to build anything nice because this was not like. Listen to this. It's such a weird take.
Sands ending in off-screen
Because Hank will
tragedy
always
is
nuke
the
it.
Well,
exact kind of heart sink to punctuate that, to really make her question herself, to question her belief that there could be something good built up there.
what is that? What do you
That's
mean?
not what the show is saying.
Like Hank will always nuke the nice things.
Oh,
Like
stop.
what's
No, it is not.
I legit am lost. Like, what do you think was happening? That she thought, oh man, the fact that Shady Sands got nuked means there probably wasn't anything good there. What are you talking about?
This is why we
that's
can't
just
have
what
nice
happened.
things.
No,
Tyler. That's
the
what she's
imagery-
thinking.
Yeah.
Right.
The imagery that was used in that was her realizing that her mother was the ghoul. So I think it's safe to say that was what was happening in that scene, was that she was upset that her mum was a ghoul.
No, Fringy.
Wow.
She was thinking, this is why we can't
well,
have
I
nice
wonder.
things.
Yeah,
Yes.
and
War
and
never
that her dad is
changes.
a monster. Like
Yeah.
that's the part there.
Well, see,
Seeing
again,
her skeleton
if-
mom.
if we're dealing with a video that was critical, everyone will start saying, did they even watch the show? But now I feel like this is positive, and we're not even thinking about that. But it's true. It's like, did you even watch the show? Like, what do you...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It is indeed the
Drama of the piece.
It's also
No.
I don't think it is, actually. I'd say the
No.
big realization is Lucy's notion of who she can and can't trust, and the fact that she's against her father at the end and she's for the ghoul at the end. That's like the big thing that the writers were proud of themselves for.
Is it possible some of this is the editor's fault?
I don't think
Just not.
No, I
picking
mean
the right stuff
my
to
my
show?
main issue wasn't even the visuals. There, it was the statement, because I don't mind using Lucy being emotional to support a statement about how she realized something. You know, I would prefer an accurate visual in terms of a scene that matched, but there isn't one, so it's not the editor's fault.
Yeah.
exactly. I
Because
don't
that's
think the
not what
statements
she
were accurate.
realized.
Yeah, you can trick the video a little bit by showing an unrelated scene that kind of expresses what you're trying to convey, even if it's not 100%
Well, like
accurate. But yeah, the statement is wrong.
If we made reference to off-screen they killed a robot and you showed Ultron getting destroyed and someone said, like, that's not even the same fucking IP, it would be like, yeah, I know.
Like,
But,
I did that in your video a little bit, where I showed the picture of the guy wanking in the Brotherhood, and then I showed the awkward close-up when they take the hood off of Maximus's armor, and he's like, "Ooh," and he's like
I mean,
gasping for air.
perfection.
It's like,
Just referencing wanking, but
yeah. So that was not at all related, but it was funny. So
important to note that Shady Sands' relative safety was always rocky, was always on the brink. In New Vegas,
Yeah,
the
it was always on the
brink?
of one really mad guy just.
It was-
running
it-
around.
yeah,
A lot
it was
of cities
always-
are on the brink of one nuclear explosion.
I mean,
yes.
yeah, I was about to
True.
say, I was like, what
Literally the
city
most
isn't on the
peaceful
brink of
place in the
being
world,
destroyed if
yeah.
you nuke it?
Hank's issue with Shady Sands has nothing to do with the entire history of Shady Sands. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's all to do with his
like,
girlfriend,
it was
his wife
all
walking
personal.
off. That was it.
Yeah. You took my
which is the
children.
nature of like what's lame about it, right? Is that the destruction of Shady Sands and the NCR has nothing to do with the NCR and what it was and what it represented and what its potential flaws were. It was just that some guy got big mad and then blew it up.
This shit's downright sneaky, because what's happening here is the argument that everyone else who hates it is making, saying Shady Sands' issues could very well have led to something cataclysmic that shut down a lot of significant portions of the NCR/Shady Sands. That could have happened, could have been nice to see. That's precisely what can't happen because you wiped it off the map.
Yep.
You said it's out of play.
You figure if his problem was, just the NCR being a thing, they would have nuked it a long fucking time ago.
There's so many layers too. Like, I actually forgot about this lore. Shady Sands was actually founded by Vault dwellers. Vault 15 left Shady Sands, or left the Vault, and then founded Shady Sands partially, right? But you know what actually led to Shady Sands' growth? And this is completely antithetical to the Fallout show. Caravans. It was a trading town. So literally capitalism restored humanity, but we're meant to believe that capitalism ruined humanity.
Well, this reminds me of like...
I know that
Fast travel.
Yeah.
I know the show thinks that Hank nuked the NCR because, like, no, we need to destroy civilization. That way we have a blank slate when we start over. But, like, there are so many other places where people are other than Shady Sands.
He hasn't made that his own personal vendetta to just, it's like, oh, New Vegas, I'll nuke that as well.
No, he doesn't do any of that. So the only way to interpret it is he's mad about her leaving him.
That's
so
the only interpretation. He was big mad, so he blew him up.
Yeah, huge cuck energy.
It's so stupid.
It really is.
He got cucked by Shady Sands, so he nuked it. That's how upset he was.
He didn't, because he didn't go to the
Fucking little
Enclave and
cuck
say, uh-oh, it looks like civilization is still kind of like creeping up again. We should redestroy everything.
Mm-hmm. Even
Which
though
is
that
what he
is
would
explicitly something that Vault Tech will take care of somewhat eventually, right? Like, that's part of their goal is we got to clear out everyone, because only us, the super managers, are allowed to, take care of civilization, to flower it.
Yeah.
Which is so,
Even
there's
though
so
we're
much
gonna
wrong
have
with it,
hundreds
but...
of vaults all over the US, not composed of super managers, but whatever.
And another spoiler, but there's a certain game in the franchise that addresses the idea of wiping everyone except for yourself off the map, and they use basically a variant of the FEV virus, but they inoculate only the people they want to save. So they inoculate themselves and then use this virus that could spread through the air. Like they could release it in like off the coast of the West US, and it'll eventually spread throughout the world and kill everybody who's not pre-inoculated. So that was like, that existed, I think, 100 years before the events of the show or something like that. Like 80, maybe not 100, but like several decades. So like that was a much more effective way to basically wipe the slate clean, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
This reminds me of if someone said, like, what a shame that they lasered the New Republic in a scene and we don't get to see anything else for them, and someone responds, you think it's impossible for a planet to be destroyed by, like, a Death Star laser?
Yeah, that was the problem.
Why did not address the
and then you refocus, you re-explain, and then they say, you think it's impossible for, like, a governmental system to collapse? And you're just like, I'm just gonna go home. I'm gonna go to sleep. I can't do this anymore.
It's also tiring.
Like, and just all this having to be like, the NCR wasn't perfect. There was actually several moments of, maybe corruption or instability that could lead to all this. It's like, why are you even explaining any of this? This isn't relevant at all to what happens in the show. None of it.
It's just deflection.
It's just Hank nuking it because he's a little cuck. That's all it is.
Simultaneously, you're a nerdsy for caring about the lore, but here's a reason why it could make sense with the lore.
Here's a lore reason why it actually all makes sense, and you're wrong to
Yeah.
point that out. I don't even know why you brought it up, actually, which is what you did.
But the lore is dumb, so that's
But lore is
with
very,
lore.
very dumb.
Yeah.
A lot of
TR
that,
was
man.
spread so thin that whatever firepower it might have had, it could barely govern for shit, and violence was always its answer to most problems. It could be argued that rather than a curveball plot...
Wait, just like, is he describing the NCR?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Because right before the pause, he said they were always on the brink, which, by the way, no, they weren't.
The brink of what? Hank nuking them?
They had like taxes,
Hank
man.
nuking them.
They were like, taxes were back. They had that shit figured out. They had an army. They had a
Well,
president.
I feel like all that it's pointing out is, yeah, but the thing is that what you get in the show is not, maybe the NCR would fall apart because of problems with the NCR and competing ideologies. It's the NCR falls apart because a really big mad guy nuked the capital.
Well, yeah, if I went to the Roman Empire and I set off a nuke in the middle of Rome, it's like, well, it doesn't
and then you'd be
matter.
like, well, yeah, the fall, the fall of Rome and like the overextension of the empire, and it's like, well, no, it's a big mad nuke. That's it. That's what happened.
Like the NCR wasn't 100% stable. It had problems and all that, but it wasn't on the brink of collapsing.
Does the show even bother trying to explain like what the rest of the NCR does in the immediate aftermath?
No, they just turn into the crazy, weird.
They all turn into raiders overnight.
Scavenger raiders at the observatory or something.
Who fucking... That was kind of the reason why I brought that up at the beginning. Who knows? Nobody knows. All the people who like this show argue over it every day as to what the fuck was going on there. And as to the big mad nuke, I feel like he would have had that emoji put on it. The angry one.
Yeah.
That's one of my big problems with the show,
the angry
too, though,
one.
is regardless of Shady Sands being destroyed, we're still in the heart of NCR territory, and they have no presence. What the fuck? They are gone.
The notion that season 2 is going to clear all these things up as well, it's just like season 2 is going to have its own shit to clear up. Going to make up
just
a
like
bunch
the
of whole
later
new...
episodes in this season was going to clear up the earlier episodes, right?
We got, well, I mean, episode 8 cleared up episode 1 for sure. Yeah, it really did.
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
Yeah.
Twist. The destruction of Shady Sands
I gotta point out the kind of just the kind of quaintness and simplicity. This is obviously written by people who never left LA in their lives. 30,000 people. That was about the population, right? On the banner it was like 20 to 30,000 people.
Yeah, 34,000.
I find it hilarious that the diagram up there shows like library, courthouse, like as if these are like the 2 or 3 monuments in the entire place. I looked up a listing of I don't mean to go off in the weeds, but I just looked up listing. This is a 30,000 population city called Los Banos in
big town. Yeah,
that's a huge town.
It's
that's
30,000
in California.
people. It's 30,000 people.
They've got like a cinema. They've got the library too, but they've got like 7-Elevens, Targets, Walmarts. They've got like
because it's 30,000 people.
That's
It's not like some podunk hick town and New York City.
Yeah, I just find it funny. It's like they treat it like a little western cowboy town with like 200, 400 people or something like that. But no, that's actually like a city at that point.
But have you considered Deadwood is a good show?
Well, it's only good if they don't have insurance or cars.
Yeah.
Collapse of the NCR is the only way things could have ended for them.
Oh God!
It's the only way.
It's the only way.
No,
the only
good
way
Lord.
is a nuclear device would explode in the capital.
I was going to say,
let's boy would nuke them. Yep.
Let's play it again with full context to make sure that's what was just said. Because holy fuck!
Higher power it might have had, it could barely govern for shit, and violence was always its answer to most problems. It could be argued that rather than a curveball plot twist, the destruction of Shady Sands and collapse of the NCR is the only way things could have ended for them. And narratively, honestly, this is good for the NCR. I mean,
What? Why?
What the fuck?
The only way it could have ended was nuclear apocalypse.
It was not only the only thing that could happen; it was good.
I would love to
It was
hear.
good for the NCR that this happened. What the fuck
I'd
are you
love to
talking
hear.
about?
What's Jim's opinion on Caesar's Legion and what they have coming to them?
Don't know.
Oh my God.
Jim's relationship.
What can you
with
even say?
Dad,
I've missed
like-
the house to use my pronouns.
The
It was
person,
good. Everyone died. What the fuck?
person advocating hardcore for the nuance and substance of storytelling just said, really, the only thing that could happen is Hank comes along and nukes it.
Yeah. The cuck boy was bound to happen at some point.
It's just bound to, yeah. You kind of, if you just
Yeah.
look at the law, it's just bad. It's like I thought we didn't care about the law. It's like no, but if we
It was in the
do,
lore, yeah.
if we do though,
Did you know that
So
cucks
many-
existed before the events of the show?
There's so many cases of this where it's like a real failure to imagine things any other way.
We see this a lot on EFAP. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very, very this broad swath of people who should be very creative and willing to think outside of the box and
Isn't-
problem solve, but they have tunnel vision
But like,
And they say, well, the only way it could have ended is nuclear
I
explosion.
thought that, but isn't the idea in like New Vegas is that you can choose, right? Like whether you want to side with the NCR or
Yeah.
the Legion or like Mr. House, or
Yeah.
if you want to make it independent, and that the whole point is that there's meant to be a level of like, well, it'd be interesting to see what would happen in any of those endings, because there is a possibility that the NCR succeeds or the Legion succeeds or Mr. House succeeds, like in terms of achieving their objectives. Like
Yeah,
it's not
there's-
like the point of Fallout New Vegas isn't meant to be, well, the NCR's doomed. Because if that was the point, why would there be an ending where the NCR wins?
If anything, it's the
Yeah.
safe choice is the NCR. They're the safe choice.
Yeah.
It's but like New Vegas gets into like the big trade-offs of, you know, libertarian versus authoritarian and security versus I guess danger. You know, do you want to live in a more dangerous but free society, or do you want to take it to the other end where you have a relatively like very culturally stable society, but it is very much super authoritarian to the point where there's slavery and women are like legitimately oppressed as a gender.
But you get
like
to wear
stuff like
really
that.
cool gladiator outfits.
Very true. And you can cosplay as a furry in the army, so sign me up.
For them. And narratively,
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to steel man his point quickly of Shady Sands being destroyed was inevitable. He's probably referring more to like destruction in general rather than it being nuked, and that's still
Still
something
wrong.
I
Well,
highly
I know that.
disagree
We're
with,
making
'cause you
fun of
could
him
have done
because
1,000 things.
this whole
Yeah,
speech
no, I
is
know, I
supposed
just-
to be advocating for how you shouldn't be mad at what the show did because it was an inevitability of sorts. It's like, no, Hank nuking it was
Well,
not
it
a
was
fucking
not inevitable-
inevitability.
Yeah, it was not inevitable that a cuck would get really big mad cuck energy and decide to
Exactly.
nuke it.
Like,
that was not
if
inevitable.
if the whole season was about the fall of the NCR through all kinds of logistical, like individuals and corruption, all these kinds of things just all happening, I feel like people would be complaining a lot fucking
Well,
less.
I mean, I feel like the tweet that you showed, right, with the whole monkey paw curls, with like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, I wonder if they're gonna, like, I don't think that the point of that tweet is, yeah, like they blew it up. That's it. It would be like they blew it up, and here's all the reasons why, and you didn't get a story continuing to develop like the NCR
That's
from
why
where
the,
you saw them last.
the
Just a
Star
hard
Wars-
dead end.
It's the Star Wars comparison because it's like you think that whatever Han, Luke, and Leia, you know, set up would just last infinitely. It's like, no.
Well, it's just
But-
all of these false dichotomies.
Yeah,
like, just
it's-
because I hate what happened doesn't mean that I wanted the absolute antithesis of everything was happy, nothing ever went wrong, ever, no development, no continuation of the story. Because I mean, I think it's just silly to even believe that that's what people want. Like, it feels like you have to be very, very uncharitable to people to assume that all they want is, yeah, so what they wanted to see for, you know, the sequel trilogy is just like Luke running around doing flips and chopping things with his lightsaber.
Exactly,
People want
yeah.
to see a continuation of the story, not a dead end. We don't want to do that. Fuck that. Let's blow it up, and so that then we can do our own thing. That's just lame. That's lame.
Yeah.
You can't go in and retroactively go, well, yeah, but see, you got to understand, like, the New Republic, I mean, in a certain sense, it was destined to get blown up by the Starkiller base. That's just stupid. That's
Exactly.
dumb.
And I feel like the idea that it's like, yeah, I'm just responding to the people who want those extreme things and I'm countering them. It's like, you're not really, because I don't see any fucking people saying it. Meanwhile, we don't have to show you comments or quotes of people saying it. God, Stilly saying it right now. He's just saying
Yeah,
it all this
exactly.
shit, like, verbatim. We don't have to, there's no lie happening here or some invention of an insane argument in order to provide an insane counter. We're just playing clips of what can you even categorize this as? It's like, oh, you're so mad that they broke law, even though if you look at the law, it was inevitable. It's like,
Yeah, that's
What?
funny. It's hilarious.
The cool thing about New Vegas, which is going to be completely ruined by the season 2 if they end up at New Vegas, is that they did this really cool thing where instead of just making like 3 basically different cutscenes that play exactly the same, like in games like Mass Effect or whatever, they actually did slides. So it kind of would generate a almost like a PowerPoint presentation of what all your actions did to the area. And somebody did the math. There are over 1 quadrillion different combinations of ending slides that you can get at the end of New Vegas, because they've got about something like 200 different slides, and there's like a few different
Neat.
variations for each like depending on what you do for the NCR, what you do for the Legion, what you do for House, and each individual area, each individual quest, each individual town. So it basically generates a unique ending for every player. Like there's probably more, there's definitely absolutely more unique endings than there are times people played through the game. Like you pretty much get almost a unique ending every time. So just that aspect just kind of really defined your experience and the freedom in it. And they're going to totally lock it down to one specific way it happened, or I don't know if they're going to play around with like, oh, we don't really know what happened. Maybe this happened. I don't know, but there's definitely going to be certain things that are going to be decanonized in the second season, I'm sure.
Honestly, this is good for the NCR, I mean, not in-universe, fucking sucks for them. In the show, we see that they, like the Enclave before them, are fallen but still clinging on, with a compelling sympathetic storyline that fits more NCR than the Enclave, that winds up far more interesting than a mere continuation of their inept democracy.
You are not referring to the blood-drinking ash people, are you?
And also, it's just like, oh yeah, the sympathetic Moldova going into the vault and just killing all of the innocent vault dwellers.
Yeah, what?
Yeah. Like, what are we talking about here?
Neither of those elements were interesting. They were insane. Why is it that all the Shady Sands survivors get together to drink blood and talk about how, in order to bring it back, blood must spill? What does that even mean?
That's just... It relies on being insane. Like, oh,
Yeah.
quirky. No, it's just...
How is that interesting? There was no story there, no characters. It was just, look at this. Isn't that weird?
How uncomfortable do you think Sterling would be at that party, though? I don't think very.
No, I'm sure he thought it was pretty cool.
Well, the other thing is just, yet again, it's another failure of imagination. It's just like, oh, if they just continued being the NCR, how boring is that? And it's like, just because you can't think of anything interesting to do with them, doesn't mean that anyone with any talent for writing at all couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Shtick, which we've seen already. Of course, there's more to Shady Sands' destruction than good old-fashioned societal collapse.
There was none of that was in there.
It's just nuked it.
That's close to a lie as far as I'm concerned. Like, for anybody who hasn't seen the show, that's not in the story at all.
No.
Nothing. Yeah. No reference to Shady Sands falling because of that. It's strictly Hank and his nuke. That is it.
The only vision we get of it is that it's basically utopia, and everybody's
exactly.
like dancing in the
It's the
background
opposite,
with
if
corn
anything.
and everything, and like there's
and if you
a blinding amount of sun because it's so beautiful.
There
That's all we
is
get.
absolutely some cinematic language happening where in every portion of every part of the show we're shown ghouls aren't trusted or liked, and they're shat on, and nobody likes them, they're scary, they go feral, blah, 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 blah. We get to Moldaver's observatory settlement, which is the, spiritual successor to Shady Sands, and they show us the ghoul is just hanging out with everyone else. It's like, oh, look at that. See? Moldava takes care of everyone. You're like, what the fuck are you doing, show? Did you see episode 1? Did somebody else make that? It's like, what the fuck? So weird. It's like, don't worry, she takes... Because it's the same ghoul that got released in episode 4 from the Super Duper Mark.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so it's supposed to just be like, oh, look at that. See, the efforts that Lucy made do have an ultimately good effect, and there they are. How great is that? And I'm just sitting like, what the fuck?
Wow. Which brings up so many questions. Why were the Super Duper Mart guys keeping ghouls feralized? Like, what the? Why would they ever need to do that?
Because it's fun.
Sell them for slaves.
Dude.
I don't know. It could be anything.
They're just having a good time.
Having a good time.
Yeah. In this universe, I mean, like in the actual Fallout games, like most ghouls were probably, I'd say most ghouls weren't feral, but you always had.
Well, they're waiting for the Atomic Wrangler to be founded, so that they have a bunch of crazy, wacky ghouls to work over there.
They're gonna take them on tour. They're gonna do a little fun clown show with all ghouls,
so to speak.
In the series finale, we learn that it was Lucy's father, the freeze-dried Vault-Tech scumbag Kyle motherfucking McLaughlin, personally orchestrated the annihilation of Shady Sands over some siphoned water and corporate...
feels like...
He didn't do it because of the siphoned water. That wasn't why.
Yeah, it was all because he was a cuckoid.
Because he was
It was the cuck, yeah.
He was angry.
It's interesting to throw that in. That's looks like you didn't pay attention, Sterling.
Yeah, you weren't paying attention. That's right. Yeah.
You should pay attention if you're going to review.
We didn't actually find out how the fuck this war even got siphoned. That never got answered at all. We have no idea, but that was not his motivation.
We don't know how he fucking was able to nuke a city.
Yeah, we don't know how.
They just say he did it.
Yep.
How? What?
They shot down his threesome idea, and he was pissed.
Happens.
Annihilation of Shady Sands over some siphoned water and corporate-sponsored eugenics. And you know what that makes the show's emerging lead?
You know, it wasn't the Vault-Tech motivation really either. It was mainly, you took my kids over there, fuck you.
Yeah.
and everyone who lives there, because it's
Yeah.
their
Everybody
problem
who lives
now.
there. That's right, yeah.
It's not like
Sure
he
is, yeah.
didn't nuke everyone who wasn't, Vault 33. He nuked them specifically.
Villain? An absolute fucking cunt. What really frustrates me about the way fans view Shady Sands as a slap in the face is that it suggests they never wanted a story and instead were focused primarily on the meta-narrative. They didn't want to see what the writers
Lore
had to
is
say
a
for
meta
them.
narrative.
Yeah.
What?
But I guess
Lore
that's
is,
the
like,
argument,
literally
that
not.
They were obsessed. That's the problem, Rags. They misunderstand the purpose of lore.
They,
I guess.
by virtue of Fallout 1 to 2, they want it to develop and change. That is, they are beloved, and Shady Sands is not the same in 1 as it is in 2. So, why are you going to argue? Because, like, you're clearly going for the frozen sort of in time aspect here. It's like, if you're going to address the Fallout fans who are being nuts over this, like, you got to address them as they are, which is, they wanted to see it develop and grow and move in some kind of direction. They didn't want to see it nuked. Whoa, wow, idiots. But clearly edging toward the perspective that they just wanted it to be functional. Like, that apparently is the meta-narrative, which I feel like is, you're gonna lose your audience here a little bit. You gotta bring us back.
Primarily on the meta-narrative. They didn't want to see what the writers had to say for themselves. They wanted to see how they treat the source material. The viral tweet...
No, you could do your thing, show. Just don't have it be shitty and lore breaking.
Well,
like,
why did they have
is
to
that
blow up
so
Shady
difficult to
Sands to do
understand?
this story? Why does Hank have to
Yeah.
nuke Shady Sands?
And if that's what they
Because
wanted to
fuck
do, then
you.
that's shitty. I don't like it because it's shitty, not because it's what they wanted to do or whatever.
Could have been in a completely different area with completely different characters, and Hank goes out and stops Rose and finds out she went to the town of Big Whiskey, and he's like, fuck you, and blows it up. Why'd it have to be Shady Sands? There is no answer to this question other than
I don't
starting to
know.
speculate over motivations.
Don't look at me, Mahler.
I wasn't even
I
looking
don't
at any
have
of you.
the
I was
answers.
just
Yes, you were.
staring bullets into Sterling over there with these half answers as to why any of this stuff happens.
practically states that was their motive for watching the show. And if watching a show simply to see how effective a Xerox it is entertains you, by all means go for it, but clearly it's leading you to be disgruntled with your...
Yeah, what a fucking crazy idea to watch the Fallout show to see if it respects Fallout, the IP. What an
forbid.
idiot you must be.
What's the point?
What a
What's the
crazy,
point?
crazy thing you... Why would you even do that?
This
The
is
media-
like such a, like, ironically enough, this comes across as so incredibly, like, corporate defense mode.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, he's defending Amazon
It
here.
is
By saying, like, oh, the fans are upset that they ruined a bunch of the lore and shit.
It's like the meme of the with the swords.
Yeah. stay away from the multi-billion-dollar corporation.
And that's a point you made in your video, Muller, that is unique specifically to this show, because we look at the silver timeline, or what do they call it on the Halo show, and we're like, wow, that's dumb, but it doesn't ruin anything in the games because it's canonically not even
Only
the
in a
same
meta
universe.
sense does it have taint.
Yeah,
but,
like, it has-
It,
it has
it sucks.
It's
but-
gross. It has this, like, ugh, get away from me sort of thing. But
Yeah.
it is
but,
nice
but
that-
at least
yeah.
Yeah. At least they had the decency to say that they were the silver timeline, not the gold timeline, because that'd be kind of like they knew that they were second rate. But it's actually amazingly bad how much the Wikipedia sites of all the Fallout franchises have had to like incorporate this new lore into there. Like I'm looking at Shady Sands right now. It says shortly after the events of Fallout New Vegas, which was set in 2281, Shady Sands was destroyed by a nuclear bomb. They don't have a date for that. They have a date for when it's founded, when each game occurred, when certain people were elected. They have a points in time where this happened, that happened, that happened. They have no date for when it was nuked because there is no date for when it was nuked, because all that we have is Todd Howard saying, "Oh, it was after New Vegas."
It didn't ruin anything. Trust me. It's
Yeah.
like,
didn't ruin anything. Trust me, because there is no
Wait.
date. Because that's all. This is all based off of Todd Howard saying, "Oh yeah, it was after New Vegas."
So
They
it
don't say
couldn't have
when.
been in 2077 when it was nuked.
It's almost
Well-
like I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Well,
This
like
is a mess.
But
people
I'm
noticed.
just saying-
People noticed that time on the blackboard. They noticed that time, saying, "Oh wait, that can't be right because New Vegas is
Yeah.
set after that." And then I think it's just Todd Howard saying, "Oh, well, actually, it was nuked after." but he wouldn't give a year because they don't have a timeline.
That's the big
They're all
schism.
those-
Is it comes across as another example of, oh, whoops, we fucked up the time on that, and then you're like, yeah, you did. And then they're like, it's fine, actually, don't worry about it. It's like,
Why not?
Pretty
It's
much.
like, why don't you guys like storyboard this? Don't you do a little bit of planning before you,
well,
before you spend these hundreds of millions of dollars? Do you think you should sit down with like a piece of paper
Sh-
and like
Checking
line
those
out what the
dates
time
takes
is?
fucking seconds. Like,
we got a great
Keep
example of
looking
that
up
at the beginning of this
release.
video. The tweets that Emil put out, where he's just like, lol, this is canon. And then you go, no, it's not. And he's like, oh shit, no, it's not. Fuck.
Yeah,
It's
I
funny.
want to point out Bethesda always does this, even with Elder Scrolls, where they'll just.
yeah.
Pete Hines is quoted as saying, "We won't be beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago."
Mm,
There's
As
a ton
if,
of that
like,
in,
old writing is
Extract
bad
all of the
somehow.
value of that thing that existed from 20 years ago.
Exactly.
That's why you're not
there's a
allowed to
ton of
pick
that in
and
Elder
choose.
Scrolls Online, right? Like a
If
lot
you're-
of retcons to the lore.
Yeah, it's one thing to say, yeah, 20 years ago, some guy wrote this one thing in this one little book as a note, and we're gonna go against that in order to create something else that we think is da 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 da. That's one thing. It's another thing to say we're gonna nuke Shady Sands because fuck
Yeah.
you.
and
It's,
and
it's
there's
just you don't get to benefit. The benefit of a sequel is that you get to extract all of the juice that existed in the story from before.
Yeah.
But the trade-off is, well, you're in continuity with that, so you have to
You are
adhere
chained
to
to
the
it.
rules that were established in that. Yeah, exactly. You don't get to extract all of the benefits that you get from being a sequel while ignoring all of your responsibilities as a sequel. Because
Yep.
that's probably a way of thinking about it. Is you have responsibilities to the prior story. That's part of the deal.
And that's part of
It-
the reason I get so frustrated with what Jim Sterling is doing here and people like him, where it's like, oh, stupid nerds complaining about their lore. Why establish the lore if you're just going to shit all over it or ignore it?
and
Yeah,
this
why
is the-
make a Fallout show unless you're trying to appeal to people for whom Fallout means something?
and
Yeah.
there's some more things that, like, for example, like when did the light bulb get invented? You could say that Edison or whomever did this patent, and at some point it was officialized. Like, that's a little bit more kind of wishy-washy. You don't quite have a exact time nailed down. We know the minute that the bombs dropped in the Fallout franchise, 9:42 a.m., October 23, 2077. You would know the day.
You'd know the day,
that
yeah.
the biggest time.
You'd fucking know the
biggest town.
year.
You know the year.
Since Indigo brought that up too, I want to mention quickly that they fuck up the time the bombs drop in the very first frame of the show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because yeah, Saturday, October 23rd, 2077. This is at canon as of the games. 9:42 a.m. The bombs drop in Boston.
Which would
That
be
is-
6:47 on the West Coast.
Yeah, the entire war lasted 2 hours, right? So you have a little bit of wiggle room, but essentially it'd be really, 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 really early in the morning in Los Angeles. Like, but they were doing
You
a birthday, like an
you nerd
afternoon birthday
Nazis.
party, but like
Shut
whatever.
up.
But yeah, like afternoon birthday party would not have happened. It basically the West Coast was wiped out in the morning.
They were a little
So-
late on that particular area for whatever reason.
Yeah, couple hours later.
Someone in
Amazon
chat
Prime, we
said,
know, sometimes just doesn't arrive in time.
Someone in
Yeah.
chat's got me quoted as saying, "Fall of Shady Sands means it was nuked. It simply can't be anything else." I was like explicit in talking about
were
what
very
people believe has happened as a result of the imagery on the board. In my video, I literally say at the beginning of the accuracy of the game section, whether or not they fucked up that date. I want to go over like the things that connect with it.
Listen,
Well, that's the thing.
listen to what he
Stop making the
said.
people who like the show look so retarded. Come up with better arguments. Listen. You're not paying attention. You're not paying attention to the TV show that is our criticism. All right? So
That's right.
gotta get it right. Gotta get the law right.
And if you got one thing right, how can any of your arguments
Yeah,
from
if you-
henceforth be of any value?
You can't listen to a single word I said in that sentence, then I can't trust you've listened to anything I've said.
That's right. That's
By
right.
all means, go for it, but clearly it's leading you to be disgruntled with your media a lot. What
I like the implication of that statement being if you care about Fallout as an IP, you're obviously going in being disgruntled. Like, it's gonna happen because they're obviously gonna fuck it up. Like,
Something
okay.
wrong with that.
Yeah,
Would-
yeah.
Doesn't that feel like you? That's a stupid thing to say.
Yeah.
I mean to say is that if you care about the story being told, the person you need to hate for the fall of Shady Sands is this asshole.
No. I'm gonna hate the
No,
writer.
Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly.
writers,
You'll hate
the
the
writers
writers.
made him do that. The
Listen,
writers
that is
created the
Kyle
character.
MacLachlan, and he is a nice, sweet
He's a
man.
saint.
This
all
is an
right?
actor who's been forced, probably against his will, with a gun to his head, to portray this construct of a
There's no
storytelling.
way. There's no way that Sterling has been consistent on this. There's got to be
No.
a time.
Oh fuck no,
where
he's Sterling.
No, you
criticism
gotta.
would have been levied at a story, and the argument.
We already
wouldn't
have an
been,
example
well, I
for
should
you.
be mad at the character.
The Fallout 3
yeah, that's true.
criticism that was thrown earlier.
That's
It's like,
true.
oh, Fallout 3
Yeah,
fucked it all up. It's like, hey, be
well, in
mad at the
Fallout
villains
3,
of that
You should
story.
be mad at the characters, exactly. Be mad at the general
Yeah,
guy. You again, that guy. Be mad at him.
And if you're so mad at the writers, you know what? You're just being a nerdsy.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. And you're going into it with a bad attitude where you're going to make yourself unhappy, and that's not good.
That's very
I love that he's known as the "you again" guy.
You know
Oh,
how
I
you
know
put
you.
over a villain in a way that not only makes him a threat, but a cowardly, petty, vile piece of shit who you want to see get his ass handed to him? Have him take away something good, completely, and in the most loathsome way possible. I hate this cock.
But I thought
Do
you're
you?
glad that Shady Sands.
I'm
got moved.
confused
Yeah.
now,
Getting
yeah.
mixed signals here.
You said it was a good thing.
Why? This
No,
is like this
Vlad
is like
said
the
it was-
man who.
Vlad
This
in
is
a
like
meta
the-
storytelling sense and
Yes.
hates the character because Sterling buys into the narrative essentially, but
This
we're
should
not
be the
recognizing that. What's that?
This should be the argument of like he's essentially pulling the man who killed Hitler as my hero.
Uh,
I mean, there's just
Yeah,
no
but
reason to listen to any of this portion because it's basically just if you just take what they say as true for granted, then it's what you want. You know what I mean? Like just
You know,
engage
a
with
lot
it.
of bad shows.
And it's what you wanted, yeah.
Pretty
It's
much.
weird that usually with a good story, you can just engage with it like you would with any story and enjoy it instead of having to do all this weird mental gymnastics like personal indoctrination into liking it.
Yeah, all of life's great good decisions
Aesop's
don't typically
fables,
require
like
this
the
kind
grass,
of-
like the tortoise and the hare. You don't need to do like mental gymnastics to make that story work for you.
and
That's
then
not
this
your
really
job as a
doesn't.
viewer.
This really doesn't make Hank a good villain either. It just makes him a fucking
No.
clown. Like
He's a
you
clown.
can't,
He's a
fucking
clown
take him
cuck.
seriously after this shit.
I can't
Yeah,
even.
that's
I can't
why-
even be mad at him and hate him because I don't believe him as a person.
He's a,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Just a little
Yeah.
clown cuck boy.
His screen time in this first season is limited, and for almost all of it, his villainy isn't even apparent. But within 10 minutes of seeing who he really is and learning the pathetic motives for nuking an entire
It's so funny
Wait,
to
what do you
see.
mean? Pathetic motive?
And
Did
that's
you see
good.
like the
It's a
You
positive.
said Shady Sands. You said that there was like, that there was actual reasons, for that character, not just petty. Because that's one of the big problems. Is like, yeah, that's stupid. There's nothing
Exactly.
meaningful about the destruction of the NCR if it's just he was petty.
He's saying this is
That's
a
one of
positive.
the
Yeah.
arguments that Sterling made. Sterling made the arguments that
That is
don't even
correct.
exist in the story, which is the destruction of the
It's
NCR
like-
based on what the NCR is.
now that he's in the
Frankie,
section
what
of
you don't
judging Hank
underst-
as a character, he's allowed to be more honest about the nature of this situation as opposed to because remember
Yeah.
this was introduced as action as being like outside of like the issues that led to the downfall of Shady Sands, we have the person who nuked it, and it's like the first part had nothing to do with what happened in this show.
I think what you don't understand though is that all war is started by petty men who are just acting out, peeing on the wall, as it were.
As it were.
No, it's
I,
the-
still
world.
I can't believe that line is real.
No,
Well,
you got
I
it backwards.
pissed on
The wall.
moon.
How about this
The wall
fucking
peers are
horseshoe
the safe
theory, though?
ones.
You have the one person saying, like, this is so poorly written because of how petty and pathetic his motivation is compared to the position he holds and the interests he has. And then the next person says, God, I fucking love this show because of how much it makes me hate this villain for being so petty and pathetic, especially related to, like, the way he was built up, in the first episode. It's like, oh, okay. Like, I guess.
Okay, I guess. Yeah,
guess we
it's like,
agree, I don't know.
All right. Yeah.
higher population, he becomes one of the
most.
most detestable bastards in the entire Fallout universe.
Fucking Hank peed on the wall of Shady Sands with a nuke.
You really did.
Scorpion.
What the hell? What is happening?
I don't know.
It's not going to be important.
The delicious taste of Scorpion Energy, a Creedle and Crabnuts product, now available in wet.
Am I having
I
a
don't-
stroke?
is this
What
Just
happening?
ignore it.
Is this
Ignore it.
You can be a
Yeah,
smart and
jeez.
blame the writers, or you
That
can
was
care
fun.
about the
This is
story
unsettling.
being told and hate this piece of shit.
Have you never hated the writers?
He is the
Ever?
writers. The writers made him. He's a construct created by the writers.
Why can't I make this argument for
they're at fault
everything
for
ever?
this.
Well, Well, why is this not a recognition? Because usually when this happens, it means that someone screwed up in the writing process. When it like goes from you can't even take the characters and the story as a set of events that are actually happening. That it's just like you see the script, you see the intentions of the writers, the really bad intentions or like the dumb ideas. Like it's not the audience's fault that they can't not see the hand of the writer messing with everything. That means that the writers screwed up.
It is their job to hide themselves.
But isn't
It's
this
their
saying
job
this is
to
a
do something
positive
they're
though?
not
Like
doing.
he likes that Hank is an irredeemable piece of shit, fucking clown boy, whatever. Like he said, this was a
it seems to
good
be
thing.
the
at the
idea
start of
that
this week.
it's the idea that you as a viewer you're incorrect for being mad at the writers. You should be mad at the
Oh, right.
character for making the decision that the writers made him make.
Yeah.
But the whole point of what the writer's job is to make a believable world, and when they do something so stupid that I can't even believe it anymore, and I'm like thrown out of the story I'm watching, and now I'm just thinking about the writers and the really dumb motivations and all that sort of crap. It's a failure.
I'm just baffled by the shield being provided here of like, instead of being annoyed at the writing, why don't you just take it for what it is and engage with it and hate this villainous character? Why don't I do that all the time? Why doesn't everybody always do that? Because we fucking...
Why don't you just choose to
we
like
have a
it? Why don't
POV
you
of
just
what's
turn
happening.
your brain off? Why don't you just do a thing that you literally do not have control over?
Well, what's interesting about the turn your brain off, like at this point it feels like a much more, as opposed to people saying turn it off to enjoy it, this feels like turn it off to become an automaton that follows exactly what is told to you by this particular person.
All hail Amazon.
Yeah,
Oh my
it
God.
kind
You're not
of...
allowed to actually engage with
Yeah,
the story.
don't think
You
freely.
have to accept
Don't... Certainly
we
don't
know
think
that's not-
artistically.
Yeah, believe what Amazon tells you
There's
about
no
Fallout.
way. When anybody says that, there's no way that they can be consistent on that. There will always be a story where they got so annoyed with it or thought it was dumb and stupid that they didn't just accept the story for what it was.
Shit. And hey, if you really need the fan service, they had that shot on New Vegas at the
That's not... That's nightmare
That's the fan
fuel.
service. That's
It
you
is.
should be terrified.
Yeah.
You should be absolutely
This is
terrified
what's
about what
coming
this is
next.
gonna mean.
Fucking-
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels
Fan
like
service.
they're showing it because it's like, hey, this is what we're going to ruin next. It's like, God,
Exactly,
please, no.
Yep.
It looks
Yeah.
already ruined, which is funny.
Yeah,
I mean, it does. Yeah.
that's definitely a problem I have. The city looks like it's in ruins.
That's why I specifically did that last shot of the video game section that I worked on. Is I got the angle, roughly the angle and the scale that I could from the intro of the New Vegas, and lined it up, and you saw like neon lights and shiny buildings that have been built post-war and everything like that. And yeah, there was some scrap and stuff like that, but this looks like really decrepit and potentially destroyed compared to what we saw in New Vegas.
Absolutely.
Well, to reference the end credits again, I don't know how canon you want to take them, but the end credits for the final episode shows the city in ruins.
And no power. That's the thing that kind of indicated to me,
Yeah.
like, this is sunset, you'd have lights on already.
Yeah,
Like, you
that
would turn
too.
lights on like as soon as it starts getting a little dark. And like that tower in the center, it's kind of like Space Needle, or maybe that tower, kind of like that tower in well, probably there's a tower like that in Vegas actually, but kind of reminds me of the Space Needle.
All
That
the
lights up.
proportions are fucked, though. I mean, really look at this. It's a mess. Like that.
Yeah.
None
I've
of
been on the
it-
Space Needle.
Unless most of the buildings are destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
It does look like a bomb hit.
What do they eat?
There should be a lot more tall buildings there.
yeah.
All
It should be
tallish buildings.
surrounded by farms and
Maybe it was
foliage,
Godzilla that did it.
trees and
Oh,
Buildings
Godzilla's
and
in this
people.
universe.
Hold on, I've got a comparison here I'm posting in chat.
Yeah.
it's just like, oh my God, it's like looking at
Wow,
like
that's
looking
night
at-
and day.
jeez.
I mean,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
like Tatooine. What did they do to my boy?
and this is
It's like
like
It's like Mos Eisley. Yeah, the
This
first
is
time you see
key
Mos
art.
Eisley in episode 4, you're like, oh, okay, you know. And then they just changed it. No, it's all just dunes. It's just sandy dunes.
this is like that's key art, and this is actual like gameplay footage, but it's like happening. It's kind of a pop in town. There's like neon signs and stuff like that.
Wow.
Like it doesn't look nearly
very
the
bright.
best lit. Yeah.
Aren't you guys excited to see a Death Claw?
Hmm.
Very-
God, no.
Oh boy, yes.
You know, Mola, the second season's actually pretty good. I know the first
No.
one wasn't great, and I'll be like, nah.
It's coming.
You based.
Pucker up.
the end for you. Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool.
No,
it's not. It's
What
it's
nothing.
He said it
horrifying.
looked cool.
no.
Yes.
It's horrifying.
It's the
It-
most
it-
boring
That's
kind
so
of
funny. It'd be like
post-apocalyptic.
watching Halo. It's like, look, there's Halo. Isn't that exciting? No, it's horrifying
No.
and terrifying.
Yeah,
What are they gonna
Ugh.
do to it?
my soul is aching.
Yeah.
It's important to add that anticlimaxes, tragedies, and subverting expectations aren't inherently good things. Just doing that shit for its own
Obviously.
sake is no less shameless than packing a show with referential in-jokes for their own sake. It's all about earning your payoffs or lack.
Earning your payoffs, and it shows this image. You serious?
Oh no.
Earning your payoffs. What the hell?
Pretty funny.
Maximus definitely earned all these payoffs. Yeah,
Fuck it,
He's a
hell.
good guy.
all the amazing payoffs he got.
He worked hard. He worked hard to do.
Yeah. I
to become. He was in the refrigerator.
I love that they couldn't even just have him be in a sealed refrigerator. They had to put a
Yep.
hole in the back. I don't
Yeah.
know why. They
So he
had
could
complete
breathe.
control.
Oh, so you wanted him to
You could have
choke
just
to
covered
death.
it up with something. Could have just put some cardboard on there. Did not have a hole in the back.
Oh,
Wow. You guys
Pretty
don't know
cool.
anything about refrigerators.
Yeah, that hole in the back, that's not even how refrigerators work. Like you need to seal it up
That's how
for
that.
the
That's how the air gets. That's how the cold air gets in.
there's fan
There's
air
a big
in.
tube connected there.
Sometimes I wonder about y'all. Bunch of barbarians.
Yep.
I like
Rubbing their
slightly
dicks on
cooled.
curtains.
Y'all have never looked through the back hole of a refrigerator before.
And it
I have
shows.
not.
I think the cold air is just magic. It just comes out of nowhere.
Thereof, and I do believe, for the reasons stated, plus the fact it's just a damn well written show, Fallout TV has
No.
Damn well written
It's
show.
It's a
That's funny.
damn well written show.
Yeah,
That's really
It's
funny.
just well written.
Painful to
It's
hear.
damn well written.
I've seen some rather bad arguments in defense of the show, but those people usually say, it's okay. You know,
No,
it's
no.
Damn well
I've heard
written.
mixed things. Yeah.
Just
There are certain things that basically no one defends though in the show. Yeah.
why did the inciting incident happen?
Why did anything
That's-
fucking happen?
That's a good question. Why did anything in episode 1 happen? That's a good place to start.
most
Yep.
certainly earned what it did to Shady Sands and will continue to
It
do
earned
so
what it
as
did.
future story builds toward a confrontation with the man who destroyed it. The biggest issue
Why? I don't care.
We
I
already
hope
had
everyone
that.
dies. I hope everyone dies.
Well, yeah, I mean, the big confrontation.
We already
is
had that.
He punched Maximus, and that was that.
Yeah,
Mm,
it was
He
pretty
threw him
funny.
into
I
a
enjoyed
table.
that punch. Yeah.
And oh my god, it's so undermined by Maximus. He's the one who did it. He's the one who did Shady Sands. And then he looks at her and he goes, that sound of it goes, whoop, whoop. And then it just cuts back to the fridge. You're like, I know! There's nothing to
We've seen this.
I've seen
Yeah.
this 7 times already.
Showed me
like-
many times.
And then Kyle MacLachlan smacks him in the face. It's pretty funny.
Yep.
issue I have
Oh.
with some of the backlash I've seen is the suggestion that Shady Sands couldn't be fucked with at all.
Who the fuck said that? Who? Name
Who
them.
who said it
Where
couldn't
did you
be
see
fucked
this?
with?
It was the Twinkle
Who are
Toad
these people?
cocksucker who said
Give me a
that.
screenshot, you fuck.
I've not seen a single person.
Liar! Yeah, I don't
Liar.
believe you at all.
You're a liar.
It's like it's a binary choice between couldn't be fucked with at all and shouldn't be nuked entirely.
Mm-hmm.
There's it's not a spectrum. There's no imagination here. It's either completely one way or completely the other.
It's
No
binary.
middle ground. Yeah, complete and total binary.
And so now we get a section of how, you know what? Here's my counter argument for how Shady Sands should be able to move from being frozen in time. It's just like, nobody cares because nobody fucking asked for that.
The one big scene about it has been isolated outside the context of the show's themes, and very much outside the context of how it fits into the storyline. None of that matters in the face of Fallout.
I genuinely want to acknowledge that the way it fits into the storyline is some guy was mad. That's it.
Some guy was mad that his
How
wife
is that-
turned out to be a lesbian
what is
and
the-
made terrible decisions with parenting. I don't know what the writers were trying to say.
What is the damn
by this.
great story editing weaving happening there? What's like that? Did that take them days to come up with? Was that some kind of we gotta make sure we get everything
And
set
how-
for that?
Moral
Just
of the story
adding
is
on
sometimes
to
your
that.
wife's gay.
Adding on to that is that how they discover it is just they stumble on it on their way to something else. You know, it's not especially meaningful how they discover that or how Lucy discovers Shady Sands was nuked. She just passes by it, and there it is. And then they go, "Okay, I guess we better keep walking."
Yeah, like
There's nothing meaningful
I guess
there.
what's being said here is that if you were forced to have Shady Sands nuked and you have to address it, it's like there are ways you could have done it that would have been way more meaningful than what they did.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's also presented in such a kind of fucked up way because, in a way, the fact that it was nuked is almost meant to be comforting to Lucy because, like, oh, at least you still have a job. Like, you still have to like repopulate the earth and make society work again. Because, yeah, at the time we
Your
tried it,
city
we messed up.
explodes.
Yeah. It's like such a weird way of doing it. That's all. Yeah.
TV daring to not revisit familiar locales and show us more things we recognise from the video games. The very concept of Shady Sands not being preserved for our pleasure is treated as offensive. There's nothing wrong with the
Preserved for
surface
our
of fan
pleasure.
service. There's loads of it in our media now. Endless crossovers and shared universes and events and products full of stuff that you recognise and are familiar with and have
Well, not to open the fucking conversation on fan service, but the notion of a Fallout TV show could be considered fan service on its own. Yeah, like doing
And
this.
if you're gonna denigrate the idea of like showing familiar locations and stuff like that, why aren't you denigrating the show for taking place in the exact same location where it can revisit all of these iconic locations?
And
Big Trouble in Little China is one thing. It's one movie. It's not a franchise.
and the shot of New Vegas being like, oh, so fucking good. It's like, well, that is just a shot of New Vegas. That's not even anything. There's no substance there.
That's not
Even
No.
But like
And
you
there's so many
approve of
moments.
it massively. So like don't even go there to the place of like you guys just want fan service. It's like you too. You fucking love it.
And there's
Yeah,
so many,
you
there's
ate
so
it
many-
up. You gobbled it up. And also, if that's your attitude, why wouldn't you recommend the show just take place somewhere like, I don't know, New Orleans or somewhere they'd never been before? If this is the attitude you actually genuinely believed.
always loved and will always love because it'll never change. Well, war may never change, but Fallout does when it's allowed to, and it's so rare.
It's so funny to hear you say this when the showrunner said they are not allowing Fallout to change to a certain point.
Yeah.
They will
Exactly.
prevent it.
Yeah. Let's regress
It
all of it.
is so
Let's
fucking
You
annoying.
just don't know what you're
Ironic.
talking about. You think you do, but you don't.
Makes you wonder how humans built civilization in the first place.
to see an
Like, how is that
adaptation now
possible?
that actually moves a universe's story forward
Skull
rather
layer.
I'm sorry, it moves it forward
But
just by
moving
wiping it off the
forward-
map. It's not about
Why-
progressing the state of
this-
Shady
this
Sands.
is,
It's not progression at all.
Why is
It's
Mario
removing it.
Correct.
Why is Mario on the screen?
moving
Well, we'll find
forward.
out in a sec. But like it's infinitely frustrating that of all the things that could have happened to Shady Sands, we got a full stop, and that's the one that we're getting categorized as progression.
Yeah,
that's
it's done. It's over.
funny.
It ended. It's like if you
What-
die, he's like, well, their life has progressed.
What did the Super Mario Brothers movie, which is of better quality in terms of its writing than the Fallout
Easily.
show?
Let's see.
and it's allowed to,
Easily.
and it's so rare to see an adaptation now that actually moves a universe's story forward rather than reboot it, retell it, and ask you to remember it.
Oh, so
Um,
okay, so it's because it's an adaptation, basically.
Well, yeah, I guess the
Like,
criticism
it
is
better,
isn't
that
a
though.
full story
It's
because it is an
actually better,
adaptation.
though.
it respects
I mean,
its
it's
source
better than
more.
the Fallout show. Yeah, it's got a more coherent story. Like, it's not even a meme. Like, it has
Nope.
a story where the characters go on an arc that makes sense and is kind of meaningful.
And it plays
So,
well off
yeah.
the games.
And
It's difficult to turn any particular Mario game into a strict movie, but they did this.
Well, Super Mario Galaxy feels like it would have been pretty prime contender, I think.
Well, I mean,
I think, Super
there's
Mario
prime
RPG
contenders, but I still think that with the sheer amount of gameplay, it's like how do you translate that into movie scenes? Like we're going to be dealing with a lot more
well,
talking.
In the Mario movie, it certainly could have been better, could have been worse.
Oh, absolutely could be better. Yeah, I mean,
By
Mario
virtue of
Sunshine
being okay,
is ready to be a movie
it's
as well.
way better than Fallout. Yeah.
It's better than Fallout because again, it's coherent. It's it's generally coherent.
I was
so,
going to say, like,
Yeah.
even slight coherence kind of puts it above Fallout. 'Cause Fallout's fucking
Yeah,
disaster.
right.
Remember it. Fallout TV has its callbacks, and they're great, but I
Why are they great?
Why are
Are they
they
great?
Yeah.
Why are they
Bobbleheads
great?
are just
Why are
great.
why are the Mario ones bad?
There's a Pip-Boy bobblehead in the game Rage. Like that, having a Pip-Boy bobblehead in something is not like that.
I don't know,
crazy.
It makes,
just
it makes
being-
the story amazing
Uh,
if you have a
I'm just being
bobblehead.
reminded again of like, oh yeah, no, that was all the Mario movie was Easter eggs. It was all Easter eggs that have no impact on the pace of the story at all. It's just stuff in the background for you to notice. and like it got shit on for that. I just find that so funny.
Yeah, wasn't it like Grace Randolph? It was like, I don't understand those references. Like, what? The little thing on the TV in one scene that nobody cares about? Like, what the fuck?
It's like, yes, the story was really, dragged down by its references. It's like, how was the movie dragged down by there being an R-Wing model on Mario's TV? How was it dragged down by like a duck hunt store in the background? And also, if you're not familiar with the games, how do you know that any of these things are Easter eggs? Why wouldn't the R-Wing just be a toy? Or is it because you heard other reviewers say that it had Easter eggs, so you just regurgitated that argument? Sorry, it's just reminding me. That was fucking annoying. Like people saying, oh yeah, it's brought down by its Easter eggs.
The equivalent of that would be like, when I started watching Fallout, she like tapped some bobblehead thing, and I didn't know what that was, so it kind of ruined it for me, because I didn't know what that was. What is that? Some reference?
Exactly.
It's like, what are you talking about? It's just a bobblehead, dude. You'll be fine.
They even interrupt the story for references, like you pointed out in your video, like when she says like, well, war, comma, period, war never changes. Like that's obviously referencing that line from the intros.
That's one of the funniest gaps in anything ever. Is
so long.
Has its callbacks, and they're great, but I truly believe it's the first bit of media to genuinely advance Fallout's world building since Obsidian's narrative updates in the
How?
This is shill level code.
God, this is so fucking annoying. How the fuck are you progressing the world by destroying the biggest faction in the fucking franchise?
Like,
Well, like,
genuinely
how
speaking,
has the Brotherhood been advanced from the games? Would you rather have the Brotherhood from the games or from the show? Like, how have you taken them and progressed them in a positive way?
The important thing is they've set it in stone that Vault-Tec, the capitalists, are the reason all of this happened.
They shrunk the
I
will
just really like that.
and removed factions.
Corporation, Amazon said that capitalism bad, therefore I am going to defend
That's
Amazon.
just so unbelievable, isn't it?
I was gonna say that, like the Fallout world, what is it, pre and post the show? And it's just like, well, post, just like everything is smaller and there's less things.
Yeah,
there you go. You've moved it forward. Like, okay,
great. Throw it on there, because remember, it's not just Amazon; it's Amazon and Microsoft. Microsoft owns Fallout. So it's Amazon and Microsoft together, the defense force.
well,
running
if it's
well,
well, if it's Microsoft, I can believe that they're running their IP into the ground. Yeah, okay. It actually that makes more sense. It's all coming together.
For that lately.
It's all coming together.
New Vegas.
Rush too.
It's exactly what the Fallout fans wanted.
It's in the aforementioned New Vegas. Compared to Bethesda, whose Fallout games can be very, very good, I like them, but they're not conceptually ambitious in the least. The television show is far, far, far closer to the spirit of the series' original creators.
That's so funny.
This is insane. This is insane.
With the image of Mr. House right there.
Just to be clear, yeah, for anyone who didn't catch that, the statement was the show is much, much, much closer to the original like intentions and spirit of the original games than they are the Bethesda games.
Yeah, then
were made by the same people.
And and having this image attached to that statement is extra hilarious.
Oh my
that is
God.
a bold claim.
I feel like that's not even an argument that fans of the show would even make. I think it's pretty obvious that it's much more derived from the Bethesda Fallout games.
Yeah, what's happened is
original ones
fans will say, and people in chat at the beginning of the stream were saying, someone was saying this, they already left by now, but they were like, that 90% of the people mad at this show are Fallout New Vegas fans. And it's like, you mean like normal people?
Yeah, people who actually can recognize that good writing can exist.
Like the good games, yeah.
It's just so funny to see the notion that like, yeah, actually this spiritually continues Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas. Like, okay.
Like, shouldn't that set off alarm bells if you're like, man, how come all the people who hate this are fans of the good game?
It took me like 2 minutes for that stupidity to kind of sink into what he was saying, but like,
Jim
no,
it has an effect. Yeah,
the original.
Also funny. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just about to say the intro text for Fallout 1. A war never changes. The Romans waged war to gather slaves and wealth. Spain built an empire for its lust of gold, for gold and territory. Hitler shaped a battered Germany into an economic superpower. But war never changes. In the 21st century, war was still waged over the resources that could be acquired. Only this time, the spoils of war were also its weapons, petroleum and uranium. For these resources, China would invade Alaska. The US would annex Canada, and the European Commonwealth would dissolve into quarreling, bickering nation states bent on controlling the last remaining resources on Earth. In 2077, the storm of World War would come again in 2 brief hours. Most of the planet was reduced to cinders. And from the ashes of nuclear devastation, a new civilization would struggle to arise. Like, that's the very first text of the very first game, clearly outlining the war over resources to.
You left out the part of the end where it said, but they would all be doomed to be destroyed by a nuclear bomb in their cities.
Yeah, and that actually.
And then came the
Voltec was
cuck
banned.
bombs.
It's the only logical way for their this new civilization to end.
But yeah, no, it
really
couldn't be
is
further away.
Voltec wanted to make more money in the end.
It's funny to me that Jim has decided to declare that the Bethesda games are like conceptually vacuous. Meanwhile, the show isn't.
Yep.
Like, what is the big idea in the show other than capitalism bad?
I think
Like,
communism
truthfully,
good.
like, what is the big idea here?
Make communism good is the big idea.
That there's
Like-
two type of people in the world: the type that are in range of Hank's nukes, and the type of people who are not.
People who are alive.
Got
Yeah. I
no
mean,
Caesar's
every
Legion.
sing-
We got the NCR that have been blown off the map, and then remaining factions, including the Cucks. The Cucks should just be a faction now. Fuck it.
Well, Hank's range is apparently very, very big if he just fucking walked to Las Vegas from the
Yeah, on the-
observatory.
That's something that I didn't decide to throw into the
Walking
video,
from
but I was
LA.
considering
The
it. Was
power
like, how
armor
the
can
fuck did he
fly
get
again.
there? Because that fusion
Fast
core
travel.
flew him all the way to New Vegas. Like, nice.
Listen,
Well,
smaller
he flew to New
fusion
Vegas
cores.
without a helmet as well, so he would have had all the bugs and shit in his face, the dust and everything. As he was flying around.
Well, he
That's a funny.
You got a
mental
biker
image.
helmet he picked up off some dead guy. It's all right.
Yeah.
So you see, Mahler, if you paid attention to the show, you would know that fusion cores basically last forever, and you can run an entire vault on
Thus-
one for being
Thus making
Indeterminate.
cold fusion fucking irrelevant.
They do actually last for a really long time in the original games, like in
Yeah.
Well-
the description of them.
They're basically infinite in the original games, but they made them limited for Fallout 4 because
Yeah.
they wanted to give a mechanic to
Yeah.
it. But
Yeah, exactly. They wanted it to be a limited resource you had to gather.
And-
they wanted to buff
and
power
So if
armor like
that's the
crazy.
case, it was a mistake to have it be that like, oh, if you take away their one fusion core, you're dooming them forever.
Well, if they're
When-
super infinite, then how come we're fighting over like
Exa-
energy
thi-
resources?
This is what I mean. This is
Yes.
what I was saying at the beginning. Pick your poison. What is the problem?
Yeah.
Because it's all over the fucking place. They need to figure out what the actual narrative is so that I can actually say, right, that doesn't make sex. Sex, Jesus.
That
got it,
doesn't
I
make
got
sense.
I've
Real
got it. The
incel
Brotherhood-
shit.
Really?
It's just like a video game whose the Brotherhood of Steel are a one-hit melee kill from behind.
So I've been to, I used to go running in Griffith Park, which is right next to the LA Observatory. So it's pretty much in the center of Los Angeles, or right outside Los Angeles. It is 275 miles away from Las Vegas. I don't know, is New Vegas right at top of Las Vegas, or is it off to the side? It's the ruins of Las Vegas, isn't it?
It's
It's
right by
pretty
Hoover
close.
Dam.
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah. So that's a 101-hour walk. Maybe you'd be a little bit faster with this power armor, and
You got a little
with, you know, jump
jetpack, so you
jets.
can go.
Yeah, it's a-
zoom,
It's a 12-minute
zoom.
flight. It's really no big deal.
You know, the ones who changed things from every single game, every single time they did one.
It's so unreal
Well,
that
then
you're like
everything- then
highlighting that
nothing's off
about
limits.
those are the fans right now who are most upset with the show. Yet you're establishing like, yeah, but it's in spirit, it's the same thing. So you shouldn't be mad. It's like, so why are they?
Why are they mad? Yeah, maybe. Well, no, it's just because they're all idiots, and I'm the correct one. It's like refusing to actually
Got 'em.
understand.
And
what
if you
they're-
find
Well,
yourself thinking like them, you're also probably an idiot. So agree with Jim.
They're all
It does
nerds,
feel
yeah.
like a refusal to actually, in the sense, you know, you can see it reflected in why is all of your arguments in favor of the show so like weird and vague and often contradictory. You don't want to engage with the frustration because you want to paint it as a caricature. It's insane. It's irrational. There's no reason why anybody would be mad. So I have to, and that's silly.
I mean,
Like,
yeah. He literally called them Nazis, like everyone I don't like is Hitler. It's the fucking meme. It's really fucking stupid.
Sorry, just to make sure, did he just say that Bethesda's been shitting on it for years, so it's in line that the show is shitting on the established lore?
I think so,
Maybe.
yes.
Because that's an argument I've actually been seeing people say, oh, Bethesda has owned it longer, and they've made more games than the original developers, so this is what Fallout is now. And I just hate that line of reasoning, that something good can be taken by a different company and ruined for years, and it's just like, oh, this is the way it is now. This is what Fallout is now.
I mean, have
I
they made
hate
more
it.
games? Depends on how you count New Vegas, I guess. Or what you count as games. If you count mobile games as
Shelter,
actual
I
games.
guess, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Bethesda does
technically
not
there's
get
2
credit
Fallout
for
shelters.
New Vegas, New Vegas. They don't.
There's
Get
Yeah,
Fallout
I don't
Shelter
count
and-
it as a Bethesda game either.
Yeah, they tried to rush that shit out too.
Yes.
Fallout Shelter was actually made by an external dev. They outsourced that one. It was
Well, and there's also Fallout Shelter Online that's like a Chinese only, even more Skinner box version of Fallout Shelter.
Yeah. So how many games
has
have
some good
Bethesda made?
cartoons.
3?
I guess
3, and then the
3,
show,
yeah.
if you want to count
Well-
like their impact on
Yeah.
the lore.
4.
So
if
they
you
haven't
count-
made more games than Obsidian. Then it
Yeah.
would be the same amount.
unless if you count the VR version of Fallout 4, which is a separate product.
It's-
but
It's still it's still the same
I've-
game.
I've played it. It's the same exact game. Yeah, I mean, technically, Interplay made 2. Well, no, actually, no. Interplay made 1, 2, 3, 4 games.
4, yeah, Brotherhood.
Yeah.
So
of
they
Steel.
are the legitimate.
Yeah, Interplay made 4 games, and before you say, "Hey, and it isn't canon," I think that the PlayStation 2 Xbox game was not super canon, but Fallout Tactics is considered semi-canon. I don't know what the hell that means, but there are references to Fallout Tactics in the later games, so it is
Yeah.
somewhat canon.
It's
And
the Brotherhood
then-
of Steel one who's been decanonized, right?
Yeah,
the
it's not, that's not
PS2
really
one,
considered canon.
which none of that footage ended up in my shots because it was not very good.
It's kind
I
of a
played
dumb
a bit
game.
of it though
yeah.
recently.
It's actually kind of fun, but it's super dumb. Yeah.
Fallout
But-
changes. Things rise, things fall.
All things get nuked by a cuck. It's just simple as that, isn't
Yeah,
it? That's just something that
exactly.
can fucking happen randomly.
Things rise, things fall. So I mean, why bother thinking about it?
Why
It's such
you
it's such a
upset?
really
It's
great
like,
way.
well,
Yeah,
things
like
aren't good now.
there is no
Things
decision you could
happen.
ever make in any story that can't just be covered with things change.
Things
Yeah,
happen.
time goes in,
Events
time goes
occur.
out.
At this point,
Things
if
fall,
they
so
actually
nothing can
got
ever progress.
like if Shady Sands got hit with a protective bubble freezing laser that made it so that they were stuck out of time and no one can affect them in any way, shape, or form by an alien force, it'd be like, well, that's a change. And then I think everyone would be like, what the fuck is happening? Be like, oh, isn't it what you wanted? That they're protected
Did you not
forever.
know there were
in a
aliens
bubble?
in the game is smaller?
Oh, I know. Mothership Beta, Zeta.
No, I
right?
was memeing.
Zeta.
Zeta, yeah.
Mother-
Obsidian reminded us that the world moved on from bottle caps in Fallout 2 and introduced new currencies before Fallout 3 resurrected them because familiar content. It reminded us that when factions fall, they can be gone, or altered so dramatically as to be unrecognizable. These are the things
This has
that
nothing
will
to do with
Certainly
what
made
happens
him
in the show.
unrecognizable again.
This
It's
just
also
isn't.
not a defense.
It just has nothing to do with what happens in the show. Talk about Hank and his specific weird shit.
once again forgotten, until we had an entire video game dedicated to reinforcing the idea Fallout was a static playground in which Fallout never changes, it just gets more in-app purchases.
That's
And that's not good.
nobody.
No one
How
likes
you
that.
can-
What does
How-
any of this have to do with?
Are we
Yeah, how is
discussing
that
this
being
first, or-
equated with the disdain for the nuking of Shady Sands? How are you connecting those two like that? That's insane.
Also, Fallout did change quite a lot during the.
Well,
Also, the creators of the show said they don't want it to
fundamental-
change.
It's a very difficult thing to reconcile. A big part of why people like 1, 2, and New Vegas, as far as I understand it, is that those games actually meaningfully change the world of
Yes.
Fallout. How can it be
Exactly.
that those same people dislike what happened if Shady damn, alliterate. Oh my god, tongue twister. Shady Sands. How could those people dislike what happens in Shady Sands if they're the people who like that things change? How are you going to reconcile that? Why would they like change except for this one? If
I
can't.
the reason is that
think
they
the
don't like
argument-
change.
I think Sterling's argument would be you only like change if it's good. If it's change that makes everything happier because you can't handle when stories are real.
That's not what he said, though.
Oh, yeah, I know, obviously, but I believe is the intention of the point.
I don't know if it is, actually. I think it's just saying nonsense. But yeah.
Well, I mean,
That's a take. That's fair.
unintended nonsense. Like, didn't even have a plan.
Safe
Just
bet
started
with-
saying
I'm
words.
just like to go this hard in defense of a show whose creators said that it can't be Fallout unless we nuke every civilization that advances to a certain point. Like, it's amazing to me that you'd want to defend the people saying that. Like, it doesn't matter if it matches the story at all. We just not there's a filter, and the writer, instead of it being some alien force or the universe, it's just the writers. They've drawn a line. Any civilization that naturally progresses toward this line will be nuked. Doesn't matter if it's Hank or anyone else. Something will drop on them, and they will be sent back to the Stone Age every time.
Something will drop on them.
How
Could
it
be
works.
hippopotamus. Could be an elephant. Could be a nuclear missile.
Concrete
Could be a
donkey.
Technic.
Ooh, yeah, Worms reference.
Yeah. Not to worry, we'll just
probably, yeah.
scatter it out by
Yeah,
play
yeah.
pausing. That's how you do it.
To the
Oh, I think you might be safe with this one because this is the game one. This
Not
one
worth
used for the
risking
game.
though. Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
It's not worth. It's not worth
probably still
risking, but-
copyrighted, I think.
It might still be a cover.
Play the Mark Strong version from Kingsman 2.
Yeah, it's a cover of the song, so it would still be copyrighted.
Oh, I will say one thing for Fallout
Good song,
76
though.
that
It's the only good
actually
thing from
backs up the
76.
TV show.
I will say something for Fallout 76 that will back up the TV show. What? What does that even mean?
Okay.
I think it's for as much as I think that Fallout 76 is bad, I will use it to defend the show / Fallout 76.
Yeah.
Given half a chance, a bunch of you wankers would nuke Shady Sands.
No, I wouldn't.
Why?
Why?
It's a horrific thing. That's the murder of 30,000 people.
Why though? What?
I would. I don't.
Is it an appeal
We
to
we
like
have an
the
example of
Megaton
this,
thing?
actually.
Like the fact that people would
we have an
choose to nuke
example of this in,
Megaton.
Fallout 3. Yeah.
But that's
Most
just
people did not.
that's
nuke
not
Megaton.
that's not
a
an
game.
interest in the definitive canon progressing. That's just gamers messing around, which everyone does.
Yeah.
That too, yes.
That
And
was just,
even
well,
there,
those
like
aren't
most
actual
people did not
lives.
nuke it.
Yeah, I mean,
most
well,
people don't
it's-
play evil
Most
characters.
people play Paragon. I think it was like, wasn't
Yeah.
it in Mass Effect that like 90% of people played Paragon?
Yeah.
Yeah, at least for the first playthrough, and then they might fuck
Yeah.
around in the second
Most
or third
people
playthrough.
will play Paragon, funnily enough, when you put it in a game where ultimately the consequences are contained within the game, people will still choose to play as good guys, mostly.
Because it's
Hank was just
generally
doing
more
an
satisfying.
evil playthrough. All right.
Generally, it's more satisfying.
Listen, you
It's
unlock
one of
more
the
things in
because they're
Bioshock when you're a good
boring.
guy, so.
Mhm.
No point being a bad guy. They should have made being a bad guy way better in Bioshock.
Yes,
Stand by
it's
it.
a
Yeah.
flaw of the first Bioshock
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, you
Is
get
this-
like less.
who is
You
this
get less
character on
Adam or
screen
something,
here?
right?
Who is
This is from
character?
He-Man, I assume, right?
I thought
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
right? But who,
This is
who
one
is
of
he?
Jim's costumes.
It's
Who is this character?
it's the Boninator.
He's a funny looking character. I like him. I like him.
It's,
Change. They didn't have to destroy Shady Sands, but the way they did it was brilliant as far as I'm concerned.
Why? Why is it
Oh,
brilliant? What the
brilliant.
fuck?
A cuck got mad and then mysteriously was
It's-
able to set off a nuclear device in Shady Sands after the
It is-
apocalypse. Fucking
Just
brilliant.
like in real life.
It is like one step adjacent to it got nuked and we don't know why. Like it's about that. Like, what? We barely understand why this happened.
And the reasons were equally so. Obviously, you may disagree on the subjective matter of
fucking
good
visual.
storytelling, but
Well, what's the point of this whole
Subjective
fucking
matter
video
of
then?
history.
Just be like, just say I disagree. Like, we're gonna make reasons or not.
I disagree.
let us at least say that the destruction of any location in a story set years after the last visit to a violent wasteland is at least on the table.
No, it isn't.
It's
So
You would have to start inventing bizarre, like, hypothetical situations to get me to blow up a city of 30,000 people.
well. How do you go from saying this is a really, really awesome, good choice that I'm fully informed with, and then you go to it's on the table? Like
I
of
mean,
the
I could accept
options.
something like like maybe a faction of the Legion got a hand on a nuke or something, and then choose to nuke.
Well, that's
Shady
kind
Sands.
of that's the thing,
like
isn't
something
it?
like that. But it would, yeah.
If it's a really, really, really good decision, you'd think there'd be countless things to say about the quality of this decision, the substance, the
Yeah.
nature of the characters involved, and the mechanics, and the all kinds of civilizations that may have been involved in all of this. There's so much to say about it. It's like, no, it's just they got nuked. And it's like, okay, well then, it's like it's on the table. It's like you're telling me it's not impossible. It's like, fine, I can concede that, but like, why was this the choice? And you've given me nothing.
Yeah.
Because
Basically,
things
the-
happen. It's a wasteland. Bad things happen in a wasteland. Sometimes you wake up, go to work, and the city blows up. You know, it happens.
Also,
We all
I
know.
wanna
You just
clarify.
want
by the way,
everything
so-
to you just
Yeah,
want
someone
everything to
in-
stay the same all the time.
Yeah.
Loser.
Mm. Yeah, I just want to clarify. By the way, I don't think the Legion would actually do that. Like maybe a faction within the Legion, who don't follow Caesar or wants to overthrow
that's the thing, right?
Caesar gets a hand of it, and yeah.
We were talking about it earlier,
Like,
but if the show began with Lucy escaping, then she discovers this has happened, and then the rest of the season is an investigation as to how this happened. Let's say it happened like recent-ishly. I don't know how she's here, if the radiation. We'd find a way to write around that. But if you have to, and then, the more you discover about all of the nature of everyone who was involved, and we get flashbacks and stuff, it's like you could probably make it a lot better and more interesting than Episode 8, Hank did it. Why?
Mhm.
He was
And
mad.
there's
Yeah.
there's seeds all over too. Like pretty much any line from New Vegas, or especially the DLCs, are way more thoughtful and kind of more thought provoking
Yeah.
than anything in the show. Like there's actually conversations about how Shady Sands was kind of hypocritical. Like even Kaisar, the leader of the Caesar's Legion, he even talks about how, as much as they're kind of a democracy and trying to bring the old world back, and people have a share of voice and everything in society. He also pointed out that Tandy was basically president for 60 plus years. She was basically a dictator after creating this society that's supposed to be a republic, right? So there's definitely some things you could pick at. Maybe it
Mhm.
was a really good idea that turned out to be basically kind of corrupt, or there was other issues or something like that. Like you can bring up all these different things, and one of the
Yeah.
DLCs, I think you have Ulysses brings up a bunch of interesting things about how these different factions were carved out from the old world, but you can't really address this new world with the old world solutions. This is a completely different ball game, basically. Like, he said a lot more interestingly than that, but there are a lot of different angles you could attack this just to make Shady Sands universally good, but it was bombed by universally bad guys. Just the most boring way you could do it.
The NCR wasn't really perfect in the earlier games. They certainly had a bunch of problems, but probably the best option out of what you had in the universe.
Yeah,
I
there
just,
were
I
over,
just, I'm still stuck on the fact that Hank blew them up, but no one else.
yeah,
like-
like the Brotherhood, right? Brotherhood's a much bigger threat than
The
them.
the ostensible reason is like, no, we need to keep it a blank slate, but it's like you haven't accomplished that even a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's
If
also
he-
incredibly frustrating if you know the lore of the games, because they equipped a lot of the vaults with Gex, which are basically like the
Garden of
lore
Eden
varies
creation
between.
kits.
He didn't create kit.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Garden of
they-
Eden creation kit, which is basically is everything you need to basically recreate the crops, the landscape and terrain and resources you'd need to restart civilization. That's how it's
So you're-
described.
Creating factions and groups of people that aren't yours. They'll be against you, that you're gonna have to fucking nuke again.
Yeah.
It's so
Exactly.
stupid. I hate it.
Like I mentioned before, they have hundreds of vaults all over the US, and they will all split into different factions after they get
Listen,
out.
guys, we got to win the game of capitalism by eliminating factions, and then the way we're going to do that is
And the market
through,
too,
through the
fuck it.
spirit.
Oh.
Through the spirit of
no.
competition, we're going to throw every idea at the wall for a vault and see what sticks.
Oh
I've seen,
no, I just
I'm very
realized.
smart.
I've seen the suggestion
bad.
that that's why Sterling's so in favor of the show, regardless of how shit it is. It's just the core message being so anti-capitalist. I don't even think
Yes.
you could call it anti-capitalist as opposed to anti-something that they made up that was insane. Like it was.
I mean, that's what they
Societal.
think capitalism is.
Yeah, that's what they
It's not
think.
accurate,
they're
but
doing. Yeah, that's all it takes for a certain kind of person.
Yep.
I just realized how another stupid thing the show did. I'm looking at the wiki on the Garden of Eden creation kit. In reality, it was a more modest tool. The kit included seed and soil supplements, a cold fusion power generator,
Oh,
matter energy replicators,
That's pretty
atmospheric
funny.
chemical stabilizers, and water purifiers.
so I
Nice.
guess I know what this means. Moldaver created the Gex.
I
You
didn't
know for a
remember-
fucking
I didn't
fact if
remember
they
that.
were the writers were. Remember that quote where the showrunner said, I think we were just guileless enough, like we were just unaware enough of what kind of job we were taking on to take it on. Like that's some honest shit
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
Like we didn't know what we were dealing with, but we knew it was an opportunity. It's like, yes, it was. Thank you so much for taking it instead of letting someone else who's far more suitable for it take the job.
Yeah, it's completely the what is that, the Dunning-Kruger effect, where they didn't know enough to know that they know nothing,
Well,
basically.
what I'm trying to highlight with that is that he seemed to know that he was not quite right for it, but fuck it.
Why not, right?
Or maybe he only knew that once they'd completed the whole job, which is like, well, better late than never, eh?
And let's agree that it's okay for things to move on.
Yeah, that's it. It's okay for things to move on. Why do you think they like Fallout 1, 2, New Vegas? Things move on in those. So why are they like that and not the show, if the show does that? The show doesn't do that. Fucking lie.
It's just so they can have their perpetual wasteland bullshit. Oh my god.
Exactly. Yeah. And we have to have it in California. We can't have it anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
They should. It's absolutely ridiculous that in thousands of years, Tamriel hasn't changed.
That has nothing to do with anything that we're currently
totally
talking
irrelevant.
about.
And in a way, it's a shame that the Elder Scrolls developers did get Fallout, because as soon as they did, shit
Sorry, in a way, it's a shame. In a way. I guess.
Yeah.
it stopped changing there too. I'm well aware I have axes to grind with Bethesda, some professional, some personal, but they do make good playgrounds. Genuinely, I don't mean that as a diss, they make fun playgrounds. I'm just happy that the TV show remembers that Fallout is absolutely capable of more than that.
Isn't this so weird? It's almost like gaslighting of, like, this is our point. What are you doing? Get out of here. Yeah, see? Nah.
Yeah,
the puppy was angry.
Now you've upset the doggos.
Down, Regs. Down.
Just like the video eventually progresses to say, you know, Fallout show's terrible. And we're like, wait, what?
I think he's trolling here because it's going to piss off a ton of Elder Scrolls people who know the lore. I don't know the lore, but there's actually a very good reasoning why fantasy settings don't progress the same way that realistic settings do. It's because magic is kind of like a substitute for technology. Why develop medicine when you have healing spells? Why develop fusion or combustion engines or electricity when you have light magic or fireball or whatever, right? So there's actually kind of a supplementary. It almost kind of replaces technology in a way. And there's
another reason. Settings. There's another reason too, is that a lot of fantasy settings are like medieval. You know, they're more ancient or archaic settings where the progression of technology was actually slower than it is today. The progression of technology has accelerated quite a bit. So like the change between like, I don't know, like 1000 AD and 1100 AD is quite a bit different than like 2000 and 2100. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, the only problem though is like there's been thousands and thousands of years in the Elder Scrolls timeline. There are a lot of years passage. So
it also depends on
fair enough.
The low high fantasy settings. Like in low fantasy, it's not as much of an argument if like 5 people can use magic, but
And the Fallout world will progress faster because it has remnants of all kinds of technology and knowledge in it.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It's all over the place.
Like one of the things that they never want to acknowledge because Bethesda didn't want to ever have to code vehicles, but cars, for example, cars have fusion cores in them too, so they should be running for pretty much indefinitely. I think in Fallout 2 you use microfusion cells to load it up, but
no cars.
In theory, no cars. Yeah, can't have cars, but like you should be able to. It'd be an extremely valuable thing to have a vehicle in the wasteland because everything's so spread out.
You think so?
Yeah,
there are a bunch of like biker gangs and shit in the Fallout lore. So.
I think the Edna mode of the Fallout universe is telling everybody no cars when you're designing your world. Not allowed.
Yeah.
So boring.
Stephanie here again via the Miracle of Our award-winning ADR. With a point I've been saving for last, a point about retcons. I know some people watching this video have been screaming, but they retconned it throughout the whole thing, and my answer to that is, so?
GG. That's that then. Who cares about retcons? Why should you? As soon as you like find yourself saying this, just like, well, that's over then, isn't it? Why do you care about anything?
What's the point of even having a conversation? Why even make arguments if you don't care?
Yeah, you should have just made a video about how continuity doesn't matter. Just do that.
You should have just said, I don't care about retcons, and then we don't have to waste our time with these fake arguments that don't mean anything at the end of the day.
Many such cases. So many of these.
The
Oh,
It's like,
appeal
oh,
to
I don't
triviality
really
stuff.
care if they retcon the lore. It's like, okay, well then why are you arguing about it? Why are you saying
don't even
actually
believe
the
you.
lore
There will
justifies
be
it?
a way that
You're
they
All
can
those
do it
fucking
to piss
efforts
you off.
to say that like this was a meaningful progression of the story as it stood before the show happened. It's like, why do you care then? It doesn't matter if it adheres to continuity or not. And if you ever want to reward it for adhering to continuity, then it should, in turn, be punished when it doesn't, right?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
exactly.
what's the point of the
If
praise?
you don't care about continuity and you praise continuity, you'll be like, but who cares, right? Doesn't matter.
Sometimes retcons happen, especially in
Why are
adaptations.
you
You've got to
wearing a
develop
collar?
it for a new audience, possibly reset some things.
You don't
And in
wanna know.
order for the universe to just move forward in general, things have to change, and sometimes that clashes with continuity, and sometimes that's
What?
okay.
Yeah, that's called the difference between
No,
good and bad
that
writing.
means it's bad.
When it clashes with continuity, that's bad writing.
Well, it's like
What do you
sometimes things.
Planet
I'm
Earth,
thinking
when
about
things
that.
change, do you think it's bad continuity? Do you think it's like bad continuity when events happen on Earth that change history?
Well,
By the way, it's never happened before on Earth. By the way, it is literally never happened on Earth that something has changed.
That something
And
as,
then the
as broken
continuity has
continuity.
changed.
Yeah, there's no
Like,
such
it's
thing
literally not possible. Plot holes cannot exist in real life.
as
there's
in
a
the real
translation
world.
of this
The
was
idea that-
sometimes things are just shit and sometimes they're good. That's what happens. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Things have to
Thanks.
change, and
Do
sometimes
you like
it's
the-
terrible.
This is the bonus golden thought that made it into the ADR re-recording. Like, I gotta get this in. I gotta make sure they know
this
that I
is
think
shit.
I
I
think
don't even have
continuity
time
doesn't
to do my
matter.
makeup.
And this is also just
I-
kind of this kind of thing happens with all type of movies and adaptations. Like whenever there's a historical movie that kind of touches on something that happened in
An
real life,
historical movie.
and it gets things wrong, people get pissed about that too, and that's just because it's has a continuity error with reality, with what actually happened. So it's not unique.
How do you
to
know you
fandoms
weren't
at all.
there?
Yeah,
That's true. Yeah.
Mr. Science Man.
I am so sick of the argument that
It doesn't
things
matter.
have to change, and that's why it's going to be the same wasteland as the rest of the wasteland.
You
Makes
could just
sense.
make the change good. It's not like these
Yeah.
are forces out like natural forces or laws of logic that just exist regardless of our decisions and our personal wills. You could just write it to be good and to
Yeah.
be in continuity instead of throwing your hands up and saying, well, it's just out of our control. Sometimes stories are just shit.
I mean, the game's
You
never said
should like
everything
it.
stayed the same forever. And one thing I absolutely will push back on is another mimetic tweet or comment or whatever it was that said the
not
writers
know what it was?
retconned it out of spite.
I mean,
They might have.
A lot of people
Certainly feels
What's
that
your
Hey,
way.
argument against
a
that,
lot
Jim?
of people are tossing the idea
Well,
around
I mean,
that they are bitter against the game that everyone
They're
really
big mad
loves that they
everybody
didn't
likes
make.
New Vegas that they
It's
made in
totally
18
possible.
months. Meanwhile, you know,
That they
like,
haven't been able to
Fallout
escape the
3.
And I've
shadow from in a
seen-
decade.
I've seen Pete Hines chat shit. I've seen Emil chat shit. I mean, these seem to be fairly low IQ,
We're-
spiteful people.
we're
I-
dealing with
According,
fundamentally we're dealing with human beings, and if you come on to an IP and you make a series of games that are all looked at as the clown ones and that everyone that came before you are the intellectual ones, and then someone in the middle of yours makes one that's considered awesome and yours aren't,
Well,
I mean, it's
and-
gonna
and
it's gonna have an
and they
effect
are-
on you.
they
You're gonna
were
be like,
very much
Basic
viewed in
jealousy.
that sense as being like, well, yeah, they were the team, kind of like the B team. They're not us, Bethesda, and they don't have all the resources and time
Yeah.
that we had. And despite that,
Mhm.
they made something that has way more of an enduring legacy. Yeah, that's gotta be annoying.
I feel like it would be silly for us to assume it wouldn't at least somewhat affect. I feel like it would affect anybody who adds to an IP and everyone says
course.
your edition was fucking shit. You'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Your accomplishments.
Yeah.
We will
Like,
destroy it.
according
Also-
to Todd, by the way, it was the ideas of the showrunners to blow up Shady Sands, but they okayed it. So
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah,
you
they
know.
said it was okay. Exactly. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
since
learning-
Pete Hines was mentioned again, I did want to bring it up that he used the Space Wizards argument before. I posted it in chat earlier, but
All right.
someone was criticizing them for a few lore retcons on Twitter a few years ago. And after a small back and forth, he just says, Not interested in discussing how realistic things are in an alternate universe post-apocalypse game with talking mutants and ghouls.
Boring.
What a high IQ take.
Argument. Boring. These are boring arguments.
Doll.
Boring.
It's like a
Space
child is
wizards.
talking.
It's a shit
I hope that
argument.
has-
Shouldn't be made. Fuck you. Go away.
It just so happens this shit argument means I don't have to do more work.
You're
hate that he's
boring.
associated
You're
with id Software.
boring.
I hate it so much.
It's
The fate of
everywhere,
Quake
this
is
stupid
in this
argument.
man's hands, and that terrifies
Oh,
me.
I
It
see.
Shouldn't be.
You-
Should be called out all the time. and
So
fucking
you can
madness.
take Superman flying, but you can't take him killing a bunch of embryos.
Two different things, man.
The cloud universe. Shut up.
Yeah.
So I'm even more confused by this show now that I know how it was, where it was produced. I thought that might be a reason why they set it in LA because of the TMZ. Like if you're familiar with LA productions, you basically have to you have to pay more to people if you have to make them travel. So if you film within the 10-mile zone around Hollywood, you get to pay them X not much, but if you have them travel outside of that, you pay them more. That's why a lot of similar locations are used in lots of movies because they're cheaper to film in. They filmed Fallout in Nevada, New Jersey, New York, Utah, and in Namibia.
Mhm.
So like they had no limitation of where they could shoot or where they could set things. They specifically decided that LA was the location.
I'm not even sure why
Even
you'd
though-
be saying, like, even if you shot it in LA, you could it's post-apocalypse, you can just green screen it to be any way you want, regardless of where, like, no matter where it's set. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
shot like Vancouver,
Yeah.
and that's not Vancouver. It's meant to be like New York or Chicago
Yeah.
and stuff. So
My
Yeah.
hometown has been a lot of American cities, and
yeah, like
Yeah.
they could literally make it anything that they want, regardless of where they shot or what
Yep.
incentives there were to shoot in those locations.
Yeah, they shot the gas station in Staten Island, New York. So like they had no limitation of where they could shoot, how they could shoot. They had a lot of money to work with. So
Whether
they could,
I don't
set it
I guess
anywhere.
what I'm saying is I don't even think it like whether they shoot in LA, it doesn't mean anything. Like it's post-apocalypse, hundreds of millions of dollars, green screen. You can do whatever you want. Like they could have
Yeah.
done it anywhere. They chose
Especially-
to do it here.
especially if you've been in California, you know that if you drive like 30 miles in any direction, you get run into
Topography
desert.
changes,
So
yeah.
you can pretty much work with what you got there. So
They
yeah,
could
it's-
maybe not have said it in like Canada or something, but and filmed
but
it
even
in,
then, like maybe Canada
Canada's
was,
America at that point.
but yeah, like
well, yeah, I'm
the
just saying
idea
they would be.
you could even do that theoretically because in the Fallout universe we've suffered a nuclear apocalypse, so you'd be in a nuclear summer, so the climate would be warmer because of all the bombs. So maybe
I mean, I think
Canada's-
it's just
I don't
safe to
know.
say that they wanted to set it in LA because they wanted to leverage things that already existed in the Fallout
Yes.
world.
Member
They
areas.
wanted the NCR. Yeah, exactly. They wanted to be able to say, "Do you remember this? You remember that?"
Also
that's the
because they
reason.
live in LA and they know LA. That's the other part of it.
What
Yeah.
you know? What? Write what you know. Post-apocalypse.
Start some social commentary for you.
That'd be pretty funny, like a twist where like, oh my god, what happened here? It's like, people on the ground, corpses, skulls, like weird mutants crawling around and like, completely destroyed, dilapidated buildings. It's like, oh no, well, nothing happened. This is Los Angeles. It's like no bombs here.
I write what I know.
It's just sad. But I mean, hey, we're coming close to the end of this video now.
Are we?
Oh, thank God.
Boy.
And no, grow up. Not everything is about you, and that really hammers home the point about people
That is
sort of.
I don't know.
It's not even like
It feels like there's something ironic in that,
Yeah.
Grow
Maybe
up.
look in the
This isn't
mirror.
about you.
it's not even about whether it's
Look at
about
yourself
me.
right now,
It's
Jim.
It's looking at the broad. So someone actually just super chatted saying regarding the spike point, Avalon did propose the idea of Obsidian making more Fallout games to Bethesda, and they declined. FNV was very popular and successful, so why do you reckon they did that? This is what I mean. We'll never know. Even if they explicitly stated we were spiteful, like you can never
what?
know it because you're not inside their heads. But looking at all the information, feels like they probably
But,
were
yeah.
somewhat.
Well, yeah, why would you?
some
Why would you
hints.
just turn down an opportunity to release more games that will make more money and be well liked?
And
Why
it's
would
not
you
about,
ever
like-
turn that down.
There's nothing to do with me. It's not about me at all. I'm just thinking about like the nature of how this all came to be. It's a very interesting scenario. We were so lucky to get New Vegas, considering the timeline of events. And it's so cool because it's like an
I don't know, I
exploration of the
almost feel like
hypothetical.
the retort to this is talking about how the Fallout show sucks has nothing to do with you either.
Yeah.
So what? Yeah, it's not all about you when we're talking about the Fallout show and what we think about the writing. Not only is it not about you, but it might not be about your weird like obsessions and things that personally make you pissed off about the world, like about political commentary in media analysis or things like that. Like sometimes it is just as simple as people want to have a conversation that you're not interested in, that you're kind of not, that you're not really ready to even seemingly have the conversation about, like writing and consistency and coherency, and that's fine, but chill out.
This person, though, is attacking the maturity of other people in a room surrounded by Sonic the Hedgehog toys, wearing a Vault Boy mask and a dog collar.
Hence the irony.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Look at the consumerism on display.
There are no mirrors in this room.
The rampant, utter appreciation for this Amazon, Microsoft Fallout show that's absolute piss as well. It's just funny.
I cannot express my individuality in any way other than merchandising from
praising,
products.
From the joint production between Amazon and Microsoft. That's like two of the largest corporations in the world. I didn't find that so funny. Yes, the Fallout show with its scathing social commentary on capitalism as created by the biggest companies in the world by way of market capitalization.
It goes to show how amazing capitalism is, that you could make a lot of fucking money by criticizing capitalism.
Obsessed with the story behind the show as a product?
Of course we're obsessed with the story behind it. We don't know how the fuck this happened. Same with the games that go to absolute shit.
And just like some people are interested when it's good shit, like why people want to know how Lord of the Rings came together. You can't fault people for being interested in how things are made. It's a point of marketing for a lot of media to sell people on, hey, you want to buy like the DVD so you can get the behind the scenes on the making of and everything.
Yeah,
can't
some of those are really amazing, and they give a lot of insight to like how these things are made.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we want to know how it happened because we don't want it to happen again. And then when we see the same people are hired to do all the same shit again, we're like, great. So we're getting another one. And then it comes out and you go, oh look, it's shit. What a huge shock.
As opposed to a story, which is what the writers actually did it for their story.
The implication here, of course, being that we wouldn't have taken this for what it was at first, which is, I feel so unique in this situation, being so utterly untethered to any notion of any particular thing with Fallout. I think Cap feels similarly on this, like just watching it as a TV show and being utterly like disappointed because I was told how good it was, you know, and just being like, well, and then the more and more that I find out, the worse and worse it gets. It's just funny to be like, you didn't go in neutrally hoping for a story. It's like, stop talking about me. You don't know me. Like, fuck off.
Not to get under your skin. The arrogance of that is off the charts. Speaking of which,
are we arrogant? Are we arrogant? Okay.
The irony is
you
could bottle it and sell it in little bottles and then spread it on toast.
Oh no.
I like to think that irony is like, I don't know, a greenish yellowish kind of like color.
Paste.
You know?
I don't want to eat anything coming out of Jim. Thank you very much.
Is it like a goo sort of consistency, or is it?
I think it is viscous. It's not like my goo. My goo is not ironic. Yeah, it's a different type of goo.
Ernest goo.
He's wanting to make sure.
Yes, that's a very funny statement in isolation. My goo is not ironic.
It's not. It's earnest.
It's pretty good.
To get under your skin. The arrogance of that is off the charts. Speaking of which, thank God for me.
Oh, okay, right. Oh, you.
That's that.
Right. You're really talented at stuff.
I don't know. What a worthless video. Like,
it's
so bizarre.
I think it's
There's
interesting
value only in the sense that it can be a bad example.
Well, yeah, interesting in representation of the absolute cope that's happening. Like, first of all, fighting some of the worst and most crazy arguments that no one's fucking making. Way simpler and way easier to break down the Fallout show how fucked up it is. And then the I don't think I saw many people defending the nuking of Shady Sands as like this amazing story choice that everyone should appreciate for the substantive depth of storytelling that they achieved here. It's like, what are you talking about?
Bold, gripping, emotional change that you didn't appreciate, that they talk about in past tense a couple times, and then say it happened because some guy got pissed off at his wife.
and then just the desperation, and a lot of the arguments being sort of defenses that are actually just positions that I would say people on this side of the aisle hold, rather than, you know, being like, you guys just didn't want anything to change, which is explicitly the goal of the people who made this show, and that nuking Shady Sands is indicative of not wanting anything to change. You're pushing it back
because
from the
everything
progression
needs
it
to
made.
stay as a chaotic, like a perpetually chaotic, apocalyptic landscape with raiders. That's and like mutants and ghouls and stuff running around. No evolution of the. It's just crazy. I think what was the most fascinating about the video is the fact that Sterling felt compelled to make like real arguments for how you could see the destruction of the NCR play out and how that would be meaningful, but they're fundamentally irreconcilable with what actually happened, which was a guy got big mad because he got cucked and he blew it up. And yet the arguments were still along the lines of, well, you know, the NCR was stretched thin and they were struggling to govern their own territory and stuff like that.
No, it wasn't that. It was the political climate and the destabilization of the things happening and stuff. Because
I mean, I feel like it's pretty straightforward. It is incredibly lame for a place that existed in the Fallout universe that was kind of like the epicenter of a faction that invites a lot of interesting questions and saw the progression of the world, that the appearance that they get to have in the big budget Fallout show is a hole in the ground because somebody got mad. And maybe somebody in real life got mad as well about people liking the old games in New Vegas more, you know? It's so lame. It's so obviously lame.
Yeah.
And that is the saga of the Fallout show for now. The apocalyptic fallout of its reception. I think I've been viewing plenty of it like falling apart pretty quickly from a lot of people's perspective. I think by the time
be kind to the show.
Yeah, by the time the second season rolls around, I don't know how many people are going to be as positive about the show as they were with the first season, and then I feel like the third season's just going to push it way too far. I don't know how fast they're going to be bringing these out either, but
I can't see season 2 being better than season 1. Like
it'll be interesting to
obvious
see
for
what
viewers.
happens to the budgets too, to see if they keep them as high or if, because most of the entertainment industry is kind of going through some turmoil right now, they might want to start tightening up the belt a little.
It was really successful, which makes me. I mean, I think, dude, I don't think Halo's has not been renewed yet for season 3. You know, it's like,
Still.
yeah, that's a case of, oh yeah, good luck. I don't mean that. I don't want a third season, but you know, like good luck on getting whereas in this case, it got renewed straight away. They're probably going to get like a comparable budget, maybe even more money, but. You know, it has happened that successful shows have gotten less money. I mean, you know, The Walking Dead, right? Season 2, on a per episode basis, those episodes had a lower budget.
Yeah.
Than season 1, even though it was the most successful show that the network had ever had. So, you know.
Got Frank Darabont to walk away too.
No, he tried. No, he got fired. He tried to make it
really?
work, and then he got fired. So
I thought he was gone at the end of season 1. He was working on season 2.
Yes, he wanted to try and make it work despite all of the difficulties, and then
it was his baby somewhat, right? Because he pulled in so many favors.
Yeah, he brought in so many people from crew members, former cast members, got them all together. I remember it was a Sam Witwer was doing like an interview and explaining he basically got together a crew that would make the show for a lot cheaper than it would be made typically, but it was because everybody wanted to work with Frank Darabont.
Yeah, Sam Witwer and a
friends.
bunch of the people in Walking Dead were all in the Mist too.
That's right.
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of people. I suppose the point being that, you know, just because you get renewed for a second season because you're really successful doesn't mean you'll get more money. Though, I mean, it feels like there's got to be, I don't know, how can so much money be spent on things that are not like Fallout that don't get the kind of traction it gets? Like, how much money gets spent on, well, I mean, Halo, right? Like, how much money got spent on the show?
Too much.
The only-
too much.
The only
Sometimes
reason
shows-
I see like maybe that they wouldn't get as much money is because there's a broad contraction happening in the entertainment industry
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That also happens when you kind of use the first season of a big new franchise as like a kind of like getting your foot in the door. Like that happened with the Daredevil and the Defenders. Apparently, they spent more on Daredevil season 1 than like any of the other shows by a big margin. By the time it got to like Luke Cage and what was the Iron Fist,
Fist.
and that they had like no money at all. they had like a fraction of the original budgets that they were giving to Daredevil. They were like, you could tell that they were really lame compared to even if you watched The Punisher, you could tell that their budget was not nearly as big. They were
Oh,
kind of
absolutely.
stretching footage out and cutting corners, and a lot of conversations in empty warehouses for some reason. It's like, huh, I wonder why that is.
The Batwoman, you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so many empty warehouses in Vancouver.
Oh boy, and gravel pits. Oh, those gravel
Yeah.
pits, man. You can just drive out.
Oh,
You
dude,
just
remember at the end of
drive there.
Crisis on Infinite Earths where they had to fight
Yeah.
the construction site like in downtown Vancouver?
Remember the quarry
Just-
in Obi-Wan Kenobi that felt like a fucking
Oh
Batwoman
yeah,
set?
that was crazy. It is a little bit surreal the amount of money that's getting thrown around on some of these projects, and yet the results.
Just a friendly
Crazy
reminder
times.
that whatever the reported budget is, it's almost always more than that.
Yeah, marketing.
Yeah.
Marketing's a huge factor.
No,
It's
not even just the marketing. You can
Cocaine's a
tell
hell of a
this
drug.
if you go look at the leaked Sony documents from the hack back in whatever year that was. If you look at the reported budgets and the actual budgets for every movie they made, basically, the actual budget was almost always more by at least like $1 million.
creative
So.
accounting is really tricky that way. It always almost costs more to make than they say because they don't want to make it look like a flop, but they always write things around in a way to make a movie as little like as far as their counting is concerned, as least profitable as possible. Wasn't it? I think I saw a tweet from James Gunn saying that one of his like indie films was one of his most most successful movies, including the Guardians of the Galaxy, because of creative accounting. I want to say that was James Gunn.
Maybe Slither or Super.
Something like that, because basically the accountants at Marvel were like, oh well, this that and that happened, and therefore, oh, we didn't make any money. Oopsie, I guess we don't have to pay royalties. So I think I could probably find that tweet somewhere. But yeah, it's really slimy.
Ugh. Well, the original intention was to actually have a cap on this stream that was going to be pretty close to what we're at now. I just didn't realize that first video would take us to 4 hours. It was only 13 minutes.
I had a feeling it might.
So
Jim
That
is
never
a-
happens.
we're probably not
Jim
going to
is
be able
a
to
meaty
reach
subject.
the second one, though. The second one was not going to be as spice ready. It was more so just a look into what the majority of people got out of the show, which, to be summarized relatively quickly, is more so it was fun, I had fun, it felt like the games that I play, and that's good enough for me, and leave it alone. The main thing that I thought was interesting was there's a claim in the video that there's not much story and there's loads of references, which is absolute bullshit. And it's like, well, but that is what it is. And I was going to open up a conversation on the nature of like fan service recognizable things, that when you have them and you have a really good story, it like, you wouldn't say it's just jangling keys as much, but if you have them and the story is there but it's really bad, it feels much more like it is fan service trying to deflect. But then you have something like Mandalorian that feels like it's there in lieu of the fact that they have no fucking story to tell. Because the Fallout show is trying to tell somewhat of a story. It's very thin. It happens,
It's thin and
slowly.
terrible, but
Yeah.
it is a story.
So, like, would you say that the Fallout show is a good example of trying to key jangle to keep you distracted, or would you say that's just a byproduct of the fact that they didn't know they were writing something so
I
horribly
think it's
bad?
a byproduct.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem specifically constructed to distract from a story. It just thinks that it has a story that was worth telling, and they were mistaken.
I think the people writing this were trying to write a Fallout story, whereas the Halo show seems to me like it was never supposed to be a Halo show, and they
It begrudgingly had Halo
retrofitted it.
references.
Yeah,
It's like they said, some of the guys down in whatever that they play some Halo games, they can do some Halo stuff.
just make
And
sure
we
you
can
put
tell
that
our
green
story for
armor in
adults.
there, and it'll be fine.
A lot of the references in the Fallout show feel a bit more like, oh, this is just going to be a fun detail for people to notice if they care. But in the final episode with the Death Claw and New Vegas, that felt like, please be interested in where season 2 goes. That felt a little desperate to me. Whereas like
Maybe.
seeing an Assaultron in episode 2 or whatever didn't feel the same sort of, didn't have the same sort of cloying desperation.
I still find that funny, though. It's like, look at that. It's like, yep, that's that.
Yeah,
There it
yep,
is.
that's a thing from the
Yeah.
game. I'm looking at. I looked at it on my screen when I played the game, Now I'm looking at it on my screen when I'm watching a show.
Well, I mean,
wondering-
Arcane,
Alright.
This thing I know, hooray!
Arcane and Edge Runners, I think, did that very well in two very different ways. Whereas there was a lot of reference to League of Legends stuff in Arcane, but it very distinctly took place in its own universe that wasn't specifically the game universe. Whereas Edge Runners could easily be, or I mean, it is because it's referenced in some side quests, could easily be Cyberpunk 2077 canon. There's a lot of direct references to even tech working the same way it does in the game. But both of those things still have a story that they're telling. So, like, I don't know why people think that if you jangle keys, you can't also write something good.
It's impossible, yeah.
It feels like it kind of reminds me. I don't know how this show is written, but it kind of feels like they just put placeholder, insert game reference here, kind of things. Like we'll figure it out later. It kind of reminds me a little bit of this. Actually happened. The latest, well, not the latest Saw movie, but the one they made before then, Spiral. They actually famously, I think YMS covered this one. They actually wrote in placeholder, insert trap here into the script. Like for the actual shooting script, they didn't actually have a trap that was actually figured out. They just said, oh, just figure out some sort of trap here, not even considering the idea that traps are actually should be thematically tied into the story in any way. They're just a gory scene that people like to see, and we've got to put them in there. It almost felt like that they probably just kept that sort of thing, like, oh, we're telling a story, add a bobblehead, show a robot broken down here, oh, maybe the skull down here is a death claw. That's enough. Like, just as long as you paste those references throughout the show, it'll feel enough like Fallout to trick people into thinking it is.
Well, it worked, at least for now. Well,
Yeah.
even now it's diminishing returns hardcore, but we'll see. So, thank you all so much for joining us. We'll start with Mr. Cretosis. What are you up to? Where can you be found? What videos are you making, possibly on the Fallout show?
Well, my main channel is Cretosis. I do gaming streams on there because I'm a VTuber, but I also do scripted videos, of course. I'm doing at least 2 videos on the Fallout show, one talking about the retcons and somewhat the state of the fandom, where you've got a lot of people excusing bullshit with dumb arguments like, oh, there's a reference in Fallout 1, an Easter egg with talking Brahmin. Therefore, Fallout has never been grounded or serious. I'm doing a full breakdown video of the Fallout show, and yeah, I'm working on several other projects that need to be finished as well.
Beautiful. You're going to conclude at the end of it that you maybe were too harsh on the Fallout show?
Sounded like a hiss.
Yes.
Your hissing says more than real words ever could.
I hate this show so much.
Well, don't worry. They're making a second season. It's going to be great.
Kill me.
Capital O Opinions, what are you up to? What are you doing? What's happening? Is it devs?
You see, I'm working on the next episode of a review of a show that everyone is just clamoring to see more of, and that is Alex Garland's Devs from like 5 years ago. So, should be fun. It's a fun show to talk about, not a fun show to watch, but stay tuned for episode 5 review eventually.
Still feels surreal that me and Rags watched that.
I can't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
like, what a fever dream looking back on it. God, I fucking hate that show.
Yeah,
What
we
a
hated
From the
it.
first episode, we were like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everyone's
it's
dumb.
terrible. It's terrible. So if you want to go like see a breakdown of a show you've never seen, but it's really bad and fun to talk about, go check out the Devs reviews on my channel.
It's like no
Alrighty.
other. That's for certain.
Very
It is
unique,
like no
yes.
other. Very true.
I do feel like you have an interest, similarly to me, somewhat of chronicling the fall of Alex Garland, and the huge reveal at the end is
Yes.
apparently he never fell. He was just terrible. It's just
Well,
exceptional.
he's had a couple hits.
I liked my-
Here and
we
there,
gotta
it's
give him
true.
those.
It's making me think, do I need to rewatch Ex Machina? Is it actually really
No.
shitty and I just didn't notice?
It's not. It's still
No,
pretty
it's
good.
really good. It's
I
a
love
really
that
good
movie.
movie.
I
Yeah,
liked
it holds
Ex
up.
Machina, and I really like Dread too.
I read the
but
book at the
One,
beach when I was in high school, and I liked it.
What else did he direct? I
He wrote
forget.
that also.
Wasn't there someone else?
Annihilation.
He did
Annihilation.
No, I mean the good ones,
yeah.
not the bad ones. There's someone else that was
No,
good, right?
the only thing
28
he
days later,
directed
he
that's
wrote.
any good is Ex Machina. The other ones he wrote but didn't direct.
Right. That's
Right,
true.
okay.
So that would be 28 Days Later and Dread and Sunshine.
And he's connected to 28 years later?
I believe so.
Well, that's gonna be a thing when that comes out. I don't know what the fuck.
Anyway. Sure, it will be a thing.
Goga, what can people find about you getting up to in this day and age? You want to give them a bit more information about because you've been around for a long time, but I don't know if you've been on an episode to talk about what you get up to on your channel, so to speak.
Well, I don't really do much on my channel anymore. I used to do EFAP memes and a few other memes as well. Now I do it professionally for you instead in the EFAP movies. So I'm working on that. The war movie arc is coming out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you want to mention what happened with what the next one is going to be or not.
Oh yeah, what?
That's going to be a surprise.
Remind me, because I mixed it up on the fucking trailer.
Yep.
I said, did I say that it was going to be?
I think you said it's going to be King Arthur next, and it's going to be Zorro instead. That's going
Yeah,
to
it's actually Zorro
right?
next. So, which
Yeah.
by the way,
Yay.
it's going to be fun to see any of these. They're all brilliantly edited.
Aw.
And wonderfully funny and engaging and you know what, wacky,
Right.
considering you'd be like, oh, they're covering the new Fallout show, oh, they're covering this new thing, oh, this is, it's like they're covering Mask of Zorro. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, sure,
Yep.
go for it. So
And if you haven't seen the trailer for that, I also recommend going back and watching that because there was a lot of fun to do, and I'm very happy with how it turned out.
remind yourself of the schedule. It's all coming because there's still people
Oh,
in the comments being like, I hope they cover this. It's like the trailers,
Yeah, it's
all of the ones.
it's coming.
Yeah, trailer.
Yeah.
Yes, lots to look forward to.
Still not finished, by the way, but almost
We're
done.
gonna get there before the deadline. We got this.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. It's all gonna be done before the last one comes out. Almost finished with the Gladiator at the moment.
Sweet. Indigo Gaming. What about you? What are you up to? Are you making a big retrospective about how the Fallout show is awesome?
How'd you guess?
Aha. Traitor.
Actually, funnily enough, because you pinged me on this thing, I actually downloaded some footage for myself as well. I am going to be covering Fallout, I think, in the next few weeks. Hopefully, shorter videos. They're going to be less than an hour long, which get your booze over with now, I guess. But I kind of there's so much coverage out there that I kind of try to find a niche that was interesting. My niche is just talking about the business angle of why the Fallout franchise failed in its original IP holders, like why Interplay basically fumbled the Fallout franchise before they had to sell it. And there are some crazy stories, like business decisions, French companies taking over, losing the rights to, and like basically it culminated in canceling Baldur's Gate 3 and Fallout 3 in the same year, which is in retrospect truly insane, but that actually happened. So things like that. Basically just kind of exploring the business angle of that. So it's going to be kind of called, I think, How Bad Business Vaulted the Fallout franchise. I might come up with a better title, but that's kind of probably going to be coming in the next month or so. And I'm still working on my finale of my Cyberpunk Cyberpunk documentary miniseries, which will probably come out maybe at the end of the year, probably next year. That's going to probably be about like 3 hours long and tons of editing. So that's a pretty big one, but probably a Fallout related video in the near future.
Sweet. Good stuff. You've also got that video about like how Fallout isn't Fallout, which is quite engaging, quite good fun. If anyone, sometimes I like to try and direct people to a sort of particular video that would likely interest them if they were interested by this stream, and I figured that would be one. Very well researched and explained, and of course, with all the lads here, great work in terms of helping me get the video made, the Fallout A World on Fire. For anybody who doesn't even know it exists, because there are people who watch EFAP who don't care necessarily about what happens on the other channels, but I do have a video that's all about kind of the stuff we were covering today.
Oh yes,
if you're interested, it's
very good video. It's good knowledge to have handy for if you ever talk about Fallout or people talk about Fallout around you, and you can ask them simple, basic questions like, "Why did Wilzig betray the Enclave? Why did Moldaver?"
You'll find out in
fucking
season
kill all those people?"
17.
Basic underlying foundational plot elements that are completely mysterious and absurd. It's
Um,
mark of good writing to just keep you wanting more
It will be
answers,
explained
more
later,
explanation.
so it will be great.
Mark the Cyborg, what are you up to? What have you been doing
Hello.
lately?
I've been playing a hell of a lot of Stellar Blade, and tomorrow on Metal Commander's channel, we're going to have Short Fat Otaku, Dev, as well as Weekend Warrior come on to talk about it. I think Swolepool might be there as well. And yeah, I think all of us have finished the game at least once. I was a good chunk of the way through a hard mode playthrough, but then I got kind of drawn into Hades. So.
But you couldn't.
I might
you
also
couldn't
be
do it.
streaming
Couldn't
Hades.
beat it. It was too difficult.
Well, no,
Your
I'll
skills
get...
weren't up to snuff.
No, I honestly, I autistically started looking for a bunch of different cans, like collectible cans that you can find, not butts, like soda cans and stuff. But in the interest of seeing butts, because you get a really sexy outfit if you find them all.
I thought cans were
Cans of
breasts.
boobies, yeah.
Cans are boobies.
What?
Are you a virgin?
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, no, I mean they feel like a bag of sand.
If your girlfriend goes up to you and says, "Mark,
no,
I
okay,
need your hands on my cans right now,"
got it,
and then you tell her to turn around, and she's like,
fucked it
"What?
up because-
Okay, I guess."
So cans plural are breast, but a can is a butt.
Is
If
it?
it's
A
single.
can?
Yeah, she's got a
What?
nice can.
I don't.
That's some Canadian.
I don't know.
I was
about
going to say, I don't think
Yeah,
I've ever
that's
heard
not-
I've
that.
never heard about that.
Yeah, this is why we need to annex Canada.
That's a trunk, not a can.
Well, I
Drunk
mean,
in the
yeah.
trunk, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't say it's the only
remember-
slang for a butt.
Well, yeah. there's a lot
Mark,
of
that
it.
we all learned this from the famous episode of The Simpsons where they fuck with his interview and they make him say, "Her sweet can. I wanted to grab her
Yeah,
sweet can."
like,
You admit
you
you've
gummy
grabbed her.
Venus Jamal.
What do you say in your defense? Mr. Simpson, your silence will only incriminate you further. Well, no, don't take your anger out on me. Get back. Mr. Simpson, no!
You know what?
Privatization may not have happened.
The fucking one of the best quotes of that episode that aged gloriously was when they're interviewing the lady who was affected by it. She says, "Your tears says more than real evidence ever could."
Yeah.
Forgetting about another legendary part though, Ben the Bear, and then
Yeah.
like, I have a
No,
question.
Ben.
He goes over to no, Ben, no, punches him away. and then and then they had the movie as well. Where it's just like, no, Mr. Simpson, a cat is a living creature. I don't care.
Oh god.
Oh
Such
god,
a
there was so many.
bitchin'
You know what?
episode.
You know what's a really good joke in that episode though? God damn, the part when they steal the gummy and then Homer kicks the vending machine to get the Buzz Cola and then mixes it with the I can't remember what it was, and then it creates like a massive bomb that he has to run
Yeah, it's
away
like
from.
the
It was Pop Rocks.
Pop Rocks, yeah.
Yeah, right. See you in hell, candy boys. That's slow motion. He's running
Yeah.
away from the
That
explosion.
references Demolition Man, right?
Yeah.
It's so
Fucking awesome.
good. It's so funny. That is like
Oh.
season 6 of The Simpsons, man. That is like that might be the best season.
Maybe. Yeah. I need to rewatch
So many
the
good
older
episodes
again.
And on
was
that
what
note,
Homer the Clown.
subscribe
yeah,
to
sorry, I'll
Mark the
go.
Cyborg,
Yeah.
Indigo Gaming, Gogo, Capital
come over
Opinions,
to
and
my-
Kritos.
Come over to my streams and shame me for being a virgin.
Friggy Rags, anything you guys wanted to say before we close out?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't believe that I do have anything to say. So I will pass it over to Fringy, the bird.
You know the deal. Just working away. Hopefully we'll be able to. Yeah. Yeah, working away.
Fun time in the dungeons.
Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, you guys got a 2.5 hour video, whatever, semi-recently. You don't need any updates on things that are happening. However, more than likely, you're getting the next War Arc in the next couple of days, because we're still figuring out the Halo show's release exactly. It's getting a little complicated, because if we start releasing it, it would cross over with Acolyte, and I don't know if we should just save it for before. It's kind of confusing to figure out exactly, because we don't want to spam the timeline you guys have. We got loads of catch-ups that are still coming out. We've got them all scheduled. There was a gap this week, but they'll go back to normal next week. things. All stuff happening, all things coming out, and I'm continuing. What was funny is I was working on a lot of stuff, and then Fallout happened, and now Fallout has stopped happening, so I can go back to working on everything. So you will get well, more stuff. More stuff is on the way. Many such things.
Oh boy.
And we look forward to you enjoying them all, hopefully. Oh my god, thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot.
Oh yeah.
Also, you got an extended time for the plushies, the real BBC ones. I completely almost didn't remember. They are still available for a little bit of time. If you didn't grab them and wanted to, it did get extended. I mentioned on the Stellar Blade stream, I wasn't even sure if they were. I don't know how it works exactly. I don't get fully informed of all these crazy shenanigans, but there will be a link in the description if you're interested, and yeah, you can buy them together for a discount, or you could just pick up one of your preference, whichever it may be.
Really cute.
Yeah, they're adorable.
One of them being my apparently platonic wife.
Yeah. We're mainly friends.
Oh god.
We haven't
yes.
gone all the way yet. Fingers crossed there.
Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to everybody who joined us today in the cast and the chat. We appreciate it, and well, have a good...
remember, tomorrow is Mother's Day, so do something nice for your mother. Get her a card, buy her some flowers, you barbarians.
Tell her she's neat.
Tell her she's good. She said, "Mama, you're a." Don't call her hot. Just say like, you're really nice.
Wait, why was that the first thing? In your
I guess
mind?
it's a good warning to not do that. That's...
It's not the first thing that came to my mind. It's a warning.
Right, yeah.
It's
think of what not to say. Yeah.
Get her a card. Do something nice. See if she's been talking about something that she's wanted or been thinking about getting, or just show that you are thinking about her.
Yeah.
So do that. Do it.
Beautiful. Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Hey, everybody. Catch you later.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye, 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 bye.
You're gonna growl, puppy? Oh, the puppy's too tired.
I am a bit tired, yeah.